pointing while we got everything sorted. My name's Andy. Most of you know me.
Oh, I can't hear anything. Is there something meant to be on?
What?
Is the volume meant to be on? No.
Yeah. Okay. Abby, are they ready to play? They ready to play?
Tokens,
Yep.
field
Cool,
sender,
cool.
deck boxes, all good? It's good.
Yep. Sure. Count us in. Yep, count us in. This way. Namo haere mai tatou, and welcome to the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG Oceanic World Championship Qualifier for 2024. I'm your host, Kez Doyle, and joining me in the commentary box today, we have Mr. Yatwei Zhang.
Hey, how's it going this year?
Beautiful so far, beautiful indeed. Weather is looking beautiful. We have a big room full of players, and we're going to see some great Yu-Gi-Oh! Happening this weekend.
Yeah, we have 271 players, I believe, that have come in all over the country, all over from Australia as well, competing for the top 2 spots to represent Oceania in the World Championships of 2024.
Indeed, it is Marariki weekend here in New Zealand, and all the stars of Yu-Gi-Oh! Oceania are gathered here in this room to find our World Championship qualifier competing players for 2024. Top 2 go to Worlds, I believe?
Yep, so there'll be 9 rounds of Swiss, 8 of them will be played today. The last round of Swiss tomorrow before we cut into a top 64 single elimination playoff. So there'll be 6 rounds where you'll have to win 5 out of those 6 rounds to be able to represent Oceania for World Championships. And the 6th win will now give you the title of the Oceanic champion.
It's going to be some stiff competition out there. What do you reckon is going to take it today?
I think from me walking outside, there was a good variety of decks available. I think a lot of people have stuck to the tried and true fire strategy. I've seen a lot of people who are sick of the tried and true fire strategy and are playing the U-Bell deck, which is it's got a lot of cards from recent sets. So I think that's also a solid contender for the top spot as well.
Indeed, indeed. I believe it's going to be harder to pick than a broken nose for what's going to win this weekend. But for our round 1, tell us more about that. What do we have going?
So for round 1, we have not only the winner of the 2022 Oceanic, the championship, the one that happened on the tail end of the pandemic where there was no world championship, but it was still a very prestigious event with a lot of prizes. First place, Dinos Bezovsky.
Undefeated that day as well, I believe.
Yeah, so that was like, what, 15-16-0? That's something crazy like that.
Exactly.
And not only that, he's shown us that he's not just a one-trick pony. He's time and time again shown how he's able to make it up there to the top tables. I think 2020 he topped the YCS Sydney with a World Chalice out of 4 decks.
Exactly, and we saw him top 32 at YCS Sydney this year as well, indeed, so don't count him out. He's no slouch.
Yeah, not only that, but he also won the state championships just a couple of weeks ago.
Yes,
is that correct?
North Island one based in Auckland, New Zealand, so yeah, that's a really great achievement on his part.
And on the other end, an New Zealand local I'm not too familiar with. Are you able to tell us more about the opponent?
Believe it or not, Dino is paired against friend and locals competitor Ali. Ali has picked up one of the newest strategies that came out of Legacy of Destruction, I believe, playing the U-Bell deck. recently got some updates as well with Battles of Legend, Terminal's Revenge, and I think that new fusion is going to make all the difference here in this match today.
Definitely. So Dino actually won the North Island State Championship with a pet deck of his Lightsworn Centurion, but I can see here that he has chosen to, for this caliber of event, to go back to the hiking strategy that we were talking about before.
Exactly. I think like it's cute to play Centurion on like a locals, regional level, maybe even your state championship, but for like this is like the highest level event that most players will ever get to play in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Competitive season. You need something good, and this is clearly it for the deck.
Yeah, definitely. And all right, so with the way that it works now that it's top 64, you can afford to play something that you feel is a little bit less consistent. You only have to win 6 of your 9 rounds. You can afford to lose 1 or 2 rounds to like weekends, but you need to be able to pick a deck that's able to power through top cut.
Yeah, exactly. It's not good enough just to get top there. You want to go for the top spot, and you want to represent Oceania at the World Championships.
Exactly. So just checking in to see if we are available to start the round soon.
Good. I believe you guys have been waiting at home long enough. We're getting ready here to start the match. Competitors looking ready, and I'm sure some great Yu-Gi-Oh! Action is really close to coming up on your screens. You don't want to hear us talk all weekend. You want to see some hot Yu-Gi-Oh! Action. All right, we're going to be cutting across now, getting some notes, and then let's get into it.
All right, so looks like the players have shuffled up and they have drawn their opening hands to see if they're ready to go.
Indeed. We've got Ali there on the left in the blue, Dino in a smashing shade of red there on the right there. Can't really tell, but...
So Dino's going first. I think that's Wanted. It gets, oh, is that a Bonfire? Bonfire.
Yeah, it's looking like Bonfire, and that's easily eaten the Ash Blossom in Ali's hand there.
Is that Ponix?
Yep, that is Fire King Ponix. One of the key cards. You normally don't want to see that in your opening hand. You want that in deck to be destroyed off your Fire King cards and then special summon it out. But it doesn't matter. It's getting the Fire King continuous spell there.
Which is able to place Island into the field spell zone.
Yep, and this should be starting off Dino's combos.
So what we can see is that this deck is incredibly powerful. You need multiple points of interaction to be able to stop that. He has a Diabell Star as well. Sending the continuous spell, it will get impermanent. So Ellie does have a multiple points of interaction.
But looking at Ellie's hand there, I think that might be everything. Just trying to stop everything early as possible on Dino's. But he has opened the High King Garunix as well, which destroys the Ponix.
Was that from the field spell?
No, I believe it was in his hand.
And that's the Avrado going to the graveyard.
Yep.
Summoning back the Ponix.
Ponix has already used its search this turn, but that's fine. He's now got 3 monsters on the field. 2 of them huge, 2,500 attack and more.
Looking through Dino's extra deck, it looks fairly standard with the standard array of cards. I don't see anything that is not normally played. There's a Heater using the Diabell Star and the Garunix.
Free material with that Ash Blossom in Ali's graveyard there. And this should be seeing the Promethean Princess come out.
So Heater is really doing a lot of work out of all the Charmers that are at least given the ubiquity of Ash Blossom in every deck. So it allows any deck that can summon a fire monster to summon a Heater and then use your opponent's Ash Blossom, which gives it a lot more utility and really does make people think twice when they're using cards like Ash Blossom.
Yes, I believe very early in the format there was actually sort of the opinion around like competitive players like, do we take Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring out of our decks? But I think the utility of the card just says, no, you still have to have this in your main deck here. Just play smartly with it.
I believe that's the Ambler Whale coming out.
That is correct. So Dino is at 1, 2 cards in hand. 1 card in hand, back row. He's got Ambler Whale in the extra monster zone with Promethean Princess ready to bounce back, as well as the Avatar as well for a piece of interaction too.
So it'd be reasonable to assume that that's that card from Dino's Infinite Permanence.
So Ellie on her side, starting off with Nightmare Throne.
Yep, that was one of the newer cards that we're talking about.
Yeah, some Legacy of Destruction there.
Yep, so when this card is activated, you can take one Fiend monster with 0 attack and defense from your deck and either add it to your hand or destroy it. And once per turn, if a face-up Yubel monster you control leaves the field by that card effect, you can add one Yubel monster from your deck, graveyard, or banishment whose original level is 1 higher or lower than one of the monsters, and you can summon it, ignoring its summoning conditions.
Yeah. It mentions Yubel monsters as well, so it's not actually searchable off the continuous spell Nightmare Pain, so you do really either have to search it with Terraforming or hard open it in your hand there.
Dino just taking a moment to look at the Samsara D Lotus. In these caliber events, you want to be able to get a full understanding of all your opponent's cards to ensure that you don't miss any like hidden effects or like effects that aren't like the commonly seen ones. You want to be able to make sure you know what everything their cards do and what's happening at every point of the game.
Exactly. You don't want to sit there and have to reread a card later on in the game and be like, whoa, I didn't know about that effect. But Gruesome Grave Squirmer has been special summoned before Samsara D Lotus gets a chance to activate its effect.
Yep, so Samsara D Lotus can be tributed to summon a Yubel monster from Ellie's deck, and then during the opponent's turn when a monster effect is activated while you control a Yubel monster, you contribute the Samsara D Lotus and the activated effect becomes destroy one Yubel monster on the field. During the end phase, if you control a Yubel monster, and if you just control a Yubel and this card's in the graveyard, you can add it to your hand or special summon it. So it does have a lot of synergy with the deck being able to summon the Yubel and then it summons itself in the graveyard and acts as a point of interaction.
Yeah, but that special summon is all that Dino needed to activate his Promethean Princess, destroying the Samsara D Lotus there. And then I believe Ambler Whale has brought back the Heater, the Fire Charmer from the graveyard as well. So still a full field for Dino.
Is it Ellie down to one card in hand?
Yep, with the Gruesome Grave Squirmer on the field. So, and Dino smartly playing around any relinquished anima zones as well. So
that is a huge card that people have to consider in the format, given how many level 1 monsters there are and how Link Haribo has been recently put on the Forbidden Limited list. With an event of this caliber and how long it is, you have to be extra vigilant as throughout the day you are succumb to fatigue and you might make like small minor play or subjective to whether they're minor or major where you place your monsters, and like later in the rounds playing a monster into the anima zone could cost you your tournament. So these are like decisions which will show a skill difference among the players and who will make the top cut and who will not make the top cut.
Yeah, you can easily give up a game-winning position just by placing the wrong zone. But I believe Ellie just passed on the Gruesome Grave Squirmer, and Dino pushes forward with all his fire monsters to take game 1 here in round 1 of the 2024 Oceanic Championship.
Yeah, so looking at Dino's side deck, we can see one Kurikara Nibiru, a Magnamut, a Bestial Boldrake, 3 copies of Fantastical Dragon Phantasme, 2 Ghost Ogre, 2 Fenrir's, 1 his 3rd copy of Triple Tactics Talent, 1 copy of the Divine Temple, and 2 copies of Solemn Strike.
I believe that's Subversion there. That's the normal spell that can place one, non-targeting, place one normal, one monster of their opponents into the spell and trap card zone, ready to special back.
It really is. Okay, so in this position, you would assume that you're going to be playing second into game 2, so you're going to be trying to put cards that aren't as good going second, so cards that aren't good going first. You're more likely to see cards that are able to try and remove cards from your opponent's side of the field, so cards that can trigger when your opponent's trying to play, so we're likely to see that 3rd copy of Tactics Talents come in, maybe the Kashtira, Fenrir's.
I don't think we saw enough of Ali's deck to know if they're playing a more Yubel heavy deck or like one of the decks that we've seen coming out of like other World Championship qualifiers, which leans more heavily onto the Unchained package, in which case those Fantastical Dragon Phantasmes would do a lot of work there to bring in.
We're most certainly going to see the Bestials come in to be able to get rid of the Samsara D Lotus as well as the Grave Squirmer from the graveyard, so that those ones we can count on whether or not you go first or second. And going on to Ellie's deck, we can see the side deck also contains 2 Draw Swans, Magnamut, 3 Phantasme, 2 DD Crows, 3 Cosmic Cyclones, 3 Skill Drains, and Rivalry of Warlords.
Well, I can already guess what's coming in. Ellie does choose to go first in this match.
Yeah. In saying that, there are a lot of times where people try to mind game their opponent by calling something that their opponent's not expecting, and then your opponent will have cards in their deck that's not ideal for what position they are now told to go. I don't think this will happen in this matchup. I think seeing that game, you want to be able to make proactive plays.
Exactly. I think it's going to be no surprise if Ali does choose to go first in this game 2 here. And just being able to set up everything and say, come on, I've got the Nightmare Pain, attack me, Dino.
And what are your thoughts on the Phantasme going first as the U-Bell deck into the Fire King deck?
Ooh, I don't know. I feel like that's something that you'd pretty much just bring it second. I don't think you'd bring it in going first unless, yeah. No, I don't think you'd bring that in going first. Like, you ideally don't want your opponent playing, and if you get into a position where Fantastical Dragon Phantasme can actually like interact with your opponent's board, it means they're off to the races. They are now link summoning to their heart's content, and you're going to be in a pretty bad spot.
Yeah, definitely. So it looks like they've drawn up their opening hand. We can see that's a Dark Beckoning Beast from Ellie's side. Lets him add a card which lists one of the Sacred Beast from his deck to his hand.
Yep, except a copy of itself, which gets opening the Spirit Gates here, which should be searching yet another Dark Beckoning Beast, unless they play the Chaos Beckoning Beast? Nope, just Dark Beckoning Beast.
I can see the list doesn't play that extra card. It looks like Ellie's chosen not to play a card which is known to cause weak opening hands, or like drawing them at suboptimal times could really ruin your strategy. So Ellie's gone for full consistency, I think, not playing additional cards like that.
See Unchained Yama come down. All the monsters in the U-Bell deck do happen to be Fiends, which is why it goes so well with the Unchained engine and package there.
Yeah, because they also destroy your cards, which is something that U-Bell wants.
Yeah, just keep going up into bigger and nastier forms of U-Bell.
That Shavara that was added to hand?
That is indeed was.
And that's the Spirit Gate on the field with a bit of glare. We do apologize for that bit of glare, but it is that the Spirit Gates. See, there's a hand of like 4 monsters, is it? Or, oh no, I think there was a Solemn Strike in that hand. There's a slight tint of purple.
Potentially there. Ali carefully considering the plays. See, discarding the Ghost Warner. What this is going to do, this is for opening the Spirit Gates there. Allow Ali to bring back a Fiend with 0 attack and 0 defense. So this is what the Beast is going to be bringing back here.
We did see Ellie take some time to think about it. When you are forcing yourself to discard points of interaction from your hand, you really do have to think about whether you need that later or if it's worth giving up now. So yeah, it's opening the Spirit Gate. So once per turn, if you control a level 10 monster, you can add 1 continuous spell from graveyard to your hand. We can see this strategy normally pair with cards like Deck Lockdown, but the effect that Ellie used was discarding cards special summon Fiend from the graveyard with 0 attack and defense. See that now. Link summon into
Unchained Soul of Rage. Yep. Which is going to allow Ali to use one of Dino's monsters to link summon with on his turn, a special summon monster specifically.
Yep, so we can see that the U-Bell strategy just converted that Ghost Mourner into the Unchained Soul of Rage as a point of interaction. Dino does have the Nibiru, which gets rid of the Rage and summons a token.
And unfortunately, that's all she wrote for Ali there, having to pass turn with just a Nibiru token and opening the Spirit Gates, and I believe 1 card in hand, and which we know to be the Shavara there. And, oh, no, 2 cards, sorry, 2 cards.
3? Could have been 3.
Could have been
3 cards in hand.
Dino starting very strong though with Snake Eyes Ash, the bane of a lot of players at the moment.
Very, very powerful card. Able to on summon add the Poplar, which on add can special summon itself, which then places a Sinful Spoils card. No, Snake Eyes.
Yes, I believe it's a Snake Eyes card because the normal target for this is the Snake Eyes field spell there.
Or it can also place the original, right? No. Look up Poplar.
Yep. Just go to the box for that one. Go upstairs.
So when it's special summon, you can add one Snake Eye spell or trap from the deck to the hand. So yeah, Divine Temple of the Snake Eye.
Yeah.
The Snake Eye and the Sinful Spoils engines are very closely related.
This prompts Ali to flip up Chamber there.
I believe Dino summoned a Drill Swarm, is that correct? Is that a Drill Swarm on the field?
Yes, that is Bestial Drill Swarm that has removed the...
Unchained Soul of Rage.
Yep. Unfortunately, Yama's not going to be bringing back anything too helpful in this game.
See that Dino's hand is 2 spells and 2 monsters. Spells in this deck are incredibly powerful, I believe. The Bonfire.
Yeah, one's a Bonfire. Bonfire as well, so... Jeepers creepers.
30 minutes left on the clock. Dino wants to be able to navigate this really well, to be able to play and try and cleanly clear the board and deal as much damage as he can.
Yeah, he's sitting pretty comfortable taking game one in such a reasonable...
Oh, so that was a wanted. It adds to Bellstar, right? Yeah.
Yep.
So from far away, wanted and Bonfire look very similar. It's like it got fire in the top right corner.
Exactly, and fire in our eyes as well from the glare coming down. Yeah, Dino is in full control of this duel so far. Taking game one, plenty of time left on the clock, and him on the draw means, hey, take it away.
Yeah, it looks like he's considering the... Oh, that's 4 monsters.
Is this a format Appaloosa?
That's 4 material Appaloosa. We haven't seen that in a while.
Brilliant. So coming down with 3,200 attack, I believe, which is also going to protect Dino's plays from opposing Nibiru as well, so he doesn't get hit himself.
Yeah, and that's correct. And that's Appaloosa on the 5th summon.
That is correct as well. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I believe it's number 4 because he already started with the Nibiru up there.
Oh, true. That is correct. So very well maneuvered.
Ghost Mourner comes down. That should be reducing that Appaloosa to 0.
And now he won't have the protection from the Nibiru.
Although he can keep pushing forward and use that Link 4 Appaloosa and turn it into a Zealantis later on in the turn. Poplar placing herself into the spell and trap card zone.
He's about to activate the other spell. That is the original Sinful Spoil. So you're able to send the Poplar to spell someone level 1 fire monster. It's hit by the Ash Blossom.
Ash Blossom there. So I believe Ellie's not only got the one card in hand now, which is the Shivara.
There's an Appaloosa. Oh, right, the Appaloosa. The Ghost Mourner was in the graveyard that was discarded.
Oh, right.
Yep, we can see Oak come out. Oak on summon, bringing back the Ash from the graveyard.
Yep, off to the races. Everything's known on Ellie's side of the field now. So I think Dino can play pretty confidently into the sport of Nibiru token and a opening of the Spirit Gates there.
Yep, so DOL starts setting a wanted.
Oak and Ash, one of them activated their effective tribute summon and bring out the Flamebird Dragon.
Flamebird Dragon having an astounding 3,000 attack points, being able to push so much damage and also push a monster into the spell and trap zone.
Hello, token.
There's a lot of power on the field right now. So with 2,400 on the Appaloo, 2,500 on the Diabellstar, 3,000 on the Flamebird, just shy of 8,000 points of damage.
Used to be the magic numbers back in the day when I was playing computer, 28, 28, 24.
Yeah. The Flamebird and the Diabellstar are going to link summon into Nightmare Phoenix. The Ponic summoning from the graveyard. And now the Flamebird, the Ponics and the Oak summoned back from the Flamebird.
Yep, that's correct there. Ponics searching here. Viking Island going straight for it. If that's the case, I think we can have a guess about what the last card in Dino's hand. Oh no, it is a monster.
So Island destroying Ponics to get the Grunix?
Yeah, that's Grunix.
Grunix summoning itself. There's still the Oak on the field. I think Dino's just navigating his way to be able to put a clean 8,000 points of damage on the field.
Yep, so that's Avata going to the graveyard, special summon out the Ponics.
Promethean Princess coming out.
Oh, yep. That's all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen.
From what we can see. That's Flamebird coming and go.
I think with that gesture there, that's a move to battle
Entering
phase.
And that is the match.
Indeed, nice and clean 2-0 from Dino there. Nothing less I would expect from the 2022 Oceanic champion.
And he's showing himself that he's not just that, but he's also the 2024 North Island State champion. Do you think he will do well going to this weekend? Do you think he'll be able to consistently perform like this?
I would be very, very surprised if we do not see Dino make the top cut, especially with such a dominating performance there.
Yeah, he's able to show how he can cleanly navigate through an opponent's field and put out so much damage.
Indeed, indeed.
All right, looks like we will have Dino on in just a moment for a player post-match interview.
Yep, so we'll get Dino on the stream very, very soon. Let us know his thoughts about the format, how he feels for the tournament going forth, and
who he fears the most playing this weekend. We do know he has a bit of a rivalry with the Australian online community. And what we do like to see a bit of a rivalry in the community. It does breed champions.
Indeed it does. We've seen quite a bit of banter back and forth from players like in the online communities this weekend, and it's all in play for good fun. We're cousins after all. Just straight across the ditch there. It's going to be a great start.
So we'll be back in just a short moment with a player interview with Dino.
Well, joining me in the box now is Dino Spisovsky, 2024 North Island State Championship, 2022 Oceanic Champion, even though you didn't get to see that. But yeah, welcome. Thank you for joining us. How do you feel round one?
Well, it's always real tough sitting across from one of your friends. It was definitely... I felt good when I started playing and seeing that my hands weren't bricks.
Yeah, do you find that's a problem with the Fire conversion?
It happens more often probably, but you have a better chance of playing through more hand traps.
From what we saw of that stream, it seemed to still brick less than your Belville did.
Yeah, I think he went for a strange line that just played around Imperm rather than any other hand trap. So.
Indeed, indeed. So you're feeling pretty confident this weekend? I mean, we just got announced that it's a top 64 cup this weekend, so...
Yeah, it's going to be a long weekend. I'm just hoping to dodge all the stun players. I very much did not prepare for that matchup at all. And just, yeah, take a game at a time.
Are there any players out there in the room that you're feeling a little shaky to verse?
I don't know. I haven't had to walk around and see everyone that's there. I just want to play some Yu-Gi-Oh! Have fun.
Exactly, and that's the name of the weekend, isn't it? Play Yu-Gi-Oh! And have fun. Anyway, thanks for joining us, Dino. Great luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you very much.
Good, and we'll be seeing you very soon with round 2 of the Oceanic Championship. Welcome back to the stream, everyone. We're getting ready for round 2 of the Oceanic Championship Qualifier.
Hey, it's good to be back. We rolled a die for this one to see who would get the lucky feature this time around. I believe we have 2 New Zealand players.
That's indeed correct. We're hailing from the deep south in Christchurch there. We've got Andrew Shepherd versus Auckland local and somewhat of a figurehead, Naibo Yin.
Yeah, Naibo's been in the scene for, I would say, more than 10 years. I think he's, as they say, part of the furniture here. I don't think he's been participating much in recent Yu-Gi-Oh, but given that the tournament's in his hometown, there's no reason not to show up at the very least with your invite.
Exactly, and Naibo is peak Yu-Gi-Oh here. He is very well known for playing off the wall, like very, very spicy decks indeed. As you can see, we're setting up there, but we've lost half the stream elements.
So I can see here that Naibo is currently on Tenpai. He's playing a very unorthodox list with a lot of trap cards, I can see. A very unique approach to this deck. I'm sure we'll see a lot of Tenpai throughout the weekend. And it's good to have this fresh take on it. I want to see how it goes. Yeah,
so many people, like, there are so many dimensions to this deck. Like, a lot of people play it as that blind go second, just attack, synchro for the game. And it's really nice to see a really refreshing take on it.
Whereas Andrew, on the other hand, has gone with a deck which a lot of people say is very similar to Tenpai, in that it's Laundries, where you summon a series of monsters who are interrelated, and you critical mass of synergy into being able to generate summon an M-Pen, use cards like Dimension Shifter to hold your opponent from playing the game. I know that it's not a fan favorite deck, not people aren't particularly fond of it, but it is a strategy that you always have to prepare for going into an event.
It's a very polarizing deck. Like, the Flu fanatics absolutely love it. Everyone else
not so fond of it. But it exists, and we do have to account for it. So we'll probably go into gameplay very soon. The players look like they're ready to go.
Certainly is. They're getting ready to start round 2 here, and yeah, absolutely peaking up.
All right, players begin. Well, Naibo has a hand. I think that's 2 Kaimans and then 3 trap cards, I don't believe. Looks like the middle card's a monster, but otherwise it's 2 trap cards and 2 Kaimans. He starts off immediately with the Sangan Kaiman, which in the main phase, well, in the battle phase, it lets you add and special summon, but outside of that, you can only add.
Yeah. Well, it's turn 1 anyway, so I don't think the battle phase is too much of an issue, but it does allow him to search his deck for any Tenpai monster and begin his plays.
So Tenpai, as we've mentioned, traditionally likes to go second, just attack. Do you believe that Naibo wanted Iron opted to go first with all these trap cards?
Yeah, I certainly think, because that's definitely going to be like a very bold strategy. It's going to throw his opponents really off kilter there. They're like, oh, Tenpai, make him go first. Yeah. No. Naibo is ready for such an interaction here. Yeah,
so it's the standard line of Hydra adding the Sangan summoning. Yeah, look, maybe Naibo's built his deck in a way where he can go first or second. If he loses Iron and he goes second, he can still utilize that attack strategy.
But then, like, and being able to go second, going second as well, he's still able to just, like, do normal Tenpai players, but going first, he is in a way better, like, situation than if he wouldn't have all those trap cards there.
Yep. Looks like he goes for the Heraldic Seals of Heavenly Spheres and sets 2 cards in the other Kaiman that was in his hand.
Yeah. So a lot of people would laugh at a Tenpai player for just going Seals Pass, but Seals Pass with 3 back row cards, like in that spell and trap card zone there, that's actually pretty scary.
It is, and we see Flawandere start with Pot of Prosperity to banish 6 cards. He'll be able to reveal the top 6 cards of his deck and add 1 to his hand.
If he doesn't have Rabina, he's certainly going to have it after this goes through.
There we go. That's that. There's a Apex Avian Dimensional Fissure. I think that was a map. Dimensional Shifter, a second Dimensional Fissure. I think there was one monster, didn't look like a Rabina.
I'm not even sure which one you pick. He goes for the D-Fissure though. Dimensional Fissure there. Continue a spell card. It allows your opponent to, well, both players actually, like no monster is going to be hitting the graveyard as long as that card is in play.
Yep. Decks like Tenpai also just play cards like Dimensional Shifter, so they do have a way to play even with the monsters going to graveyard. Look, that looks like the a spell card which lets you shuffle cards back into your deck and also tribute off your opponent's unexplored wins, is it?
Yeah. So yeah, unexplored wins. So this allows you to use any card your opponent controls for the as a tribute for a tribute summon there. So with that on the board, that means Andrew's going to be able to get rid of any sort of like problem card, either it's the field spell or that Heavenly Spheres immediately before it becomes any sort of issue there.
Yep, so cards like that, Heavenly Sphere, which is a painful point of interaction, being able to return a card, face-up card to the hand.
Yeah, but the more important thing as well is if it gets tributed for anything, including its own effect, what it can do is special summon a dragon from the deck to the monster zones there, and what that'll do is that'll provide some much-needed follow-up for Naibo. But yeah, Unexplored Winds getting met with a Solemn Judgment really doesn't want that card to go through.
So taking a look at Floowandereeze and Unexplored Wind, it says you can conduct tribute summons that require 2 tributes by sending one monster you control and one card your opponent controls the graveyard instead of tributing. So it wouldn't trigger the effect of the seals, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct there. It's just sending. It doesn't actually tribute, I believe. But this does prompt the normal summon of, I believe it's Floowandereeze Eaglin there?
It certainly looks like an Eaglin, which on summon lets you add a level 5 or higher Wing Beast, or 7 or higher.
Yeah. So he either has the Robina in hand, or this is his only play. Could be anything from a Floowandereeze player.
Naibo showing that he hasn't really played in a while. He's not too familiar with these Floowandereeze cards.
Yeah. So, as you said, he's a very good thinking player as well. Like, he's meticulously reading all of Andrew's cards there, make sure he's making the optimal plays. So that Eaglin got met with a Solemn Strike, which really cuts off Andrew from everything.
Yeah, not losing that normal summon and the ability to start chaining those normal summons is really bothersome for that Floowandereeze strategy. Naibo now gets to draw and play. He wants to be able to navigate this field. He can use this the sphere to return the Dimensional Shifter to the hand, but he's going to go with the Kaiman.
Well, he can do it at any point during Andrew's turn, so he may be just taking the time to do this all first, see what goes through.
The Heretic Seal of Heavenly Spheres once per turn. If it's in the extra monster zone, you contribute 1 monster from your hand or field and return 1 face-up card on the field to hand. And if it's tributed, you can special summon 1 dragon monster from your hand or deck and make its attack and defense 0. So you can still, at this point, if he wants to. He chooses not to return the Dimensional Fissure. It looks like he's prepared to play under it to be able to close out the game. He starts his turn just with the Pydra.
Yep, normal summon a Pydra. Andrew's really considering this. Does he have a Solemn Strike of his own?
That looks like the Advent of Adventure? Or the trap? Dreaming Town, sorry. Advent is the quick play spell card which lets you add from your deck. The Dreaming Town on resolution lets you normal summon a level 4 lower wing beast monster.
Yep, so this is going to allow Andrew to play on his turn. So if indeed he did have any extender in his hand, and look at that, it's a second Eaglin.
Yep, so he's going to activate both the Eaglin on the field to add a level 7 wing beast and the Eaglin that's banished to return to the hand. And Eaglin also grants you an additional normal summon.
So looking like he added the N-Pen there.
Yep.
And there's the Robina.
He summons the Robina. Now Robina adds level 4 or lower, and then also grants you that additional normal summon.
So this is where Yu-Gi-Oh players either love or really hate Floowandereeze here, because it's got the opportunity to play on both players' turn, especially with the Dreaming Town trap card.
Yep, and Dreaming Town also has another effect. So when you tribute a level 7 or higher monster while it's in the graveyard, you can banish it and then change all monsters the opponent controls to face down defense position. This is incredibly useful against decks like Tenpai, who synchro summon a lot, and you can't synchro with your face down monsters. So anytime Naibo gets to, say 2 monsters on the field, you just perform a tribute summon a level 7 monster and then flip their monsters face down. Plays like that can really stop the synchro interactions.
Exactly, and being a trap card even in the graveyard as well, it means Andrew can wait for the battle phase to activate that Dreaming Town effect there. Is it main phase only? My apologies, people at home. I'm sure you're correcting me in the comments. Yep, both tributed off, and there is Flaundry's Eaglin there. Not Eaglin, Impian.
Naiba just reading the cards again to make sure all the plays going through are valid plays.
It is very early in this round. If Naibo can get his head around like the cards like game 1 and then win game 2 and push it to game 3, he'll be in a way better position this match.
Andrew having that Eaglin, the M-Pen and the Stree on the field.
Yes, that looks like Stree indeed.
So with the Sangan summoning, his Fire Dragon monsters are not affected by activated effects during the main phase.
That's correct.
Naibo going through his extra deck to see what he can do to get rid of this M-Pen, which is very good at stopping your opponent with monsters from pushing damage because they get switched. They can't activate their effects in attack position.
Yeah, they have to be in defense position to activate their effects there, so it will force Naibo to go on the defense if he wants to activate any effects and like have a chance of clearing Andrew's board.
Unfortunately, your monsters in defense position aren't going to be able to push much damage, which is what Tenpai wants to do. So,
yeah, but here monsters have a very hard time attacking from defense mode. We see Chandra come down, so Naibo reads M-Pen another time.
yep, so it looks like the card that Naibo discarded with the Sangan summoning was Iron Thunder. A relatively newer card. So when a spell or trap or monster effects activated in the field, pay half your life point, negate the activation. If you do destroy that card, then destroy any cards in the same column that destroyed card was in that were in the monster and spell and trap zone. So it looks like Naibo is going for a very trap heavy lineup and using cards to protect them. Summon Moonlight Rose Dragon.
Okay, this will allow him to return a level 5 or higher monster on the field back to the owner's hand here.
Yep, Black Rose Moonlight Dragon. This card special summon or a level 5 or higher monster special summon to your opponent's field. Target one special summon monster your opponent controls, send that to the hand. It goes for the Sangan Kaiman.
Kaiman, that's his third Sangan Kaiman, isn't it? Yeah. Activated one, turn 1, activated 1 on Andrew's turn. Yeah, this is number 3, baby.
Yeah. So he special summons Fadra. Fadra, when summoned, can summon a Tenpai monster from the graveyard. Level 4 lower Fire Dragon specifically, but in this case it will be either the Chandra or the Pydra. Naibo really having to think about how he's going to clear this board. He summons back the Chandra.
Chandra not going to be able to activate its effect here, but that's fine.
You can just go for the good old battle phase attack into the Stree.
Unfortunately, due to those solemn cards he's activated, he's still not up on life points despite doing the first amount of battle damage this turn.
No. He still has a quick effects of his Tenpai monsters to be able to perform a synchro summon during the battle phase. But he still has to figure out how to deal with that M-Pen.
Yeah, because M-Pen as well has got the very annoying effect on it of like being able to pay life points, I believe, and increase its attack. It's got something that...
So once per battle during damage calculation, if a battle was an opponent's monster, you can banish one card from your hand, and then the opponent's monsters that attack and defense become halved until the end of the turn.
That's it.
He's going for another level 7 synchro play. We're also starting to see the effects of the Dimensional Fissure pay its dividends with a lot of Naibo's monsters getting banished. He doesn't run too many to begin with, having a monster count of just 12. And it looks like nearly half of them are banished.
So it's the Biden Dragon here, which revives the Empire Pydra. He's used Pydra's effect this turn already, so unfortunately no search here.
He can go for the Transcendent Dragon because Transcendent Dragon prevents your opponent from using card effects in the battle phase, so you won't be able to use Empen's effect to reduce its attack. Looks like that's what he's going to do.
Exactly. It cost nearly every monster in his graveyard, now being banished because of Dimensional Fissure, but yeah, Transcended. Seemingly beautiful. And now Andrew's turn to start reading some cards here now.
Yep, so Sanguinepie Transcendent Dragon, all monsters your opponent controls must attack. Your opponent cannot activate cards or effects during the battle phase, and if it's Synchro Summon, you can change all monsters on the field to attack position. If 3 or more monster attacks have been declared during the turn, as a quick effect, it can special summon itself from the graveyard, then destroy 1 card on the field. But that can only be used once per duel. So he's able to clear off that Empen and the Stree without taking up all his resources. He's got no spells or traps to protect himself. Funnily enough, in his heavy trap deck, he still has the Spear as a point of interaction though, which serves effectively as a trap effect.
And during the main phase as well, his monsters are still under the protection of the field spell. But then Andrew's activated the field spell himself. The Floowandereeze one, which allows him to search his deck and also perform a additional normal summon for the turn.
Yeah, so Floowandereeze and a Magnificent Map during the main phase, you can reveal a level 1 Floowandereeze monster, and we know he has a few, and banish 1 Floowandereeze monster with a different name from the deck, and then immediately normal summon. And also, if Naibo normal summons, Andrew also gets a normal summon. Is that the Rabina getting revealed?
I think it's reveal Rabina in hand. It's banishing the Toucan.
Rabina to be summoned?
Yep, that's the additional normal summon off the Magnificent Map.
Now he will use its effect. He likely would have used one that was banished as well.
Indeed he has. He already had the Eagle in hand, so I think he added a Rabina back. He's going to go Eagle in 1, activating effect of 1 in the banish pile. Might be going for the Toucan or one of the other ones there. Maybe the Stree, maybe?
Oh, so Naibo's reading the Empen. Could be the Empen. The Empen doesn't add itself back.
Okay. Tributes the Heavenly Spheres.
He has to choose which card to return.
I think on Resolution, I don't believe Heavenly Spheres targets on activation. He's got to pick carefully here, but I don't think he realizes that even if Eaglin does resolve, it's still going to allow Andrew an additional normal summon, so if he's got another small bird in hand, he can just keep going.
Oh. Going to search his deck. He does have the Apex Avian or Rise of the Mega Monarch to choose from as a level 7 or higher winged beast. He adds looks like a Rise of the Mega Monarch.
Indeed he has.
Now Naibu will also activate the effect of Spheres to summon a monster.
And
the Stree gets summoned as well.
Yep. So the Stree should have been there already when the first chain resolved.
Yep. Now that's on 3 summon Toucan will add itself back to the hand and be summoned.
Right.
Andrew in a position with 3 Floowandereeze monsters on the field, the Mega Rise in his hand.
Naibo is still protected by his field spell though, so
I believe the field spell only works during your turn.
I believe it's either player's main phase.
Yeah, so Naibo does not have protection currently from activated effects.
Indeed. we were giving the players a bit of flack for reading all the cards, but yeah, I'd be doing the exact same if I was down on the table.
Definitely. Again, at this caliber event, you want to be sure that you're on top of every effect. So the difference between, you know, something like thinking summoning only protects on their turn or every turn is like a huge thing that you want to be sure you're on top of. See, a pot of duality show a dimension. That's a dimension shifter.
Shifter, a spell.
Yeah, it's the spell.
Triple tactic thrust we just had confirmation of.
Using the unexplored winds, he chooses to send the Sanguine Summoning and the Toucan to tribute summon Rise of the Mega Monarch.
Right, Mega Monarch here going to be able to clean up house now.
The Rise of the Mega Monarch, when it's tribute summon using a wind monster, you can target an additional card on the field and place that on top of the deck. So it's one card on the field and one card in either graveyard and also an additional card on the field. And usually when Flaunderies get into a position where they can rise the Mega Monarch to return itself as well, they can start looping it and just lock out the game from there. But he chooses to get rid of two monsters. I think he's just going to start pushing for damage given that Naibo is only on 2,500 life points using the Solemns.
Yeah, and there we go. We see the concession from Naibo there. I think he's had enough of that one.
Looking at Naibo's side deck, we have one Druisworm, one Magnum, one Dimensional Shifter, one Dimensional Barrier, one Doolittle Chimera, one Goes and Match, one Kawaki Meru Drago, one Metal Tronus, one Bagnawa, the Moon-Eating Dragon, and then 3 of each of the Imprisoning Mirrors. That's a very, very unique side deck.
Yeah, it most certainly is, and I'm struggling to see what was actually going to come in here. Like, you could get a bit of value out of the Goes and Match, because I believe some Fluunderies are water type and some are wind.
Yeah, but
there's not a lot else I'd see bringing in here.
Yeah, potentially put in the Doolittle Chimera to be able to push for damage. On the other hand, Andrew has 3 copies of Ash Blossom, a Change of Heart, a Snatch Steel, 2 Cosmic Cyclones, 1 Harpy's Feather Duster, 1 Dark Ruler No More, 2 Harpy's Feather Storms, 1 Evenly Matched, and 3 Infinite Impermanence. Yeah,
he definitely looks more prepared to be able to go second against a more wider variety of decks here.
We're likely to see the 2 Cosmics come in, 1 of the Harpy's Feather Duster, 1 of the Evenly Matched. But it is in an awkward position for him. Tenpai could potentially side out all those trap cards for 15 more aggressive cards. It's just not a standard list that you're seeing your opponent play. It's going to make it a bit more challenging to side deck for.
Yeah, and I think this is a lot of the mind games that Naibo is banking on to like pull himself through the rest of the tournament here.
Yeah. And it looks like Naibo hasn't really prepared for this strategy too well. As you can see, he's not just going through his deck knowing, like, having that game plan already. It looks like he's as we said, he's very good at thinking of fly. He's a very analytical player. Even though he hasn't been playing too much recently, he's able to put the pieces together and formulate a strategy from there.
Yeah, but what? Got a bit of discourse happening on the table there. You might just be asking a few questions about what's happening in that last game there. But yeah, like, I'm sure he'll be fine against sort of any sort of like other matchup. He'll be able to piece something together, but something as against the norm as how Fluunderies plays, how it's a lot of normal summons just chaining their effects off each other. I'm not sure if Naibo is going to be able to pull through this one, to be honest.
Well, he still has the element of surprise. We didn't get to see too much of his deck list that game, so he could potentially surprise Andrew with a lot more cards.
Yeah, definitely. Like, he is playing like a huge amount of trap cards. He's playing a 40-card deck, and nearly half of his deck is trap cards, including all those all-important like solemn cards like Judgment, Solemn Strike, all these really good cards.
One card that I do notice is that Unending Nightmare, which could potentially be very annoying for the Flaunderies, being able to take out the map, take out the unexplored winds.
Yeah, that'd be really good. Being able to stop all those continuous spell cards and the field spell card as well before they get to stick around and do any sort of real damage.
We also see 2 copies of Destructive Daruma Karma Cannon.
Yep, so that's a really good card against Floowandereeze, because Floowandereeze, when they get tributed, to leave the field, they need to be face up. Otherwise, they're just going to go to the graveyard and they're not going to be able to procure themselves in such a fashion that we saw Andrew take with Game 1 there.
Yep. It looks like they've drawn up. It looks like Naibo's going first again. He starts with the Sangan Summoning. Andrew immediately has the Dimension Shifter.
You play that as quick as possible there. But he's got to discard a card. Naibo considers what he has to do.
It's a very shiny trap card.
Very shiny trap card indeed.
Normal summons the Pydra. He's going to add, most likely, a Sangan Kaiman, which he had 3 copies of last game. Very powerful.
Immediately thumps it down.
As we mentioned before, Tenpai is able to play under Dimension Shifter, but losing your monsters, especially when you run so few, is very annoying. So it takes up 2 of your monsters to be able to summon that Heavenly Spheres.
Yeah. And like those resources gone forever, you're not really gaining any of those back at all. So like maybe the play was just to leave the 2 monsters on the field, and hopefully your spell and trap cards like just carry you through to your next turn when everything is going to go to the graveyard.
This time we see 2 spell or traps that.
And adding insult to injury, we see Dimensional Fissure get activated again.
Yep, so like again in this game where there are such few resources, Dimension Fissure being able to stop all the monsters from being able to go to graveyard for recursion is really annoying. We can see here that Naibo immediately just uses the sphere to return the map to the hand and summon Hydra, adding another Kaiman.
Yep, so there's his follow-up for next turn if he manages to survive.
Andrew just immediately playing it again, setting 2 spells or traps. And passes turn. Naibo draws. 2 monsters and a Sangan Kaiman.
This could go very well or really badly for Naibo, depending on what those 2 set cards are of Andrew's.
So in normal circumstances, without knowing any other cards, Tenpai can very easily put out 8,000 damage onto the field. He starts his turn with Sangan Summoning, adding the Chandratan. Now he's discarded a card.
I believe that's the Black Goat Laughs.
Black Goat Laughs is a fairly new card as well, with the very powerful graveyard effect. The on-field effect is not as good against Floowandereeze. The Black Goat Laugh, declare 1 monster card name. This turn neither player can special summon monsters with that original name. So Floowandereeze being a deck that predominantly normal summons won't be impacted by that, but due to Sangan Summoning you can discard it, and then in the graveyard you can banish it from the graveyard, declare a monster card name, and then this turn neither player can activate effects on monsters on that field with that original name, which is very annoying.
But it doesn't matter what Andrew had there, because I think we're going to game 3 already.
Yep, so Naibo summons the Black Rose Dragon to clear the field, and then he has the Sangan Summoning.
Yeah.
Like we said, into a clear field, Tenpai has no issues dealing 8,000 points of damage. Andrew acknowledges that and immediately goes for a game 3.
Yeah, I believe he did have the Book of Moon to possibly stop any Synchro players, but he thought he'd... I think Andrew's...
The Sangan Summoning.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, because as we learned game 1, it's only during Naibo's. So yeah, there we go.
So going into game 3, there's 18 minutes on the clock, so it's a reasonable amount of time. Floowandereeze now gets the choice of going first or second, which puts him in a predicament. Like we said, that Naibo's version of Tenpai has cards for going first, as well as just the Tempai cards, which are very good at going second. What do you think Andrew will be going in? Will be opting to do going into Game 3?
Oh, surely you have to go first.
Yeah.
Like, just set up. Yeah, hopefully get your string of normal summons off on your turn and set yourself up with the Dreaming Town so you can do it all again on your opponent's turn. And because he saw that Naibo was getting like a bit flustered, like when he was able to normal summon all on Naibo's turn there. So yeah, clearly just do the same thing.
Yeah, and then you're likely to see the infinite impermanences potentially, but that card is also risky, knowing that Sangan Summoning protects itself from infinite impermanence, so that's always a tough choice. You've got the Feather Storm, you've got the Cosmic Cyclone, which can pair well with the infinite impermanence. You can like Cosmic Cyclone the Sangan Summoning and then pair it with the infinite impermanence to stop the monster effect on the field.
Yeah, that's right. And of course, like Ash Blossom as well, that's stopping sort of searching either of the Tempai spells there. So yeah, those are all like very good options for Andrew to go first in this Game 3 here. Be very surprised if he doesn't.
Traditionally speaking, most decks want to be able to play proactively and go first.
Did I just see a bunch of trap cards?
Yeah, it certainly looks like a fair number of them in Naibo's hand. Andrew will start with Pot of Duality.
Chaining Dimensional Fissure.
Shifter.
Somebody stop this man.
So we see a Cosmic Cyclone, a Floowandereeze monster, and a spell. We said the Cosmic Cyclone's really strong into this matchup, being able to clear one of Naibo's many trap cards as well as the Sangan Summoning. So it's a very versatile card. He chooses the monster.
Could be wrong, but it looked like an Empion there. Yep, just got confirmation it is Empion as well, so hopefully he's got the little birds in hand.
He might have deduced at this point that Naibo's not playing any form of disruption in effect monsters like Ash Blossom or Effect Veiler, so he knows that if he's able to successfully normal summon, he can just proceed with summoning his field.
But we see the reason why he added the Empion to his hand. It's because he has the Quick Play spell there for Floowandereeze. Just to get an additional search as well as the search off the Eaglin as well.
So you banish a Wing Beast from your hand, you add one Floowandereeze monster or field spell from the deck to hand, and then you gain 500 life points. Floowandereeze and the Advent of Adventure. Now use Rabina and Eglin on the field. Adding Street. Tribute them both off to summon the Empen. So Empen on summon will be able to add that Dreaming Town. He adds the Eglin back from its own effect.
Yeah, and this is the resource loop game that Floowandereeze really wants to see itself in. Being able to just restock its hand with more small birds, as well as that all-important trap card as well to allow them to play on their opponent's turn.
And be able to disrupt them with cards like Mist Valley, Apex Avian, and the Rise of the Mega Monarch, which we saw earlier. They summons a second copy of Empen.
This does allow Andrew to replenish his hand. He added the Eagle the first time, but now he's also got the Rabina as well and the Dreaming Town. This is very strong indeed for him.
And the Unexplored Winds. And Unexplored Winds lets him shuffle back any excess monsters he doesn't feel he needs to be able to draw extra cards, or just clear off problematic cards as a tribute summon. So it looks like he opts to use the effect. So he places 2 and draws 2. There we go. So replenishing all those monster resources and be able to convert them into other potentially higher value cards is a very powerful strategy. Look, he has 3 spell or traps protecting himself.
Yeah, and I believe 2 of those cards are what he drew. I didn't see a shuffle of the hand, so he must be very confident. Slamming those down straight to the field there.
You can see that Naibo's list does not play Lightning Storm or Harpy's Feather Duster. It's going to be very challenging to be able to clear this field.
Yeah, there it is. The Harpy's Featherstorm. So
That's one of the power cards that we're talking about. Like once you've got your Floowandereeze engine going, you want to be able to get to cards like Harpy's Featherstorm. So when you control a Winged Beast, until the end of the turn negate any monster effects your opponent activates. So now Naibo is cut off from his Hydra, his Chandra. You won't be able to, Black Rose Dragon to clear the board. And this is the powerful strategy we were talking about. You get a lot of normal sums out, you search your Dreaming Town, you use Unexplored Winds to be able to turn all your resources into cards like this.
But maybe drawing all those trap cards is actually a bit of a blessing in disguise for Naibo, because he's locked off from the graveyard because of Dimensional Shifter. He can't activate monster effects, but this does allow him to just set 4, and a monster in passing.
Yeah, so we see Dreaming Town to let him summon Rabina. And you'll trigger one of the ones in the grave, the Banish File, so the Stree. Well, that's a toucan. Rabina will add Eglin. Summon the toucan. So this is the recursion that we were talking about as well.
Token and one of the back rows.
Using the Unexplored Winds.
Second Impian on the field.
Empen's also nothing to scoff at. Empen has like 2,700 attack.
Oh yeah, it's huge.
So although he won't be able to potentially clear the game in one turn with additional summon of like an Apex Avian or which he's adding right now, he's now able to put more than 8,000 damage on the board, and it's not even his turn yet.
Exactly, and if you thought Dreaming Town was once per turn to tribute, no sir. Oh, it doesn't tribute, it sends, but here comes Apex Avian coming down.
Yeah, so Unexplored Winds the effect where you can substitute the tribute with one of your opponent's cards. That's just whenever you conduct a tribute summon that requires 2 tributes. The only effect that's once per turn is the one where you convert 2 of the cards in your hand to the bottom of the deck to draw 2 cards. Now Andrew starts off his turn with 3 big monsters, one of them being a point of interaction. He activates the map.
Yeah, Naibo's carefully considering his options here. Does he want that to go through? Give him the okay here.
So that's revealing the Eglin.
Yes.
Banishing the Stree. Summon the Eglin. Like, the only target left in his deck is Rise of the Mega Monarch.
And if that Riser gets the chance to resolve it, it's definitely going to be over for Naibo.
Yeah, so he'll be able to clear 1 card off using the Unexplored Winds, and then get rid of the other 2 with Mega Riser. Yeah, so he's carefully picking apart the spells and traps. Mega Riser in the field. There's 4 monsters with 2,700 or higher attack points.
Jerome came to the graveyard to tribute some the Riser, and now
The Rise of the Mega Monarch, being able to put cards on top of the deck, you're able to put the trap card on top of the deck to be able to make sure Naibo draws a trap card, something that it can't immediately play.
Go. Andrew telling him what to do with that trap card. Yeah, I know Andrew personally from Christchurch Locals as well. He's been part of a training group that has been practicing for the last couple of weeks here, and it's definitely showing in his preparedness for how to tackle this matchup.
That's a Fadra.
I think Andrew's gone straight to battle phase.
Fadra says that Fire Dragon monsters cannot be destroyed by battle. But just with that, it might be a bit challenging to just...
Indeed, it's definitely going to hold off Andrew's attacks here.
Yes, sir. Just until a point where Andrew is able to get one of those M-Pens, or the Apex Avian can return itself to the hand, and then Andrew finds a way to tribute summon. He can use the Unexplored Winds to clear it off. It is a bit of a hurdle. Naibo had the Pydra previously that he couldn't summon last turn because, or that he could have summoned but couldn't use its effect last turn because of the Harpy's Feather Storm. And as we said, Andrew will be able to negate the effect by returning Apex Avian to hand. If he has a Dreaming Town set, he'll be able to tribute and clear off that Fadra.
Yeah, really putting Naibo in a terrible position. Like, that Fadra is holding off everything, but at the same time, because of Apex Avian returning itself to the hand, Naibo can't activate anything because then he's able to tribute off the Fadra.
Yeah, and we know that Naibo didn't draw a card of value because Riser was able to place one card.
Yeah, and there we go. We see a handshake, we see a concession, and we see a very, very relieved Andrew there. Can't exactly tell what's going through Naibo's face at the moment because of the mask.
Yeah, but that was one of the, I guess, the most powerful plays that Flanders was able to make. I think his hand game 3 was incredibly powerful. He was able to set up everything he needed and more. We'll bring Andrew in for a post-match interview after this to hear his thoughts and how he feels going into this tournament. So we'll be back real shortly.
Exactly. Cool. Yep, we'll be going back very shortly with our player interviews.
Alright, welcome back everyone. Who are we with? Alright, where are you from?
Wellington Switch Factory.
Nervous to be up here? Alright, welcome back. We are here with the round 2 feature match winner. Who are we with and where are you from?
Andrew. Wellington Switch Factory.
Alright, and how long have you been playing this game for?
That's complicated question. I played a bit in like 1999, 2000 because I lived in Japan, and then played a bit of Gong, and then I played just before Synchros came out, and a couple years ago after COVID.
Right. And how did you feel from that round? How were your thoughts going into the match and how are your thoughts after the match?
I was just nervous. But I've played for quite a bit, so.
And were you confident? Are you confident with your deck list? Are you confident going into the rest of the tournament?
Yeah, I'm confident with my deck list. I'm quite happy with it. I've played a lot with it.
What matchup are you think you're afraid to play into?
I mean, I'm doing better than I thought, so I'm not too worried about any matchups in particular.
Alright, cool. And if you were to give tips to like returning players or new and upcoming players to prepare for these high caliber events, what would you say to them?
I don't know. Just learn the rules, read cards. Yeah, sometimes your opponents don't know the rule or don't know what their card does.
Yeah, we could sort of see that in that match. Your opponent wasn't too familiar. Do you think that's where your edge was in that match?
Yeah, because in the first round he went for the Black Rose and
the Moonlight one.
Yeah, tried to destroy my Infant and cut him because I was almost on instant special.
Alright, cool. Any last words you want to say to the audience? Having a good time?
Yeah. My best deck.
Alright, cool. Good luck in the rest of the tournament, mate.
Thank you.
Alright, we'll see you back shortly for round 3. Alright, welcome back everyone. We're going into round 3 of the 2024 Oceanic Championships. This round we have someone from New South Wales, Australia, Riley Jackson. He's playing Voiceless Voice deck. And his opponent, James English, a New Zealand player.
Yeah, representing the mighty South Christchurch yet again, it's James English. Last round we did see his testing partner, Andrew Shepherd, dominate with Luagarees. And here we've got him playing the Chimera deck.
Yeah, so from the whispers in the wind, James English is a very decorated player. He was the 2022 South Island State Championship. I also heard he performed very well when he was a kid as well.
Yeah, I've been seeing James turn up to multiple tournaments across the years, starting all the way down as Dragon Duel champion multiple times, in fact, and now he is up here playing with the big boys now.
Yeah, so it looks like the skills that he gathered at a young age translated well into his adulthood as well. So best of luck to both players. Looks like we can clear and start soon.
That'll be really good. I'm really excited for this match.
It's 2 decks that we haven't seen yet, so very exciting. Both decks seem to be reasonably popular, even though I think their tournament performance hasn't been too well over the last couple of tournaments, but people seem to like the way they play. They like the card art, stuff like that. Illusion being a very new type that was introduced to the game relatively recently.
That's right. And I think it's as well, it's like the illusion cards are all sort of like, they harken back to like the very early days of the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG and like the manga as well, like being some of like Yugi's like original cards almost.
Yeah, they're retrained into like modern playable cards. I like when games do that. They like take stuff that people are very fond of and make them like in a way where they sort of keep their identity but also become some degree of playable and viable. So yeah, that's really cool to see. Yeah, we should be able to start the match reasonably shortly. The players look like they're ready to go.
Great stuff. So we're really looking for this match, and we'll bring it to you soon. Oh, here we go.
All right, players can begin when they're ready. All right. Always love to see the pleasantries exchanged at the start. Sportsmanship being a very key factor of this game. Your reputation is very important in a very small community like this.
Exactly. I'm old enough to remember when even the official rulebook had to start your match with a very hearty handshake indeed. But I think we've modernised that and just gone for a good old fist bump there.
Yeah, so we can see Riley start off the game with the ritual spell, the Prayers of the Voiceless Voice.
Pitching Lowe's, special summon the Skull Guardian there, Lowe's effect to special summon himself back out from the graveyard, then activating effect to search, I believe.
Yeah, and Skull Guardian also, when Lowe's on the field, can get a search. James having to think about his options, but Riley going to proceed with the search. So again, like we're talking about, this Voiceless Voice archetype is a modern take on some old cards which weren't particularly playable, like the old ritual cards like Skull Guardian.
Yeah, those go back to the very early days, and a lot of them were in those very first like tournament packs as well, so they weren't like even well distributed amongst players back in the day. Yeah,
and now like it's really cool to see it become an archetype that people love so much. So Lowe was able to place Radiance of the Voiceless Voice into Spell and Trap Zone. It serves as a point of interaction, being able to destroy a number of cards equal to a number of light ritual monsters, Warrior and Dragon. Riley is going to use the other effect of Radiance of the Voiceless Voice, being able to shuffle one light ritual monster, or one ritual spell from his hand or graveyard into deck, and then add it to his hand or special summon one voiceless monster from his deck.
There you go, and there is special summoning out the old man there. I believe that is a retrain of the ritual monster Soravis, Dragon Sage of the Voiceless Voice.
So it can be special summoned by shuffling 2 spells from the hand or graveyard into deck, including a ritual spell. And when your opponent activates a card or effect, you can return it from the field to hand to special summon one light ritual monster, warrior, or dragon from your hand or deck, but shuffle into the deck during the end phase. They generally like to summon the ritual version, the one that you said was just retrained, Soravis the Ancient and Descended, which is able to respond to a special summon which is not started, which was not an effect to special summon.
Even in the hand as well, Soravis has like great utility, being able to turn off targeting effects.
Yep. So it can discard itself to protect a monster from being targeted. So it looks like there's a blessing of the Voiceless Voice played, so you can target one of your Voiceless Voice cards that are banished or in the graveyard, add it to your hand. If a non-ritual monster is normal special summon face up, you can ritual summon one light ritual monster and it cannot be destroyed by battle. So it sort of plays like the field spell that Flaunderies had that we saw last turn.
So we see a face down from Riley there before passing play to James.
It's reasonable to assume that these set cards are like cards like Infinite Impermanence, which have utility going first and second. So James, being a very well-versed player, is likely to be able to expect this.
Yep, and choosing to just concede instead of revealing sort of anything that he's got in hand.
Yeah, that is something I wanted to, I guess, raise as well. A lot of the times people will come up to me and they'll talk about this one experience. They say, oh man, if I just conceded one of these games a bit earlier, I could have, nudged out game 3 into a victory, or I just ran out of time. I think a lot of the time players, especially the new ones, don't know how to give up a lost game. They try to hang in that hope that they can win, but time is a resource in this game.
Yeah, most certainly is, especially with the change of end-of-match procedure, especially for the Swiss rounds, which came through a number of years ago now, so a lot of players should be used to it. But another technical advantage is this as well, is like, even though your opponent might know what sort of deck that you are playing, they're not going to know the specific cards that you do have in your deck, so it's a good way of retaining information personal to yourself before giving too much away to your opponent.
Exactly, so there is a tactical advantage to concede at certain points. On the other side, maybe you want to potentially pass your turn back to your opponent, make them play more cards so you can see what cards they play, especially if they play cards like Pot of Prosperity. They can reveal potentially 6 more cards in that deck. So there are a lot of elements to this, and as we said before, these small micro advantages is what's going to determine a player that goes to Worlds and a player who doesn't go to Worlds.
Exactly. And James decided rather quickly there. We see him shuffling up. Riley's still wondering what decided for this match there.
It's very difficult. He doesn't know what his opponent's playing. He doesn't know, he has to decide very broad cards. Like his side deck has the Odd Eyes Ritual Monster, 3 Drawn Lockbird, a Harpy's Feather Duster, 2 Lightning Storms, 2 Dark Rule or No More, 3 Solemn Judgment, and 3 Dimensional Barriers. Without knowing what his opponent is playing, it's very challenging for him to be able to side deck correctly. He also doesn't know if he's going to be going first or second.
Yeah. So again, that's coming back to that tactical advantage of not giving away too much information to your opponent here. Looks like they're shuffling up, ready to go, and we're about to jump to Game 2 of Round 3 of this tournament.
Looks like both players are exchanging pleasantries, and they're also just having fun at this tournament. They're both smiling and having a good time. Yeah. Well, while that happens, we'll take a look at James's side deck. Mm-hmm. Got 1 Magnamute, 2 Truist Worm, 3 Phantasmate, 3 Dark Rule or No More, 3 Evenly Matched, 3 Skill Drains. Given how quickly he's sided, would you say that he's very well versed in this matchup?
Yeah, I think he has. We do have a couple of Voiceless Voice players at our local tournament scene here, so James would have versed them at some point and known what the sort of interactions are where he needs to hit the deck. And he was a very quick to side deck as well. So, yep, here we go, Game 2. I think we're going to see James going first.
Yeah, I'm not too sure you would want a repeat of that Game 1.
Oh, definitely not. There we go, Frightful Patchwork coming down. It's going to add to him the Edge Chain and a Polymerization.
This is a very powerful card when Brandwood was first released. Being able to get 2 cards, that's a lot of advantage in a game where every card seems to count. It's a branded fusion as well, so now he knows that Riley doesn't have an Ash Blossom. He's able to activate 2 very powerful spells. Yeah.
Exactly, and not even like a Droll and Lockbird as well, because that would have been immediately dropped after that Patchwork resolved.
So we're going to see the Fallen of Albaz for sure. Summons Albion.
So we can be sure that any monster he dumped is a light monster there. And then Albion plus the Fallen of Albaz, Mirror Jade in defense mode.
So the light monster in the deck is generally the Mirror Sword Knight, I believe.
So here we go, Polymerization. So
there's the Edge Chain.
So there's your Fiend monster. And
He's going to summon Baphomet, the king, I believe. Is that Baphomet?
It's one of the two. They did get a new fusion recently, so it could either be one of the two. It's the one that sends a monster from the deck to the graveyard there. So.
Yep, so it is Baphomet, the mythical king of Phantom Beasts. So when it's fusion summoned, you can send one beast, a fiend, or illusion monster from your deck to the graveyard, and during your opponent's turn, you can banish this card from graveyard and target one of the banished beast, fiend, or illusion monsters and special summon it. Requires 2 monsters with different names, but the 2 monsters have to be beast, fiend, or illusion.
And there's the Mirror Sword Knight coming out here. It's going to allow James to keep extending by sending itself to the graveyard. And there we go. It sends the Cornfield to the graveyard.
Cornfield, KOTOR. If this card attacks battles a monster, neither can be destroyed by battle. You can discard this card, add 1 card that mentions Chimera Fusion from your deck to your hand, and when your opponent activates a card or effect that targets a card you control, while you control a Chimera, the flying mythical beast, you can banish the card from your field or graveyard and negate and destroy that card, sorry.
I was starting to wonder if Riley opened any interaction at all, to be honest, because that Swords Knight has resolved fully, allowing Baphomet to special summon to the field, which adds a Chimera Fusion and the Gazelle as well. And there comes the Chimera Fusion.
A quick play fusion spell. So during the main phase, you can fusion summon 1 fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or field as material, including a beast or a fiend monster. And during your main phase, if this card's in your graveyard and you have a Chimera, the flying mythical beast, on your field or in your graveyard, you can either add it to your hand or banish this card and special summon both 1 Gazelle, the king of mythical beast, and 1 Baphomet from your deck or graveyard.
So we special summon another Swords Knight, which is going to give James even more interactions next turn. And then he special summons the Illusion Magician.
Yeah, that's a relatively newer card, so Nightmare Apprentice, was it?
Nightmare Apprentice, that's the
Yep,
one.
so you can special summon this card by discarding 1 card. You can only special summon it once per turn this way, and if it battles a monster, neither can be destroyed by battle. If this card is normal special summon, you can add 1 illusion monster from your deck to your hand.
Great, and that's added the new Diabeels, the original Sinkeeper, to his hand. This has got a great effect. It's almost very similar to a one-sided anti-spell fragrance as well. So your opponent being able to, well, they must set spell and trap cards before activating them. So any quick play spells or traps, not going to be able to get their effect on their turn, unfortunately. And then as well as if a spell trap becomes set on the field while this card is in the monster zone, you can target 1 card your opponent controls and 1 card you control and destroy them. So potential to take out any sort of relative spell there.
You can see that he has a field of several monsters. It's going to be very challenging for Voiceless Voice to be able to navigate through this field. We can see there's a Mirror Jade, there's the Chimera. The Chimera, the King of Phantom Beasts, it's always considered Chimera, the flying mythical beast, while it's on the field or in the graveyard. If it's fusion summon, you can send 1 random card from your opponent's hand to the graveyard. So we saw that send the trap card, the Radiance. And during your opponent's turn, you can banish this card from your graveyard and then target 1 beast, fiend, or illusion monster in your graveyard and special summon it.
Yeah, so this is a very sticky board indeed. We can almost guarantee that one of James's face-down spell or traps is the Chimera Fusion. Once again, go for another fusion summon there, as well as all his interaction in the graveyard as well. Yeah, the Mirror Knight has already been fired off, special summoning another Baphomet, I believe. And then, yeah, adding another beast, most likely a Gazelle and a Chimera Fusion there. Just giving him even more fuel to go fusion summoning on Riley's turn there.
So both these games we were able to see that the starting player was able to successfully resolve their engine cards. So it's good to see that both players have had an opportunity to showcase their deck.
Yeah, indeed. I'm wondering here if we're going to see Riley taking a couple of points from James's plays game 1 and just scooping immediately, but no, he's deciding to push through here.
That's looks like a. So Riley special summons the Kashtira Fenrir. That's a very, very powerful card to start off the game with, especially going second. It's very good at potentially breaking boards.
That's immediately eaten the effect from Mirror Jade there. It's getting Fenrir off the field, so it can't trigger either of its effects to add another copy. And there we go. Riley conceding after losing his Fenrir, and it looks like we're going to game 3 already.
Yeah. So Mirror Jade's effect, being able to send one fusion monster from your extra deck to the graveyard that mentions Fallen of Valbaz, banish one monster from the field, so it was able to clear that Fenrir. And look, going into game 3, now that Riley knows what his opponent's deck's playing, he's in a better position to be able to side correctly. Him also being able to go first game 3, he's most certainly putting in the dimensional barriers into his deck.
Yeah, maybe even the Droll and Lockbird as well. Like if you can't hit him with the dimensional fissure, the Chimera deck does a lot of searching from the deck where Droll and Lock is just going to shut that down almost immediately.
Yeah, and we could possibly also see like a Solemn Judgment in to protect his field from cards like Lightning Storm, stuff like that. And over on the branded Chimera side, you're going second against a deck that plays cards like Skull Guardian. You're going to be putting in a Dark Rule or No More, potentially evenly matched as well.
Yeah, plus all the Bestials as well. Even those have a lot of interactions against Riley's graveyard. Banishing that all-important low from the graveyard to stop the Skull Guardian from getting its
or even just the Saphira itself.
Yeah, that's true. Before he even gets to play.
The Phantasme likely not going to get value. The only Link monster that they play is the Dynamondo.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we likely are going to see the full set of Bestials, the Dark Rulers, and the evenly matched come in. But with that, it's very hard to be able to take out 9 cards from your deck as well. Because we can see the branded deck, he main deck Super Polymerization, which is also very powerful at breaking like a Voiceless Void board. If they have like a Cerberus and a Skull Guardian on the field, you can just Super Polymerization that away.
Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting to see what happens this game, what James decides to keep in and what he decides to take out.
Yeah, it's very difficult with decks that have a high count of engine cards, unlike the Tempai deck that we saw before, which doesn't have a very big engine, so they have a lot of room for flexible cards that you can take in and out. Yeah, so James will have to pick between consistency or his side deck, so this is also a very skillful decision.
Indeed. Riley looks cool as anything. He looks like he's ready to go. This is where his deck really shines, being able to set up all those ritual spells as well as the continuous spells and traps to just lock out his opponent from the game here. James has definitely got the uphill battle on this one because if he sees all engine, it's not going to be playing.
Yep, 30 minutes on the clock, just under. So players have plenty of time. I don't foresee this match going into the inner match procedures.
I'd be very surprised indeed.
Like you said, James doesn't want to draw too many engine, and he just wants to draw a correct ratio of cards. So a pile shuffle is always good to try and make sure that any clumpings that happen during siding or whatever is adequately shuffled.
Yeah, you want to draw a nice curve, nice ratio of going second cards as well as what you need to get yourself going as well. Here we go. Best of luck to both duelists here in game 3.
I believe Riley will be going first, or definitely wants to go first. In a way, the two decks being played are very similar. They function very similarly.
Yeah, one's sort of more dedicated to its spells and traps for interaction, and the other one's more about fusion monster. But they do achieve a sort of similar interaction. But there we see the Saphira coming down for Riley there, switching the spell.
Searches the prayers, and so it sends prayers and then adds a light ritual monster from the deck graveyard to the hand. So we can see the Skull Guardian, and then you can also banish it from the graveyard and then ritual summon a light ritual monster. We can see that's going to happen. Banished the Saphira from the graveyard, tribute the Low. Low and Skull Guardian will activate their effects as we saw last game.
And there's the Magnamut there too.
It looks like the Druid Worm. Yep, so Druid Worm, as you said, pointed out, hitting the low is very powerful in this matchup, cutting off the low so that...
Yeah, cuts off resources, and it also cuts off the negation effect of the Skull Guardian, which requires the low on the field to actually be able to do that.
And also reduces the attack. Skull Guardian doesn't gain the 2050 attack bonus unless there's low on the field or in the graveyard. Druid Worm also having that bonus where when Druid's Worm is destroyed, you get to destroy a special summon monster, I believe.
It doesn't even need to be destroyed. It can just go to the graveyard for any reason, as long as it leaves the field.
That's also going to be a very tough card for Riley to try and get rid of. It is a barrier and a low.
So Riley really setting up into this duel here.
The barrier, the Voiceless Voice, while you control low and a light ritual monster, your opponent can only target the ritual monsters for attacks, and you cannot target light monsters with card effects. And during the main phase, you can add 1 Voiceless Voice or 1 Skull Guardian. So he sets 3.
Oh, good lord. Good luck, James. Yeah. That effect of having to attack the ritual monster, that's very important because I believe low only has a paltry 50 attack there. It's going to be...
On the other hand, now that there is a low, the Skull Guardian will have 4,100 attack.
And there we see he did indeed bring Droll and Lockbird into this game.
He said this is going to be very challenging for James to be able to navigate through without any more additions from his deck to his hand. And as you pointed out, the Chimera deck does a lot of that.
So it's not only dealing with field now, he's dealing with the fact that he can't add any resources from his deck to his hand anymore.
James does play a Call by the Grave, but I don't believe he has it.
So you would have seen that come down with quickness indeed, but he does normal summon the Mirror Sword Knight.
Yep, so the Mirror Sword Knight. Contribute this card special summon 1 monster from your deck that mentions Chimera Fusion or Mirror Sword Knight.
No way, he did not just Solemn Judgment, the normal summon of Mirror Sword Knight. He did indeed.
He paid 4,000 life points to cut off his opponent, and now James doesn't have his normal summon. He doesn't have his Droll and Lockbird. He doesn't have a way to search through his deck. All he has is Drawer's Worm. He has a Polymerization. And if Riley has a Dimensional Barrier, it's going to be very rough for James.
Here we go, Polymerization. It's going to fuse into...
Is Riley still thinking about his response?
I think so. I think he's considering about whether just straight up negating it.
He allows it.
Yep, he allows it. And Guardian... Is that Guardian Chimera, or did he go for one of the other fusion summons there?
So that's the Berthomet, the mythical king of Phantom Beast again, be able to send a card that names it into the graveyard. Oh, sorry, a Beast, Fiend, or Illusion monster in the graveyard, or in this deck, essentially.
Okay, good.
And then during your opponent's turn, you can banish from the graveyard to target one of the banished ones and add them to the hand.
So perhaps this is a workaround for James, being able to send his resource to the graveyard and being able to add them or special summon them from the grave back to the field there.
Yeah, I mean, as we know with a lot of the cards in recent times, the graveyard is essentially an extension of your hand. Yep, Riley just reading out all the cards to make sure he's on top of the effects. So when a monster your opponent controls activates this effect, you can banish the Mirror Sword Knight to be able to negate that effect. So he's a point of interaction for that Skull Guardian. I wonder what the 2 set cards Riley has are.
Did we see him add the Voiceless Voice trap to his hand last turn, I believe? So he may have an ability to just pop monsters on the field there. James has managed to break his board and try to push for a little bit of damage here.
James is taking another read of the Skull Guardian to make sure he understands how it interacts with his cards.
I believe we're still resolving the Chimera there. Yep, sends another Mirror Sword Knight to the graveyard.
So the effect to negate effects is once per turn.
Yeah, so if James is able to break this board and survive out another turn, that's going to be really important going back into Riley's turn there. Let's see. Is that a talents there?
Triple Tactics Talents. So Triple Tactics Talent is a very powerful card. Has 3 options. You can either draw 2 cards, look at your opponent's card and take 1 card out.
Or non-targeting, choose to take an opponent's monster and...
It gets met with the second Solemn Judgment. So you had good call from you earlier that he has a second Solemn Judgment. He was considering if he should stop specific cards. He chooses to stop the Triple Tactics Talent, which is very... I guess it's very... It shows how powerful Triple Tactics Talent is, being a combination of 3 cards on the forbidden list.
Exactly. And like the talents, like, because like Riley's been paying half his life points each time with Solemn Judgment there, that talent's being able to take the Skull Guardian ritual monster there, that would have been like, well, game ending, to be honest.
Are we seeing a Link Summon?
Yep, goes into SP Little Knight. This will meet the requirements for Bestial Magnamut.
That's a Druisworm.
Bestial Druisworm. I keep saying Magnamut because that's one of my favourite ones. But yeah, the Druisworm there, being able to send a special summon monster of Riley's to the graveyard. Well, there's only one there.
Or SP Little Knight, because it used a fusion monster as a material, can also banish a card on the field or in the graveyard. So now there's 2 points of interactions.
James going to the tank here, wondering how he's going to be resolving his effects.
It's down to the wire with your opponent on 2,000 life points in Game 3. He might just be finding his way to close out the game. So it looks like the barrier gets banished.
Barrier gets banished, and... there you go. There's the Voiceless Voice trap card there. So this is where he looks like he's going to have to try and get rid of the SP Little Knight off the field.
Yep, so you can target cards your opponent controls up to the number of light ritual monsters, so that being 1, and then you destroy them both and this card. Yeah, we can see the load that was special summon from the graveyard place another barrier on the field. Oh, so it looks like Riley didn't use the destruction effect. He used the other effect of Radiance to be able to shuffle 1 light ritual monster back to the hand and special summon the low. And then low will place another barrier back into the spell and trap zone. So now you can only target the ritual monsters for attack again.
So it's almost like James didn't do anything with that SP Little Knight now.
He sets a card and he passes not being able to attack into that low, not have enough attack points to attack over Skull Guardian. Riley draws, and without even looking at the card he drew, he's thinking about what options he has now, and then he'll think about what options he has once he sees the card he drew.
Exactly. So the Skull Guardian should be able to negate another card effect this turn, but which if SP Little Knight goes to banish anything, he should be able to just negate that one. It's not even the Mirror Sword Knight's... is the Mirror Sword Knight going to even have any interaction with Skull Guardian this turn? Does he need one on the field for that?
I believe you do need Chimera, the flying mythical beast, on the field to be able to use the effect. Now he plays a Blessing. So once per turn you can target on the voiceless voice cards banished on the graveyard, add it to the hand, and if a non-ritual monster is normal special summon, you can ritual summon once. And that ritual summon monster can't be destroyed by battle.
See him search for another Skull Guardian with 2 lows on the field. He is going to be able to get a second Skull Guardian out, remembering that low counts as the entire tribute for a ritual summon there.
In which he does. He's going to be able to tribute summon the Skull Guardian. And he will decide which monster's effects he would like to activate. So he does use both Low and the Skull Guardian. Low summoning itself, Skull Guardian being able to add a card which is a light ritual, is a voiceless voice monster or one ritual warrior or dragon from his deck to his hand.
I believe that's the Odd Eyes ritual monster that has been summoned out now, or added to his hand at least.
Yep, it fulfills the criteria of being a light ritual, light warrior or dragon ritual monster. So it's Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon. So you can ritual summon this with Odd Eyes Advent. It must be ritual summon or pendulum summon. And each time your opponent special summons a monster from the extra deck, inflict 300 damage to them. And once per turn, when your opponent activates a spell, card, or effect, you can place this in your pendulum zone. And if you do negate the effect, and then if you place this ritual summon monster in the pendulum zone, you can special summon Odd Eyes monster from your deck. So that generally won't be used. It will just be the effect to protect you from spell cards. Riley just taking a look through James's graveyard to make sure he's on top of every effect. We like to see this. You've got to be absolutely sure, especially when your life points are so low, you cannot afford to make a single mistake at this point in the game.
Yeah, it's only going to take one stray attack from James to just completely end this match. But at the same time, Riley does have a rather dominating card presence there. This is 1 SP Little Knight and 1 Spell or Trap card. SP goes to the graveyard.
So I don't believe he has enough damage to push for game, but James does. Oh no, that's 4,000. Each of the Skull Guardians are 4,000 attack. So Riley is able to come out on top in this match.
Yeah, even that Chimera, the Flying Mythical Beast fusion in the graveyard is not going to be enough because Riley just negates it with the Skull Guardian effect, and that's all that's required to clean this game up.
Right, it looks like Riley will be proceeding to round 4 on a 3-0 record. We will bring him back for a post-match interview very soon.
Exactly. So we'll be catching you very soon with an interview with Riley.
So we're back with the winner of round 3 feature match. Who are we with and where are you from?
Riley Jackson from Curry, yeah, like outside of Sydney.
Yeah, how long did it take you to get here?
Longer than it should have. I left at like 11 a.m. and got here at like 3 a.m. Like flight was delayed and everything, so.
All right, cool. How long have you been playing this game for?
Like 7 years, I think. I probably didn't look like that on the stream, but yeah, about 7 years.
No, I think you played fine. What were your thoughts going into that matchup, especially into after game 1, he conceded without showing any cards?
I guess like blindsiding I put Droll in because I thought it covered a bit more than like one Cerebus and the 2 Ogres that I was playing. Yeah, to be honest, I don't know. I figured I got super lucky and he scooped it up, so yeah, I was pretty happy about it.
Have you had a lot of practice against this Chimera deck?
I think I played against it like once, like 7 or 8 months ago at an OTS, but that's really about it. You probably saw me reading like every card.
No, people tend to do that in big tournaments where you just want to make sure you know all the card effects. How are you feeling going into the rest of the tournament?
Good. I'll just keep playing, see what happens, and yeah.
And any player you're particularly afraid of pairing into? Or any deck?
Probably like anyone playing branded or any fusion branded pile. Like I don't want those.
Why is that?
I don't know. I feel like I cannot play against them. I don't know what their cards do. I don't know how the interactions work very well. And Mirror J is just insane against Skull Guardian. So.
And besides yourself, who are you backing to represent Australia at the World Championships this year?
I'm going to put my vote in for Yuri Milenkov.
Yep.
Young prodigy Yuri. And then second, I'll go. It's a tough one. I'm going to go Luke Campese.
Yep.
Yeah, resident sleeper.
Cool. And any shout outs or anything you want to say on the stream before we go?
Well, shout out to everyone I'm staying with, all the boys in the house, and helping with the deck and everything beforehand, lending cards and everything. Shout out to Team GSL, as you do. That's about it, yeah.
All right, cool. Congratulations again, and good luck going into the rest of the tournament.
Thanks, Yahweh.
Welcome back, everyone, and thank you for joining us once again for the Oceanic Championship 2024. We're about to start round 4 here in today's proceedings, and we've got 2 Australians, I believe, playing today.
Yep, so on one side we've got Po Jiang. He's not a stranger to the feature match table. He was last year's state champion for New South Wales. He represented Oceania at the World Championship last year and in 2018. So he's been to Worlds twice already. I think he's here for the 3T. On the other side is Joshua Glenn. He is a avid fan of the Salamangre structure deck.
Salamangre,
And on the other side we have Po, who's a very avid fan of the Pearly deck. So I think we will have a really cool matchup where people are playing their pet decks, and I think they're ready.
Literally.
Yeah, literally. Both decks being a bunch of small fairy animals, so looks like they're getting ready to play. We can start when the players and the presiding judge is ready.
Yeah, we're starting with a friendly fist bump here. We're about to see what's going to go down.
So we can see a lot of spells in Po's hand. He starts off with Pot of Prosperity. That's 3, 4, rapid fire, 5, 6 cards.
Surely is no stranger to how this is going to resolve.
Yep. Po's been playing this deck for quite a long time. I believe he played it for last year's Oceanics as well to qualify for the World Championships, and we see 5 monsters and a spell.
I think this spell is another copy of Pot of Prosperity as well. Solves that quick succession, added a Pearly to his hand, and normal summons it.
So we can see in Josh's deck list, he plays 3 Ash Blossoms, 3 Ghost Ogres, 3 Effect Veilers, and 3 Infinite Impermanence. That's 12 copies of Points of Interaction. He has one of them, the Effect Veiler, for the Pearly.
Activating Stray Pearly Street there.
Pearly Street being a very powerful field spell because it protects your special summon Pearly monsters from being affected by card effects for the turn they're summoned.
Cool, and that's exactly what Pearl Lily here is. So being able to resolve and search another Pearly card and being able to continue play that.
Po being very calculated in his plays.
Searching for the Pearl Leap already, alright.
The Pearl Leap being able to target a Pearly XYZ monster you control, versus someone from your issue deck, Pearly XYZ monster with a different rank but using that material. But it returns to the extra deck during the end phase of the next turn. Also, you can banish from the graveyard to target up to 3 Pearly monsters in the graveyard and shuffle them into the deck. So that's a Pearly Sleepy Memory, it looks like.
Looks like it, and putting it as a material underneath the, is that Happiness?
Looks like Pearly, yeah, it does look like Pearly Happiness from this angle. And I believe he's just signaled to end his turn. Is it? No?
No, I think what's happened is already flashed back to Joshua's turn, and in the draw phase, before he gets to the standby phase, Josh has fired the Infinite Impermanence, prompting the Pearl Leap there to level up into X-Pearly Noir.
Yep, that's a... and then the Ghost Ogre as well. So Josh knows that that Pearl Leap is going to happen regardless. So he's trying to bait it on his and force it to be activated on his terms as opposed to his opponent's terms. And then the Ghost Ogre for the draw effect from Pearly Sleepy Memory. And then with the Noir is able to special summon that Lily.
Right here, and searching yet another spell. It looked like My Friend Pearly.
It's good to see that Joshua, playing 12 points of interaction, was able to draw 3 separate ones. That's a summon, I believe, of a Lady Debug.
That's correct. So it's able to add a level 3 or lower Cyberse monster from Joshua's hand to his hand. The only problem here is it's not actually a Salamangre card, so it's not going to be able to trigger the Mirage Stelio. Not the Mirage Stelio, the Gazelle.
Yep. look, summons the Balinks, and you'll use the Balinks effect to search the field spell, but that gets met with an Ash Blossom. Call by the Grey. Wow, Joshua's opened 4 points of interaction with his opponent.
Absolutely stinging. So he's still got 2 cards in hand, one being that Gazelle there, and now he's got the field spell as well, so up to 3 cards. Oh, don't tell me he's drawn Circle as well. Yes, it is. It's Salamangreat Circle too.
Yep, so it looks like he's going to add that Salamangreat Spinny. And he'll be able to special summon it by targeting that Balinks if he wants to. Yeah, so he'll send it to the graveyard and then he'll special summon it.
Both into the Cyberse Wicked now. So, because Balinks has gone to the graveyard, he's able to special summon the Gazelle from his hand. And what this is going to do is trigger Wicked's effect, banishing the Lady Debug and allow him to search for a Cyberse tuner, which happens to be...
Salamangreat Weasel?
Weasel, yep, and for Gazelle's effect, he has sent the Jack Jaguar to the graveyard.
Yep, so plays that we've seen being made since 2019. Salamangreat Weasel is one of the newer Salamangreat cards, so if you control 2 or more Salamangreat monsters in your graveyard, you can special summon it. If it's Salamangreat, Fusion, Ritual, Synchro, Exploit, or Link monster special summon to the field, while it's a graveyard, you can target one other Salamangreat monster in graveyard, place it to the bottom deck, and you special summon it to your opponent's side of the field and draw a card. So this not only turns off cards like Evenly Matched, but it also allows, and Lightning Storm, it also allows you to trigger cards like your Promethean Princess that we see on the field right now.
Correct, and that's brought back
the Gazelle.
And it's going to go straight into a Link 4. Raging Phoenix.
Raging Phoenix, which in a Salamangreat deck actually has an effect, because on summon I believe it lets you... So if you use another Raging Phoenix to summon it, you get to add a Salamangreat card from your deck to your hand, but otherwise for all its other effects, it's used in the Fire King and the Snake Eye decks that we see.
Yeah, purely for its graveyard effect, and being able to come back and gaining lots of attack points there and being able to push through the game quite easily here.
So you can see how synergistic it is. You use like Weasel to special summon itself to your opponent's field, use Promethean Princess to be able to summon itself and destroy a fire monster you control, and then you can special summon that Raging Phoenix. You can see how synergistic this is.
Yeah. He's using Salamangreat Field Spell here to reincarnate, Link summon his Raging Phoenix into another copy of Raging Phoenix, allowing him to search for any Salamangreat card.
Normally when you go first, you search like the trap to be able to interact with your opponent, which it looks like he's considering right now. But given that you have a battle phase, maybe you go for a more aggressive line of play. It looks like he's going for the counter trap.
Yes, indeed he does. He does add the counter trap, the Salamangreat Roar.
Yep, while you control a Salamangreat Link monster when a spell or trap or monster effect, you can negate it and destroy that card. But furthermore, when it's in the graveyard, if a Salamangreat Link monster is Link summoned, using the monster with the same name, you can set it back from the graveyard. So it's a counter trap with recursion as well.
So Jack was just returned to the field by shuffling back a Salamangreat card from the graveyard to either the extra deck or the main deck there.
Looks like he returned the Balinks, just immediately summoned it. Now he summons the Zealantis using the Raging Phoenix.
Right. Using Zealantis' effect to essentially destroy everything on the field, banish it, and then bring it back in any position that Joshua decides. Now, normally in a Salamangreat deck, it's if you go down the normal play lines with Mirage Stelio, you lock yourself into only fire monsters here. But Joshua has not done this so far, so yeah, the Zealantis being a water monster is fair play.
Yep, so that's why he plays like Lady Debug as opposed to like Salamangreat of Fire, which also locks you into fire monsters. He doesn't use the Mirage Stelio to lock himself into fire, and we can see that this is the combo. Since fire monsters are destroyed, you can special summon back the Zealantis, the Promethean Princess.
Here he goes, attacking for a lot of damage here.
And looks like that's enough for game one.
Yep. Oh, quickly moving on to game two now. He's seen enough.
Yep. So now we'll look into their side decks. We have So very clean side deck from Joshua. It's got 3 Nibiru's, 3 DD Crows, 3 Cosmic Cyclones, 3 deck lockdowns, and 3 Dimensional Barriers. I believe he's going second again.
Yeah, so I can foresee, like, maybe not the Nibiru. I don't think that Hurley is a deck that normally summons more than 5 times in a turn, but definitely DD Crows, because they don't just hit monsters, they're able to hit those Hurley spells out of the graveyard as well.
What are your thoughts on the Cosmic Cyclone? Do you think that 1-for-1 interaction is going to be enough in this matchup?
I think it is, because hitting the per leap trap card is very important outside of the standby phase, so you do get the per leap card being changed to it, but it doesn't allow for both effects of the Pearly monsters to activate in the standby phase. Essentially, what it's the Pearly spell that allows them to draw an extra card.
Mm-hmm. So we can see like a clean 6 cards will come in. There's plenty of opportunity to remove 6 cards from the main deck, and we can also see that if he goes first in a later game, he's got options like deck lockdown and dimensional barrier, which are very powerful. We'll take a look at Poe's side deck. So he's got 1 copy of Ghost Mourner, 1 Drawn Lockbird, 1 Nibiru, the Primal being 2 DD Crow, 2 Lightning Storm, 3 Dimensional Fissures, 3 Dark Ruler No More, 1 Harpy's Fed, and 1 Rivalry of Warlords.
So yeah, those Dimensional Fissures are definitely going in if Poe's deciding to go first there.
The DD Crows would also be very good against Salamangreat, being able to hit like the Spinny, the Jack Jaguar.
Yeah, just all those cards. Even like hitting the Salamangreat Roar out of the graveyard so it's not able to recur itself back to the field.
Nibiru, which we've known for a long time, is very strong against the Salamangreat deck, as they do summon well more than 5 times in a turn. The Ghost Mourner also potentially being a very powerful pick. Troll and Lockbird a little bit less, because you can use the Salamangreat Circle in like the draw phase to be able to play around that.
Yes, and again, it's another one of those decks that can play to the graveyard first and then bring everything back there.
Alright, yep, so we see the players have sided and are about to go into the game.
Good. Should be see Poe going first again, having another crack at it. 3, 4, and 5 cards there.
Yes, so Poe will be going first again, just considering his options.
Nothing like a good shuffle of the hand to get the old brain juices going. But yeah, there we go. There's the Dimensional Fissure.
And again, we'll have the field spell, Stray Pearly Street.
Ash Blossom's activated, so he's forced to normal summon the Pearl Lily here.
And he's going to be able to attach and then just Exceed Summon.
Yeah, which one's coming out there? I think there's Happiness once again. Which is a Sleepy Memory, attaches that from the deck. And that's a quick pass.
Yep, so Pearly Happiness is able, if it battles, it can add a Pearly card from the deck to the hand, and up to thrice per turn you can attach from the Pearly Quick Play spells to it. And then you can also return a card, a spell trap your opponent controls to the hand.
And there we go. Going to Joshua's standby phase now. He doesn't have any interaction here, allowing Poe to draw a card, then level up his Pearly into E-Pearly Noir and draw a second card here.
So Josh will start with Foxy, which is effective as like Pot of Duality. You reveal the top 3 cards of your deck, and then you choose a Salamangreat card from that and add it to your hand.
Ooh,
so
and I think he's chosen one...
Salamangreat Charge, I believe that's called.
Yes, which I believe has an effect to shuffle them from the Banish Zone back into the deck.
Yeah, so you target 3 of your 5 monsters that are banished or in the graveyard, shuffle 2 of the 3 into the deck, and if you do special summon the remaining monsters, but for the rest of the turn, its effects are negated and cannot attack. Or you can use the other effect where if you control a Fire, Ritual, Fusion, Synchro, Xyz, or Link monster, whose attack is different from its original attack, you can target 1 card on the field and destroy it. So it's got the ability for recursion, as well as the ability to remove cards as well, get a bit of flexibility there.
Yeah, I feel that that's going to be a very important card in this matchup here, if he's able to fight through the E-Pearly Noir.
So Pearly Noir will use its effect, detaching to shuffle. So Expelling Noir, you can detach. If you have if you can detach 2 materials from it and target one card your opponent controls in the graveyard and place it to the bottom of the deck. And it's a quick effect if he has a level 1 Pearly monster as material. And he had the Pearl Lily.
Yeah, that's right. And he doesn't want Joshua to be linked something at all, especially into the Bay links, because that's when everything can sort of get out of hand very quickly here. So spinning that away, no Bay links for Josh at this point, unless he's able to put another monster on the field somehow. I believe that is Salamangreat Mere.
Oh, that's not one we see all the time.
No. But I don't think it matters. It looks like they're packing up already, so we're possibly going through to Game 3.
But yeah, look, like we said before, Josh has a deck lockdown and dimensional barriers for going first into the Pearly matchup. So dimensional barrier stopping them from Exceed summoning, deck lockdown stopping them from getting a lot of advantage from all their draw cards. The DD Crow, you can make an argument for keeping in, as with the Cosmic Cyclone. So
yeah,
a lot of options.
Possible 12 cards coming in for Josh in this match. Ooh.
Whereas Poe, on the other hand, going second, he might want the Dark Rule or No More, but Salamangreat typically don't leave monsters on the field which are affected by Dark Rule or No More. You know, the Lightning Storms, the Drollnoffer, the Nibiru, the DD Crows, they're all good options.
Yeah, just as many like board breakers as possible. Try and get rid of any interaction on Josh's side before he's able to start committing his Pearly cards to the field.
Yeah, the Harpy's Feather does declare the counter trap that he knows that Joshua can search.
Yeah, Lightning Storms as well.
Yeah, so I think the both decks are built in a way that they can interact with each other meaningfully post-side, so that's what we like to see. Poe making sure he has 15 cards sided out, as he has 15 cards submitted in his side deck list.
Indeed, here we go. Game 3 of this match. Both players are 3 wins coming into round 4, so even if they were to lose this round, they've still got a very good chance of making that all-important top 64 of this tournament today.
Yeah, but ideally, to get a good night's sleep, you want to be able to get in with as many wins as possible so that you don't have to worry as much about the last round of Swiss tomorrow morning. But 4-0 definitely very comfortable position, 3-1 still very respectable. I think most people will start heading into the X1, X2 brackets in the coming rounds. And once you're in top cut, the slate is wiped clean. You could be 64th or you could be first, and none of it matters. Everyone's on a clean, need 5 wins to make the World Championship, 6 wins to claim the title of Oceanic Champion.
Yeah, you get to that point, it's just locals, isn't it?
Well, yeah, you can take a look at it that way. 6 rounds, like, less than a regional, slightly more than a local tournament. So, yeah, it depends how you look at it. Take one game at a time.
Yeah, exactly. But you're still playing for one of the biggest prizes in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Competitive scene here, which is going to be...
The title?
Oh, yeah, definitely the title. All the glory that comes with that, and like being able to represent your area of the world at the World Championships.
Yeah, again, Poe's been there twice. He's definitely gunning for the 3rd. Joshua would love a chance to... I'm sure all players would love a chance to represent country. I believe it's in Seattle this year.
Ooh, nice. Here we go. Going to game 3. Both players draw their 5 cards.
So the Lady Debug off to a good start. You can see it. It's like 1 spell in Poe's hand, so the monsters could be points of interaction. There is an infinite impermanence on the Lady Debug. He's going to summon the Baylings. The Baylings will use this effect to add the field spell. Salamangreat Sanctuary.
And then we'll see how far Joshua can push into this.
We'll activate Salamangreat Sanctuary at some point. Let's see what other option is available to him. If he has a spinny already. Oh, he does have a spinny already.
There you go. There's a spinny, plus 500. Spinny effect.
DD Crow, we'll meet the DD Crow. As we said, the DD Crow is very powerful against the Salamangreat deck. Here's a Salamangreat Mere. So Salamangreat Mere, you can discard one other Salamangreat card and special summon it from your hand. So you discard the Jack Jaguar, which is a card that wants to be in the graveyard. Naturally.
Josh considering his lines here. Are we going to go for the Sunlight Wolf, or is he going to go for the Wicked like we saw him go?
He goes for another Baylings.
Balinks into Balinks.
And then he'll return the first Balinks to special summon the Jack Jaguar, I believe. Yeah.
Yep, there we go.
Okay, he was able to play around the 2 points of play through the 2 points of interaction, which is great for all the extenders in the deck. So he summons Cyber's Wicked. He'll summon back the first Balinks using the Weasel. Sorry, the Mir.
Cool. And then activating the Wicked's effect to banish the Lady Debug here, which will allow him to search for a Cyburst Tuner, which, again, is most likely going to be Salamangreat Weasel.
Yeah, I believe that's the only Cyburst Tuner he plays in his deck. But he gets met with an Ash Blossom, so Poe had 3 points of interaction. Now those two will go, I believe, into Promethean Princess. Yep, summon back Balinks. But because he's already used Salamangreat Sanctuary's effect this turn, he won't be able to use Raging Phoenix to summon another Raging Phoenix.
Yeah, what's the player to do at this point?
I think he might just still go for the Raging Phoenix into Zealantis play, just to set them up all into the... Oh, he makes a Sunlight Wolf. Interesting.
Set one pass, which we know is the spell card?
Yep,
the Salamangreat charge?
Yep. Again, with if you control the Sunlight Wolf, you can choose to destroy one card.
It's not too bad. So it doesn't look like a lot there, but if he uses his interactions right there, it could be all he needs to pass back to his turn.
The normal summon of a Pearly. He'll allow the effect. There's a Droll and Lockbird, a Pearly.
Is that my friend Pearly?
Now, Poe's going to think through his turn. It is a very reasonably simplified game, say neither player has many cards. So each of your individual plays are more impactful because you need them all to go through, and you need to be able to navigate through the Salamangreat Charge's ability to destroy a card.
Oh, going deep in the tank here before he makes any sort of plays.
Had reasonably quick matches today, and we haven't had any matches on the feature match go into the end of match procedures.
Yeah, and especially when you get to this point where we've got like 23 minutes left in the match, like both players have like plenty of time here and can sort of relax. And, you know, just make sure they're very like precise about their plays that they're making.
So you're going to use one of the Pearly spell cards to be able to discard as Nibiru to special summon a level 1 Pearly monster from his deck.
Should be seeing a Pearl Lily coming down. There it is.
Yep. And with Pearl Lily special summon, you can add a Pearly card from your deck to your hand, except the quick play spell. So you can add the field spell.
Oh, yo, there's the counter trap. Okay. Yep, alright. Right then, that'll do. All it requires is a Salamangreat Link monster on the field.
Oh, sorry, the Salamangreat Charge was last game. Remember, the Foxy got returned into the deck from the Pearly Noir.
True.
So this was an unknown card. Now, now Joshua doesn't have anything except a Sunlight Wolf, whereas Poe has
at this point, Poe
a number of cards in his hand.
I think he's only got one card in hand at this point. Which means that if it's a Pearly spell, then he's not going to be able to use the additional effect to summon from deck again.
Poe having a very deep think of what he wants to do.
Does overlay for Typhon there.
Yeah, Typhon is one of the more newer cards.
So yeah, what it is going to do is it is going to stop Poe from summoning anything else for the rest of this turn, but it also means that he's able to return the Sunlight Wolf without having to try and attack over it, because that's what Balinks is going to be able to do and just protect it from being destroyed by battle.
Yeah, so Typhon, when your opponents special summon 2 or more monsters from their extra deck during either this turn or the previous turn, you can exceed summon it by using a monster you control the highest attack, or you only add 1 monster. And if you do, you cannot normal or special summon monsters for the rest of the turn. While the exceeds summon monsters on the field, neither player can activate the effects of monsters with 3,000 or more attack. Once per turn, you can detach a material from this card and return 1 monster from the field to the hand.
So while it does end up clearing the field for Poe this turn, with the Salamangreat players like Graveyard fully loaded with card effects, I think all Josh has to do is draw 1 Salamangreat monster and then it starts all over again.
Yeah, and he definitely has a lot of Salamangreat monsters. He has Lady Debug, which gets into Salamangreat monsters. He has Salamangreat Circle. He's having a deep think about it. And did he pass his turn immediately?
I think he did. So it must have been a hand trap or something that he... Like, oh, yes, it was Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring.
Yep, Poe will activate. He will attack with his Typhon.
And yeah, at least Joshua lives to see another turn. So it's going to be a repeat of...
Typhon having 2,900 attack.
Now it's got 2 materials. He's able to summon Zeus.
Yep, Zeus can only be summoned when you've attacked with a Xyz monster.
So even though I think it's a Lady...
it's Foxy.
Salamangreat Foxy, but I don't think it's going to matter unless he hits the Gazelle here.
Doesn't he? I believe he misses.
I believe he does. So at any point now, Poe is just able to activate the effect of Zeus, removing all cards off Joshua's side of the field.
He's going to link off into Balinks. Now, as you said, all the Salamangreat monsters in the graveyard are able to summon themselves, but Poe at any time is able to clear the field using the Zeus by detaching 2 materials.
Like, Poe would be feeling very good if he's able to start the next turn with My Friend Pearly still on the field, so I feel like Josh is just going to sit there and like just try and see and get him to activate that effect. So he passes back to Poe being on top deck plus the Zeus with no materials. He says that's fine. Bailing Summoner's fine.
Oh, he's really calculating it, what the possible game states could be. At what point is the optimal point to use the effect of his Zeus? He just chooses to use it now, sending every other card, including his My Friend Pearly. Yep. And now they're both in the same position where they have to draw and hopefully get a proactive play. So we're not sure what Poe drew. We can see that Josh is sweating.
Yeah, I think he's out of Balinks now as well. So even if he does top deck a...
I can't see what that is, but it looks like he wasn't able to draw, and Poe will take this game and match.
Yeah, Zeus's 3,000 attack is just like no match if you've got nothing to hit through and just going direct for those life points there.
Yeah, so a little bit unlucky towards the end with Josh needing specific draws to be able to play on. Well done on Poe's end. Again, he's showing that he's very well versed in his deck against Salamangreat as well, how he's a very confident player going into this tournament and how much he wants to go back to the World Championships.
Yeah, exactly. He was put in a couple of like very pressurized game states there, and you'd think a more unexperienced duelist would have cracked under the pressure and maybe activated things less optimally than him. So yeah, he's showing his real experience there.
All right, definitely, and we will be back very shortly with a post-match interview with Poe when he's packed up and had his post-match debrief with his opponent. I think they're just going over scenarios. This is actually one of my favorite part of matches, when you're able to, you know, compare hands and be like, oh, this is what maybe a different outcome would have happened if we did this.
Exactly, just like different realities, different paths that the duel could have taken, and maybe there was a way where Salamangreat could have taken this match.
But also you get to learn, like, you know, for the remainder of the tournament, like what you can do. Yeah. Yeah,
exactly. It's looking good. So we'll cut across now, and we'll be back on stream with Poe very soon. Oh, and that was round 4. And joining me in the box is the winner of round 4, Poe. How do you feel about that win?
Pretty good, pretty good. Pretty intense game, and he's a good friend, so it was pretty fun.
Yeah, it looked like some very unlucky draws from Josh there is what sealed it for you. What do you think was the turning point in the match?
Yeah, it was just a pretty close game, and I think my top deck was pretty good, and then he got unlucky as well with the Foxy in the last play as well. But yeah, they were pretty close. It happens sometimes.
Certainly does. So how do you feel about like the rest of the tournament? Are you feeling pretty confident you're going to make that top 64 and possibly a third world representation?
Hopefully, but to be honest, this year we're pretty chill. We're just kind of here to have fun, have a good time, and yeah, New Zealand's really good.
Yeah, that's great to hear. Well, best of luck for the rest of the tournament there, Poe, and yeah, we'll hopefully maybe see you, maybe not today, but definitely tomorrow in the playoffs, certainly.
Yeah, hopefully.
Cool. Well, congratulations and good luck for the rest of it, mate. Good. Hey, welcome back, everyone. A bit of in between the rounds featurette, as it were. So I asked Meta AI what one of the most interesting decks in the room today was, and its only reply back was Jameson Marriott from Wellington. Jameson here is going to talk about his most unique deck ever. So, Jameson, say hi to the folks at home. Don't think we've got there yet, but we're crossing now. Now you can wave and say hi to the folks at home. How you doing there, Jameson?
I'm doing pretty well.
Cool, and tell us a bit more about where you've come from and what you're playing today.
So, yep, down from Wellington, just enjoying the chance to go to Oceanics for once. Today I'm playing Prediction Princess Crawler.
Excuse me?
So, it's an amazing deck focused around flip monster effects and not letting my opponent play the game.
Brilliant stuff. Well, if you could talk through like the nice people at home, like just a little bit about what's going on, and if we have any questions in the chat for Jameson here, you can definitely ask them, and I will pass them on. But yeah, Jameson, if you'd like to get on.
Yep, so we'll start off nice and simply. We've got Diviner of the Heralds with Trias Hierarchy and Valkyries. So Diviner, of course, send Trias Hierarchy out, tribute it, and that then brings through the Valkyrie monsters. It summons Shisht, which summons Funft. Funft lets you mill any spell or trap from your deck, and Shisht lets you mill your opponent's deck if you feel like it, and also just provides easy link material.
Okay, all right, I'm slowly getting this there. So where do we go to from here on this strategy?
From here, we've got the Prediction Princess section of it. So Bibliomuse, Terratray, and Terratreath, all of which are level 9 monsters focused around flipping themselves and your opponent's cards up and down.
I imagine like the 5 Prediction Princess fans at home are flipping about already that their deck is getting a feature there. But all right, okay, we're starting to see a bit of strategy here. This is where we get into the next arm of it?
Yep, so Terratreath and Terratray combo themselves to summon each other and then have quick effects to flip cards. Terratreath also lets you summon any flip monster from deck, like Whirlwind Weasel and Guard Dog.
Now, for the people who don't know what those cards are, can you read them out at home, please?
Of course, so Whirlwind Weasel, flip, your opponent cannot activate any spell or trap cards for the rest of this turn. Guard Dog is the same, but your opponent cannot special summon.
Oh, good lord. So the strategy behind this is you're sort of setting up with one of those two and just like create an entire lot for like one specific type of card in your opponent's deck there.
Yep, to double down on that, you also have Deus Ex Crawler, which is an amazing card for having effects while face down, but also after flip face up, it's a quasi-skill drain on your opponent, where any monster effect activated on their side of the field is negated, not just as a passive effect.
Indeed. Well, that sounds very oppressive indeed. So where do we go to from here?
From there, we've got the Crawler segment, mainly consisting of Crawler Solma as a good engine to get out two small bodies. This lets you play a bit more with the extra deck, the links, but otherwise as a good tool just for getting more bodies on board and setting up more powerful flip effects.
Fantastic stuff. Maybe if we clear this off, we'll be able to get into the spells and traps, because there's certainly a lot of monsters there, especially with like 3 or 4 different archetypes we've got going on there.
Yep. So moving on for spells and traps, we've got 3 of the Underworld Ritual of Prediction. A simple ritual summoned by tributing also lets you summon the rituals from grave, and also just 2 of Prediction Ritual, which is standard, summon 1 from hand.
Okay.
In addition, there are also just grave effects for search or summon from deck.
Lovely.
For consistency, we've got World Legacy Survivor and Pre-Preparation of Rites.
Now, World Legacy Survivor, is that the one that knows 5 off the top of the deck?
Yep, so you excavate top 5, add any Crawler or World Legacy among them to hand, then send the rest of the cards to grave.
All right,
Graceful Charity is not broken at all, I promise. Then we've just, for some tech options, we've got Instant Fusion. We'll go into that later when we get to the extra deck. We've got a small Shadol piece.
Oh no, it gets worse. There's a 4th archetype here, people.
Yeah, this is purely just to send Shadol Schemata using an extra deck card, send Incarnation, which gives you another way to flip your cards face up or face down. And then finally, we've got World Legacy Pawns and World Legacy's Mind Meld. This one, again, flip your own cards face up or face down. Mind Meld summons Deus Ex Crawler from the deck.
This is definitely a unique strategy. But perhaps if we go onto the extra deck now and show us what that Instant Fusion be doing.
Yep. So, starting off the links, of course, we've just got the basics of IP and SP. We've then got Shadol Construct and El Shadol Winter. This is because you can link it off using any 2 flips, fuse it with the Dark to make Winter. We've got X-Crawler Qualiarch, just for extra damage or recursion if your opponent picks up a weird board. We've got a very key card here is Subterra Behemoth Fiendess. So it takes any 2 flips, lets you mill any monster from deck to grave, and then summon any monster from hand to a zone it points to, and then searches any flip monster if a monster it points to is flipped face up.
This is truly outrageous.
It's really good to just get Squamata and Grave. We've got 2 Lib the World Key Blade Master. Searches any World Legacy spell trap, so really good for pawns. And also, if you link it off, you get to shuffle the cards your opponent controls into the deck, non-targeting. For boss monsters, we've got Mekk-Knight Crusader Avramax, Borrelguard Dragon.
Borrelguard Dragon?
Yeah, it's a quick effect, flip things face up, and it also can't be responded to.
Okay.
And also just Underworld Goddess for getting rid of very powerful monsters. Then for the aforementioned instant fusion target, we've got Master of Ham.
Master of Ham. Now, does the effect have any relevancy to your strategy there?
Yep, so Master of Ham on summon, summons any flip monster from your deck. Also, while it's in grave, it can banish 2 flips from grave, summon itself face down. If it's flipped face up, summon another flip monster from deck.
That is fantastic. That's actually a really great card.
That's amazing. And then we've just got Elder Entity Natus and Herald of the Arclight. Just options to send off Diviner if we already have Trias Hierarchia in hand.
Yes.
And finally, we've got Myriologic Aggregator, just to take advantage of the level 9 monsters. Exile summon it, it sends Natus from extra deck to grave, pops something, then reattaches Natus to it, so once you link it off, you get Natus again.
My God, this is a very intricate strategy. There seems to be a lot of really sort of fine points of interaction that you deck that will overcome most duelists who are not very familiar, and I have a feeling that's going to be most people.
Absolutely. Shock value is definitely an important part of the deck.
Would you like to show us a basic strategy? Talk us through?
Yeah, so I'll just have to clear things away a bit.
That would be lovely. Good, thank you.
So if we go for basic strategy of, say, sorry, looking for the card now. Here we go. We've got Diviner of the Herald, just as a 1-card combo.
Yep.
Normal summon Diviner of the Herald, sends Trias Hierarchia to grave. Trias Hierarchia effect, tribute Diviner. Diviner effect summons Valkyrie Shisht. So Trias Hierarchia is there. Valkyrie Shisht summons Valkyrie Funft. Funft lets you mill a spell or trap from deck to graves, or mill World Legacy's Mind Meld.
Okay.
We'll then link these 2 off for Lib the World Key Blade Master. Blade Master effect, set World Legacy pawns from deck, and then we'll banish Mind Meld from grave, targeting Lib to summon Deus Ex Crawler to the zone it points to. Then on your opponent's turn, you've essentially got a skill train that, if destroyed by battle or card effect, searches any Prediction Princess monster.
Well, that is definitely one of the more unique decks in the tournament. What was your record so far with that?
Unfortunately, it has been 1-3 so far. I would like to say that is purely due to bad luck with drawing hands.
But 1 win so far, that's still a very reasonable effort at this Oceanic tournament here. But thank you, Jameson, for joining us there and explaining through your very unique and very special deck. And we're looking forward to bringing you more hot Yu-Gi-Oh! Action later on in this tournament, coming very soon. Catch us all right. Welcome back, everyone. We are jumping into round 5, I believe, now.
Yeah, round 5. We're halfway through the day.
Send help.
So these players are probably starting to feel the fatigue now, especially if you've been playing a couple of longer matches. On one side, we have Henry from Melbourne, Australia. He is on the Snake Eye deck, which is I would imagine, the deck to beat today. And on the other side, we have a New Zealand player.
Ah, yes. Going fast makes him feel alive. It's Gron. Gron is playing it's a synchro deck with the Adventure Engine and, yeah, a lot of cool key cards to putting the monsters on the field and just synchro summoning the heck out of everything.
Yeah, we can see there's like Kashtira Fenrir and there's Diabelsa, the Black Witch. So it looks like it's just a lot of very high quality, very powerful cards put into one package. You've got the synchro, as you said, you're just going for a synchro plays.
Mm-hmm. So trying to bait out as much interaction as possible before you go for that all-important junk speed of play and then really revving it up.
Yeah, and we can see here he also has 3 Effect Veiler, 3 Ash Blossom, 3 Ghost Ogre, 3 Infinite Permanents as well. As we can see, these 12 cards have been in a lot of decks where players are able to interact with the opponent if they do not go first.
Indeed. But he does have a bit there to help going first and second there, so should be a very interesting match indeed. So hopefully we get the signal from the judge and we should be able to get in this round. Yep, there we go.
Right.
The starting blocks and who's going to be going around that all-important corner first and taking the first play in this duel.
I believe that this synchro deck is more likely to want to go first. I think they can produce very intimidating boards if they have free reins to do whatever they need to do. Mm-hmm. Fire, on the other hand, is able to play a little bit going first or second.
See Henry here, starting with normal summon Poplar.
Generally not something you want to do. It could telegraph that your hand is slightly on the weaker end.
Yeah, like you don't. Maybe your like hands overstacked with like hand traps or things like that, and just normal summoning Poplar does not seem that good at all. But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Henry was the victor of the Giant Card Public event yesterday, so he shows that he's able to pilot this deck very well into, I guess, a high caliber tournament, like spanning several rounds.
There we go, and that is indeed, that's wanted, isn't it? Yep. And then adding the Black Witch there.
Yep, so the Poplar also was able to place itself in the Spell and Trap Zone when it was sent to the graveyard for the summon of the Relinquished Anima.
Free real estate indeed, sending the Poplar to the graveyard to special summon the Black Witch to search for a wanted spell or trap card.
So we can see at this point that Goran either does not have a meaningful interaction or he's just holding off on it.
Indeed, he maybe just a case where he's only got like 1 point of interaction, he's just waiting for the most optimal time for this to happen. Original Sinful Spoils, sending the Relinquished Anima to the graveyard.
Summons a level 1 fire from the deck. The Snake Eye Ash.
There we go. Now things should be on track for Henry.
As Poplar will be able to special summon itself, but it's already used its effect to search and its effect to place itself already.
So yeah, just free bodies for Henry at this point in time to use in his future link summoning endeavors.
Yep, so it looks like he'll use the effect of Ash to be able to send itself and Poplar to summon he summons an Oak from his deck.
Yep, here we go. Oak's going to have to bring back anything, just reaches for the closest Poplar at hand.
Yep, I don't anticipate these monsters will be staying on the field very long.
Does have the opportunity now to use Oak's effect to summon the dragon from the deck there, but he may just go for a link play.
Activates the field spell, the Divine Temple, to be able to place. I think he will go for the Snake Eye Diabelsta, a new card.
Right.
Snake Eye DLB also has the effect where you can summon it to field and place one of your Snake Eye monsters from the graveyard into the spell or trap zone.
Okay. It's also part of like some in-board combos now where they end up summoning Hope Harbinger number 38 there, the big XC that negates spell cards to the field.
And also as a relevant effect, it's also able to redirect attacks. So here we can see that the Flamberge is out on the field now. Yeah, so Snake Eye's Dale Bellstar, when an attack is declared involving this card in an opponent's monster, you can place this card from the field and that opponent's monster face up in the spell and trap zone as continuous spells. And while it's a continuous spell, you can target one fire monster in your graveyard, except Snake Eye's Dale Bellstar, place it face up in the owner's spell and trap zone as a continuous spell, and if you do, special summon this card.
Very nice indeed. Still playing a lot of monsters on the board. If you're going to drop Nibiru, now is an alright spot. Not even playing it.
Unfortunately, he does not have Nibiru the Primal Being in his deck, but going into this game, you still have to consider your opponent potentially having it.
Exactly. It's a card that, like, quite a few players are like really on the fence about. Like, oh, do I main it? Do I side it? Do I even play it at all? And it's just that's the one thing I like about Nibiru, the Primal Being. It just creates like that sort of mind game of like, do they have it? Do they not?
Yeah, like, and even if they don't, you have to consider like they could have it. You don't know until you have like perfect information of the deck, and you do have to tailor your plays to ensure that you don't just get completely lose to that single card.
Exactly. Absolute hard turn ender if it does go through most times. Here we go, Promethean Princess.
Using the IP Masquerena and the Dear Bellstar. And Promethean Princess will special summon the Flamberge Dragon, and as you pointed out before, we have the Flamberge Dragon and Snake Eyes Dear Bellstar on the field. They're both level 8 monsters. And looks like he's really considering summoning number 38 Harbinger Dragon Titanic Galaxy. But first, he will use Princess and Oak. Summon Heater.
Okay. Interesting.
Heater, the Fire Charmer Ablaze.
Grum hasn't played any hand traps here. Like, usually you only go into Heater when there's Ash Blossom in your opponent's graveyard, but...
Flamberge to place the IP Masquerena. It's one of the quintessential Snake Eye plays to be able to summon it on the opponent's turn and then immediately make another link play. Often for something like an SP Little Knight as a point of interaction.
We go 1, 2, 3, 4. Uploser Goddess at the bow for 3 materials. There you go.
So it should have 2400 attack. It can negate up to 3 monster effects. But in order to make this play, he's conceded the ability to summon the Titanic Galaxy.
Indeed. He's probably favouring like more monster effect negation than the Appaloosa here, but it also allows him to use Flamberge's effect to special summon the IP Masquerena on his opponent's turn, and then IP effect to link summon into SP Little Knight, creating yet another point there.
And then the Flamberge, when it's used for that link summon, will summon back 2 more monsters from the graveyard.
Yeah, if you've been following competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! For the last couple of months or so, you'll be very familiar with this play here.
Gordon starts off with a Wanted.
There you go, firing back with his own strategy.
At this point, Henry still does not know what he's playing yet. So he could potentially be playing a Mirror Match or a myriad of other decks which could play the Simple Spoils engine. Both players have entered the round at 3 wins and 1 draw.
Yeah, the tournament hopes are still very much alive for either player, no matter what outcome this game finishes in. Yes, it is. I believe he is starting his turn with Kashtera Fenrir.
So, like we said before, that card's a very powerful card, both going first and second. Going second, it's a way to interact with your opponent's board by banishing a face-up card after they've used a monster effect, or if Kashtera Fenrir attacks.
fronting the Flamebo's Dragon to special summon the IP Masquerader from the Spell and Trap card zone.
Yep.
Thinking about where to place it. There you go, that's good enough. And yes, I believe he also triggered the Promethean Princess as well. So Fenrir gets destroyed.
As well as the Flamberge, and now the Flamberge will activate its effect. Playing back Poplar.
Ash.
And Ash.
Yep. There you go. Snake Eyes Ash. Yeah.
The amount of sequencing in this deck, like we were saying before, fatigue should become a huge factor as the day goes on and on. It's not easy to be able to go through all these sequences, consider a lot of matchups and how to navigate through them. And like when we go towards round 7 and 8, you would likely have to see, you'd need that mental fortitude to be able to play well throughout the whole day.
Yeah, and this is where it's very important to, for a big tournament like this, to bring some snacks, keep drinking that water, keep it on hand, and just like keeping yourself like fresh mentally as well. There we go. There is Water Enchantress getting banished, which will be searching for a Rite of Aramesir.
Yeah, Water Enchantress. The adventure package of cards were released in 2022. They're very powerful cards. I think they've fallen a bit out of favor in recent months, but Grun showing that they are still very powerful. So Water Enchantress being able to banish from the hand or graveyard to add the Rite of Aramesir, as you said.
Yeah, which did get negated by the Appaloosa here, and now I believe that is the Griffin Rider?
That does look like the Wandering Griffin Rider. Gordon's definitely calculating his options right now. I believe he does not have what it takes to push through this field, and he will concede.
That is definitely a tactical game too, if anything.
And with both decks, I think the sequencing of their combos are very long, so you're going to need every single minute going into the match.
Exactly, right.
Take a look at his side deck. So, we can see 3 Dark Ruler No Mores, 3 Cosmic Cyclones, 3 Crossout Designators, 3 copies of Triple Tactics Talent, 2 copies of Dimensional Barrier, and 1 copy of Hot Red Dragon Archfiend.
No, that's Scarlight Red Dragon.
Sorry, Scarlight Red Dragon Archfiend. There's a lot of these Red Dragon Archfiend synchro monsters.
But yeah, I feel for Grun here. Like the obvious brings in the Triple Tactics Talents as well as the Crossout Designators, because they're just as good as like a 2nd, 3rd, and 4th copy of Pulled by the Grave in some cases, especially when you're just trying to put on your big combo.
Yeah, Crossout Designator being able to interrupt your opponent's interaction points, and then if you don't succeed with that, you have Triple Tactics Talent. You can either draw 2 cards to offset that your card effects didn't resolve, or you can just take a look into your opponent's hand and potentially remove their points of interaction.
Yeah, because I noticed Grun is also in the extra deck there. He's playing Cyframe Lord Omega and Bestial Dissipator, which did turn up in the decks about a month or 2 ago when they were being used to like take multiple cards out of their opponent's hands. Like Omega takes 1, you make Bestial Dissipator, special summon back the Omega, and take a 2nd one out. So that combined with talents could mean, Henry starts with maybe only 1 or 2 cards in his hand on his turn.
Henry, on the other end, has 2 Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansions, 1 of each Cashera Birth, Fenrir, and Unicorn, as well as the Precious Planet Raidsoft. 2 Lightning Storms, 3 Metal Tronus, 3 Skill Drain, and 1 Terraforming. Metal Tronus came out in the newest set.
Yeah, certainly did. I believe it's a super rare in Legacy of Destruction there.
So, targets 1 face-up non-token monster your opponent controls. You special summon 1 monster from your hand deck or extra deck that has 2 or more of the either same type, attribute, and or attack. And if you do, negate the targeted monster's effects, and then if these 2 monsters have the same name, you can banish both face down. and then your opponent cannot activate the targeted monster's effects in response to this activation. So it's generally for the mirror match.
The important thing as well is they can also hit cards in the extra deck as well, and a lot of cards in the extra deck are very commonly played, like IP Masquerader, SP Little Knight. They are seen across multiple decks there.
Yeah, so with Henry likely going second, what do you think he will be putting into his deck?
Like, I don't think it's a bad shout to... a lot of the Synchro cards do require the graveyard, so maybe those Ghost Bells and Haunted Mansions. Could be feeling a bit spicy as well. Maybe bring in Unicorn and Fenrir, just so he's got like big bodies to play with, just to put on the field and try and pressure a little bit, but definitely Lightning Storms, definitely.
So we can see so far, Krun has started his turn with Wanted, but it was met with an Ash Blossom. Dear Bellstar sending the Water Enchantress. Great synergy there because the Water Enchantress can banish itself from the graveyard to be able to add the Rite of Aramesia, and now without the Ash Blossom there, able to resolve.
Yeah, Grun should be feeling very confident right now because I believe he's going to be able to set up a field negate on the field before he goes to his junk speeder plays.
Yep, so Rite of Aramesia, if you control no adventure token, you special summon an adventure token. It's got 2000 attack and defense as a level 4 Earth Fairy monster. And then if you do not control Fateful Adventure, you can place one Fateful Adventure from your deck into your face-up spell and trap zone. But you can't activate the effect of monsters that you normal summon on that turn.
Let's see. Which is not normally too much of an issue there, but there you go, that Fateful Adventure right there.
Fateful Adventure, a card that hasn't, like we said, has fallen out of favor, so it's always good to read up on it to refresh your memory on its effect. So once per turn, the first time a monster you control is equipped with an equipped spell would be destroyed by battle, it's not destroyed. You can use each of the following effects. During the main phase, you can add one monster that mentions adventure token and then send one card from your hand to the graveyard. And if a monster is normal or special summon, you can take equipped spell from your deck and add it to your hand or equip it to an adventure token. And
the spell card he played after that, I believe, is one of the Synchro spells. That is Synchro Overtake. He's revealed the Jet Warrior in the extra deck, which is allowed him to special summon Jet Synchron from the deck straight to the field.
Yep, so you reveal one Synchro monster from your extra deck and choose one of the Synchro materials mentioned on it and add it to your hand, or you special summon it from your deck or graveyard, and you can't special summon from the extra deck that turn except Synchro monsters.
So here we go, nice and easy. But you leave that Starlight Axel Synchron. Bringing back the Jet Synchro there, and Axel
is able to Synchro again. So Excel Synchro Stardust Dragon. If this card's Synchro Summon, you can special summon level 2 or lower tuner monster from your graveyard. During the main phase, you contribute this card special summon Stardust Dragon from your extra deck. Then immediately, you Synchro Summon using the monsters you control as material.
There we go, there's that Junk Speeder there. So staring at field of Junk Speeder, and I believe that's Stardust Dragon as well. And going fast makes Grum feel alive. Special summoning out as many tuner monsters from his deck that he can, like Revolution Synchron, Stardust Synchron, and that looks like an Assault Synchron maybe.
Yep, so I do believe the restriction is that they all have to be different levels.
That's exactly what they feel. I believe the Stardust one is a level 4, Revolution is a level 3, Assault is level 2, and last one looks like possibly another Jet Synchron, so yeah, one. There you go. Plenty of fodder to go off and begin Synchro Summoning.
Looking at the extra deck, he's got one Herald of the Arclight, one Excel Synchron, one Jug Speeder, one Jet Warrior, one Stardust Charge Warrior, one Black Rose Moonlight Dragon, one Excel Synchro Stardust Dragon, one Stardust, one Crystal Wing, one Cyframe Lord Omega, one Beast Amatara, one Bestial Dissipator, one Crimson Dragon, one Hot Red Dragon King Calamity, and one Centurion Legatia.
Yeah, I believe that's Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon in the extra monsters zone, which allowed him to play his Stardust Trail, summoning the other Stardust monster in his main deck, and then just allows him to keep Synchro Summoning, really.
Yep. Does that look like an Excel Synchron on the field? Excel Synchron is able to send a Synchron monster from your deck to the graveyard, then either increase its level or decrease its level by the level of the sent monster.
So being level 5, it can either go down to level 4 or all the way up to level 6. That is the Legatia, the Centurion Legatia. Is he playing that?
Yeah, he was. The Centurion Legatia, it's a level 12 Synchro monster with 3,500 attack and 2,000 defense. Your monsters with 2,000 or less attack cannot be destroyed by battle. And you can only use each of the following effects once per turn. If discard special summon, you can draw 1 card and then destroy the monster your opponent controls the highest attack. And during the end phase, you can place 1 non-Synchro Centurion monster from your hand or graveyard into a spell or trap zone as a continuous trap.
Here we go. That is the
Adventure token, was it?
that got used up ages ago, I believe.
Oh, it's a Herald of the Arclight now.
Okay, cool.
Herald of the Arclight was a card that was released a long time ago. While it's on the field, any monster sent from the hand or main deck to the graveyard is banished instead. And it also has effect to be able to attribute itself to negate any spell, trap, or monster effect. Additionally, also, when it's sent to the graveyard, adds a ritual monster or spell from the deck to the hand. But I don't think Run plays any of those, so it's mostly going to be its sort of dimensional fissure effect, as well as effect to interact with any spell, trap, or monster effect.
Yeah. Well, he has summoned the Crimson Dragon now, and with Legatia on the field, I believe that Herald's just going to make it so he can Red Hot Dragon Calamities his opponents. Just making sure it completely goes through. There he has summoned the level 8 Manadium monster, I believe, which on summon allows him to search for a Manadium spell or trap, and searching the Manadium counter trap.
Yep, so Amritara on summon, if it's Synchro Summon, adds a spell or trap that adds Visa Starfrost, so he did add that Manadium trap.
It took a while to get there, but there you go. Set 3 pass into Crimson Dragon, Amritara, Centurion, Legatia, and Herald of the Arclight there.
The reframing when a spell or trap monster or a spell or trap monster effects activated and you control a Synchro monster, you negate the activation. And then if you have Visa Starfrost or a monster with 1,500 attack and 2,100 defense, you can destroy that negated card. And you can banish this card from the graveyard, then target 3 Manadium cards, monsters in the graveyard, and shuffle them into the deck.
So Grun activating his Crimson Dragon effect, getting met with a Wanted. Oh, no way. He's activated Crossout Designator on Wanted there.
Banishing his own Wanted to negate the effect of that Wanted.
Doesn't want anything happening here. And then, yep, Crimson Dragon has special summoned out the Arcfiend Calamities there.
Yep, so you can target 1 level 7 or higher Synchro monster field except Crimson Dragon, return it to the extra deck, and if you do, special summon 1 Dragon Synchro monster from your extra deck with the same level as the targeted monster. So you target the Legatia, and you can special summon the King Calamity.
Mm.
And then when Calamity is Synchro Summon, you can activate this effect for the rest of the turn. Your opponent cannot activate cards or effects on the field.
So yeah, this is after a series of like synchro summons. This has prompted Henry to just scoop it up, and we're going to be going into game 3 here of round 5.
Henry only having that Ash Blossom as a means of interaction that game, a bit unfortunate.
Not enough.
So let's go back to their side deck. So Henry is going to be going first. Do you see the skill drains going into his deck?
Oh, most definitely indeed. You need every way possible for like junk speeder and things to not resolve. So definitely skill drain should be coming in at this point.
And then there's still an argument for keeping the Kashtira cards, right? Because you can summon the Unicorn, and if your opponent wants to interact with your plays, the Unicorn will be able to let Henry look into Grun's extra deck and take out key pieces. And this could happen multiple times across like multiple turns. So that will be a challenge for Grun to navigate as well.
Yeah, that's indeed here. And let's have a looking at Grun's deck there. What he can put in going second. I mean, Dark Will No More, it makes a lot of sense.
The Tactics still?
Tactics still? Yeah, definitely. Great going second card. Like, if you draw that as your sixth card, you feel pretty good trying to break your opponent's board there. Cosmics, would you bring those in against Snake Eyes?
It's definitely an option you can keep open to. I don't know if it's high impact enough. I think you want to be able to... Like, it does have that interaction where you can banish the SP so that they can't... the IP, so they can't summon it off Flamberge or the field spell. But you'd have to determine if there are a number of cards you can take out to facilitate having this in your deck.
Yeah, because with a big combo deck like these Synchro decks here, you need... It's like keeping the consistency is majorly important. You can't just sit there and be like 4 to 5 pieces of interaction and Snake Eyes Ash and feel really good about your day. No, you need to draw.
Yeah, and in saying that, a very commonly played card in the Snake Eye deck nowadays is Skill Drain, so you might have to be bringing that in to be able to stop any Skill Drain your opponent has, and we know that Henry does have the Skill Drain.
See, everyone's going to tank here. We do have 20 minutes left on the clock here in round 5, so plenty of time for these players.
But given how long each turn takes, it might actually only be like 2 or 3 turns, but they are going to be very high impact turns.
Yeah, you can sit there and make an argument for like the amount of turns in a game of Yu-Gi-Oh, but like turns now have like such like these pieces of interaction here. Like there are stages and layers to every turn now, and that's sort of where the game is at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm assuming both players will have very expert knowledge of their own deck. It takes a very huge fan of like these synchro decks for someone to play that deck, given how complex they can be at times.
Exactly. And it's not so much knowing like your deck's ins and outs, it's knowing all your interactions with your opponent's cards better than your opponent.
Exactly, and I think he might have the edge. Its synchro deck is not a very commonly played deck, so you won't have many testing partners that will play that, unless you have one of those people at your locals. So Henry might have that challenge where he has to navigate a strategy where he's not too familiar with.
Here we go, we're shuffled up, ready to go.
Making sure you presented a deck with the legal amount of cards. Very important.
There is nothing worse than handing over a deck and you haven't sided properly. Yeah.
Both players look reasonably calm and collected there.
Yep. Leaning back. Here's the cup. There you go. Here we go. Starting off game 3. Surely Henry is going first in this one.
Yep, that would be a reasonable wager to make. Number of monsters in either 1 or 2 spells.
But at least one of them is... No, that is Bonfire, that one.
That is certainly Bonfire. So we are in the main phase.
Yep. But I mean, sometimes one Bonfire is all it takes with Snake Eyes deck.
But we did see Henry, even off a normal summon Poplar, was able to successfully take game 1. So the deck definitely has a lot of room to make powerful plays.
But yeah, you've got to feel good knowing you can search for Snake Eye Ash, and it's met with the infinite impermanence. So no searching there. And as long as it still continues to be face up on the field, there'll be no special summoning Flamebridge Dragon from the deck either.
Yeah. That is correct. And we'll see if Henry has the means to be able to continue his plays through cards like Original Sinful Spoils.
And we see a pass from Henry. Snake Eye Ash passing straight back to Grun. So, indeed, he probably does have a lot of monsters, but they may just be...
points of interaction, right? Like ways that he could survive until his next turn where he's free to make plays again.
Let's see, what does Grun have here?
He passed back.
Oh, no way. He just passes as well.
Oh, no.
And again, another Snake Eye Ash.
Yep. Going to add Snake Eye Poplar.
And this time he's free to search, which will prompt the summon of Poplar in his hand.
But again, Henry is not entirely certain if his opponent plays Nibiru in his deck, so he might still have that to consider.
Already up 2 summons there.
So added the Divine Temple. Activates it. Again, he's going to place likely the Snake Eyes Diabell Star.
Yep, here he is. She is.
At this point, what's going through his mind is probably like, how many points of interaction does Grunt have in his hand? How can I best play through that while putting as much damage on the field as possible? We can see him use his Snake Eye Ash.
Oh, there's an Ash Blossom.
Yeah, sending the Diabell Star, but it does get met with an Ash Blossom. So we can see that both players had likely just had interruption, but not, like, Grunt doesn't have any way to commence his own game plan.
But now this does put Henry in a very good play because he still has 2 monsters on the board, on the field rather, and they are fire monsters. When with a fire monster in graveyard, we see Heater, Fire Charmer being summoned.
Yeah, Poplar effect. Putting back the Diabell Star, and then Henry's going to be able to special summon that Ash Blossom. I think Henry is trying to just put a lot of damage on the board.
Definitely will be. I mean, at this point you're feeling pretty good. You don't think your opponent's going to be having Nibiru at this point, so you may just be going for a straight up Zealantius OTK.
Can definitely see that happening. So we're likely to see this proceed into something like a Promethean Princess. Yep. There he goes.
Very astute indeed. There is the Promethean Princess. Thinks about it. Let's definitely play there.
Yep. Promethean Princess will special summon back the Heater. So it's 1850, 2500, and another 2500 on the field.
Oh, there you go. Just poking for a bit of chip damage here.
Yep, so Snake Eye Diabell Star actually has 2800 attack. Heater has 1850 for 4650. And then the Promethean Princess for 2500. Or 27. 2700. So that's a total of 6350 damage.
7350 damage according to the life points there.
Yeah, 28, 27, 55. Plus, yep, 7350 damage.
Good, good.
It's a Nightmare Phoenix.
Yeah, Henry barely has to try it all.
Yep, because when Promethean Princess is on the field, you cannot special summon monsters except fire monsters, so you have to clear it away for something like Nightmare Phoenix to remove that restriction on yourself. And I believe that's a Selene?
Yes. So, yeah, more than enough spells in the graveyard there and on the field to gain those counters and bring back the Diabells.
Diabellstar.
Yep.
And this is likely an Appaloosa, Bow of the Goddess.
Click. There you go. 1600 attack too.
It's strange seeing how Henry just had 7350 worth of power on the field and reduced it all to a 1600 attack point Appaloosa, all for a means to stop up to 2 monster effects from happening.
Yes, indeed. Like, Grunt's deck really relies on monster effects just to get going and out of the gates here, and if Henry can stop him early enough, then there's going to be no shot of making a comeback here. Activate spell card here. We'll very soon see what it is.
Oh, it's Rite of Aramesia. Is that summoning a token?
I believe it is. Must be.
And the token is 2000 attack and defense.
Yep. Putting
A Fateful Adventure.
now allow Gron to search for a card that mentions it and then discard a card.
So Henry's just considering what he can do at this stage. So just on the summon of the token, Henry opts to use the Divine Temple to special summon the Snake Eye Diabellstar. Sorry, Snake Eye Ash.
Snake Eye Ash. Which is going to equal another body as well, because more than likely it's going to search for a Snake Eyes Poplar, special summon that, and get yet another search for Henry from his main deck.
Poplar itself. Now I believe we'll add Original.
How original indeed. Here it is.
Just under 10 minutes left in this round.
So yeah,
Might go down to the wire. Yep, so he uses the Fateful Adventure.
monster, then has to discard a card.
Discards the Draco back. He had the Draco back.
Dracoback's effect is being discarded. It's allowed him to bring it back and equip it to a non-effect monster.
Yep.
And now Gron has a very easy out to the Appaloosa, just being able to return a monster to his hand. Goodbye, Appaloosa.
So Draco back returns one card. Your opponent controls doesn't have to be the monster, but it was the Appaloosa that was stopping him from making further plays.
Correct.
Just double checking if Divine Temple has any other effects, I believe.
Yeah, we know Divine Temple gives that Snake Eyes monsters an 1,100 attack boost, so, but maybe he's just checking if it's just like giving them defense as well.
The summon of a Water Enchantress.
Yeah. You may be using this as a special summon as well. I believe Water Enchantress can special summon.
I believe so. If you have, if you control Adventure token, special summon this card from the hand.
Great, here we go. 2 bodies. Looking all right here. He still only has 7.5 minutes to...
Henry is going to activate the Promethean Princess at this point, though, to be able to destroy the token.
Mm-hmm.
And the Poplar. Poplar then places the Diabellstar.
Cool. And Dracoback goes to the graveyard now, but it's uses effect this turn, so...
It's gotten value from that.
Yeah, heaps of value. He was able to use it to pay the cost for one of his cards and as well as get rid of that Appaloosa. So yeah, normal summon of Ash Blossom here. He must have opened quite a few of them.
So that's a Stardust Charge Warrior.
Yes, this will allow Grun to draw an additional card to try and push through here.
Might need a really good draw at this point. Stardust Charge Warrior also has the added effect where he can attack or special summon once the opponent's control once each. Unfortunately, the Stardust Charge Warrior is met with a Ghost Mourner, so Stardust Charge Warrior will not be able to draw a card or attack.
Yeah, it also creates a bit of pressure for Grun as well, because suddenly he can no longer use it as synchro material, because as soon as he does, that's going to reduce his life points to 0.
Yeah, so that effect of Ghost Mourner. At the very least, it can attack over the Snake Eye Ash.
That's right. So he uses the Enchantress in the graveyard, banishing to get a Rite of Aramesia. If anything, that's going to give him something to do, well, discard, pay cost for something else.
Just over 5 minutes now.
Feels so bad having to just go to battle phase and attack defense position monster, knowing what your deck is capable of. And a pass on Stardust Charge. Grun's got everything. But I'm sorry, not Grun. We've got Henry here who's got everything. That Promethean Prince is going to be bringing something else back this turn.
Well, currently, the Promethean Prince has 2,700 attack against the Stardust Charge Warrior's 2,000 attack. So at this stage, you can just declare an attack.
Yeah, and GG's. There we go.
That is the game, and Henry takes this round.
Still well played from both parts there, and even taking a loss there. Grun is advancing this tournament with 3 wins, 1 loss, 1 draw. He is still in very good shape to make top 64 here. But Henry, well done. He's going to be doing well for the rest of this tournament here, which I'm sure we'll be catching up with him soon in like the next couple of moments.
Yeah, we'll bring him in for a post-match interview once he's had time to pack up and collect his thoughts.
Cool. Catch and go soon.
All right, we are here with the winner of the round 5 feature match. Who do we have, and where are you from?
My name's Henry Lai, and I'm from Melbourne, Australia.
Yeah, how are you feeling in this? Now that we're just halfway through the Swiss round, just over halfway through the Swiss round, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I've only gotten one draw, and it's pretty smooth ride so far. And as long as it goes well, I think I have a good chance to top.
You won the Giant card yesterday. How do you feel coming off the back of that? What did you learn yesterday in your tournament that helped you today?
I think it was basically learning a lot of the combo lines, as I'm not... I don't know the combo lines too well and in depth, so it was good to get a feel of it and how I can use especially the Cash Kira cards that I have, as well as a supplementary engine to it, to be able to learn the combos off that. And it was able to help me do the combos and perform the combos well better today.
And would you say your list today is a reasonably standard list? Like, what were your thoughts going into the deck building component?
I think it's quite a standard Snake Eye list. It's got all the normal hand traps, Ogre, Nibiru, Ash, Vela, Morna, Imperm. And I think overall it's pretty standard. It's what works well, and I think it will perform well.
So would you say you put more focus on the deck building aspect of the game or on the technical play? If someone who was new or returning would ask you which one they should focus a little bit more on, what would you tell them?
I think in this format, the focus on technical play is very important, because with the Snake Eyes deck, it's already quite solved, so there's not much of a deck building aspect, and really being able to play really technically well, being able to know the combo lines, and as well as how to play through your opponent's board and where to hand trap correctly is very important.
Right, and do you have this all in your head, or is it on like a spreadsheet in your phone, or how have you practiced for this?
I looked up a few combo lines on YouTube, had just practicing by myself, trying to learn the combo lines. I still don't know them all. In game 1, I did the combo line wrong. So I still have a lot to learn about the combo lines.
And in that game, you won game 1 without seeing much of what your opponent was playing. All you really saw was like the Wanted and the DML star. So what was your side plan going into game 2?
I was very confused because he showed me some Snake Eye engine, like the Wanted and Witch, the Fenrir's, and also Adventure engine. And so I didn't know really much what to side. I just kept in a lot of my hand traps to be able to stop him from perhaps making a board, and siding in some lightning storms too.
All right. And is there any matchup that you haven't practiced well against, or you think your deck is not well prepared to play, that you're sort of afraid that you'd rather avoid playing in the rest of the tournament?
I think there's not too much I haven't prepared for, but the tempo matchup is very scary. I often have difficulty against it, so I would prefer not to face that because it's very hard for me.
And are you confident going into the rest of the tournament? Do you think you'll be doing well?
I think I'll be able to do quite well. I've tested quite a bit for this. Still have a lot to learn and a lot to improve, but I think I have a good chance of topping the event.
Yeah, and do you play tournaments regularly? Do you play like local events as well?
I don't play as much nowadays, and I've just been learning and the Snake Eye combos in the last few weeks. Just getting back into the game after not playing much in the last few months, and it's been a pretty smooth ride.
That's good to hear. And any more words of advice for new players, or anything you want to say on the screen to the audience?
I think just have fun with your decks and good luck.
Are you having a lot of fun?
I'm having fun in this event. It's been very good meeting up with friends and dueling a lot.
And do you know how your friends are going?
Some of my friends are doing pretty well. I've one undefeated friend, got to see how he's doing, and a few others who are also doing pretty well, X1s and X0s.
No, that's good to hear. All right, well done again, and congratulations, and good luck in the rest of the day.
Thank you very much.
All right. That concludes this post-match interview. That did take most of the match, so I believe we will be going into round 6 really soon. We'll see you shortly. Welcome back, everyone. We are heading into the last leg of the tournament. There's just this and 2 more rounds after it. It's been a day so far. We've heard you guys loud and clear. This round, we have a riveting matchup. What do we have?
We have no snake eyes in sight at all, so get your fingers away from that, YouTube comments. But indeed, we have 2 players here, one from Auckland, one from Australia, Flauanderies versus, get out of it, Tier Element.
Tier Elements, but what is in this Tier Element deck list?
Absolutely everything. Looking at the list, we've got a bit of Horus, we've got Tier Elements, we've got some Destiny Heroes, we've got some Shadows, we've got, looking like a bit of Kashtera as well.
And we can fit all that in 40 cards.
Absolute kitchen sink of a deck indeed.
On the other side, it looks like a fairly reasonably standard-looking Flauanderies. It plays 3 Pen compared to the other deck list that we saw playing 2. What else do we have?
We've got some really interesting techs here. We've got 3 Swallows Kauri. We've got Dark Ruler No More in the main deck, as well as Change of Heart and Snatch Steal.
Looks like an interesting strategy that lets him play going first and second. So first you have the plays where you summon Pen, you set the Dreaming count, and then you're going second. You potentially just take their monsters and just push a lot of damage.
Exactly. And what I'm really excited to see is once we get into games 2 and 3, the Ultimate Slayer in the side deck of the Flauanderies player, because they're playing a lot of fusion targets.
Yeah, so we noticed that the Flauanderies don't really go into their extra deck, so they have a lot of room there. But yeah, no, it looks like we should be ready to go into the match soon. So as soon as the judge is ready, we can start the round.
All important thumbs up, and then we can roll the dice and draw some cards. Here it is. Well, good luck. Rolling the dice, see who goes first.
Well, it looks like an 8.
Oh, must have mirrored it off that one. Let's start here. And looks like Ash has elected to go first, winning that dice roll there. This is going to be great for him.
Yeah, we're going to be able to see this deck in action.
May Horus blesses Mills.
It's 2 spells and 3 monsters from the looks of it.
Yep, it's looking like that way there. There we go.
Oh.
Starting with Primitive Planet Perlarino.
Yep, so Perlarino lets him add a Tier Elements card.
And the secret effect as well is it also gains fusion monsters and Tier Elements gain like 500 attack or something.
Yep. So, and also if you conduct a fusion summon. So yeah, so when this card's activated, you can add 1 Tier Elements card from or monster or Visa Staff or from your deck to your hand. And if the Elements monster you control or in your graveyard shuffled into the deck or extra deck, you can target 1 card on the field and destroy it.
That's nice. So, yep. Down comes Kashtera Fenrir. Looking like he added the Kashtera Scareclaw to his hand.
So this deck is it's a pretty cool deck. You're combining a lot of different engines. You've got the whole Visa Star Frost lore going on with the Tier Elements and the Kashteras. That's a Rhino Heart.
Yeah, normal summon Rhino Heart.
The special summon of a Kashtera Tier Element.
Oh, there you go. There's the other Kashtera Tier Element. That'd be why Ash did not search one off the Fenrir there. He's already had everything he needs to get going. Next up, we have Tier Element Sharon effect in hand. It is not a cost to discard. It's all part of the effect there.
So the Tier Elements Kashtera, you can special summon it, and if you do, you banish 1 Kashtera or Tier Elements card from your hand. And if it's normal special summon, you can send the top 3 cards of the player's deck to the graveyard.
There you go. 3 very choice mills there.
From the Shearish. We can see, is that a dimensional shifter on Oscar's side?
Yes, there is a shifter there. That'll be why Ash is not going to go too hardy, I feel. Has conducted a link summon there. that SP Little Knight, I believe, and a Fenrir, and choosing to pass. I don't think he's got anything left in his hand either, so hopefully this is enough to get him through.
So it's an Appaloosa with using 3 materials. And we can see Oscar start his turn with Pot of Prosperity, straight away being able to banish 6 fairly inconsequential cards. It's going to reveal that's an M-Pen, Dreaming Town, another M-Pen, Dark Ruler no more.
That could be handy.
There's a Swallows carry that we're talking about. And the Advent of Adventure.
Definitely an adventure indeed. Let's see where his card he's going to take and where this duel's going to go. And yep, Dark Ruler no more.
Swallows Carry is a pretty cool card. It's recently been played in the Floowandereeze deck. It tributes 1 Winged Beast in the hand or face up and then adds 1 from the deck to the hand with the same level. So you can use that to play around cards like Effect Veiler.
Yeah, it's definitely a very cool card. Cool card indeed. It's something I have implemented into my Raid Raptor strategy, so yeah, I'm quite a big fan of it. And it's only a common as well. It's really good.
Yep, so we see the Unexplored Winds as well as the Stree banishing the Dimension Shifter to tribute summon the M-Pen using the Appaloosa. And a cool thing to note is that Oscar now also has no cards in his graveyard, so if he has any more Dimension Shifters, they are also now able to be activated. The Stree will add itself back to the hand from the banishment, and M-Pen will search likely the Dreaming Town that we had seen off the Pot of Extravagance earlier. And that is what we see.
Exactly as we saw it.
So that Dark Ruler no more will prevent Oscar from dealing damage to his opponent, but that Fenrir is also not able to activate.
And there we go. I believe Ash is drawing to 1 card in hand.
The Dreaming Town will let him summon that Stree, but he'll need potentially more follow-up to make use of that Dreaming Town.
Going to game 2. Ash is calling it. Not enough resources.
That Dimensional Shifter really putting in a lot of work there. It's very powerful against this Tillerman, Horus, Cash Tierish sort of strategy.
Yeah, definitely. Like the cards he was sent to the graveyard were definitely quality, but unfortunately they just weren't going to the graveyard at all.
So Ash is going to choose first or second going to game 2. Look at his side deck.
Mm-hmm.
What do we have?
I think you just put in sort of everything that you want. Like you...
2 copies of Super Polymerization. And he's not maining the 3rd copy, he's choosing to display 2. There's 2 Forbidden Droplets.
Oh, those are definitely coming in.
3 Shadow Fusions. 2 Bestial Druid Worms. 1 Neo Shadow Aerial. 1 Atcalone. 1 Volcanic Scattershot. 1 Underworld Goddess. 1 Typhon. And 1 Baguska. You know what I think? I think he has a problem trying to fit everything into his extra deck. He's put in like 4 cards into his side deck. But I noticed that a lot of his side deck's geared for going second.
Yeah, I feel like he's just got maybe he just feels that his deck is powerful enough that going first, yeah, they can come at you with absolutely anything. But I feel like that one of the cards they can potentially side in is that Baguska as well. Like if worst comes to worst and he gets shifted again, he is able to make a Baguska the Terribly Tired Tapir, which will really stop Oscar from being able to advance his game state.
Yeah, what about the Shadow pile? I see there's a window in his extra deck. So do you think we'll see the Apcalone and the Aerial come in?
I'm not too sure, seeing as the major part of this would be for Winder to come out and stop them from special summoning. It doesn't do anything for the normal summons at all.
Yep, absolutely. And let's go over to the Floowandereeze deck. As you said before, he has 3 of the Ultimate Slayers. That's potentially going in against the Telements deck.
Mm-hmm. You got Lightning Storms there. They should definitely be coming in. Don't know about the Feather Duster. Maybe.
Would you see the Thrust potentially? You can Thrust, search the Dark Ruler no more and play that. That's an avenue.
Again, you can search for the Ultimate Slayer as well. But yeah, I think that's sort of where we're going to be here. But looking like game 2 is about to start. And Yep, there we go. And Ash is open with the Pressured Planet. This is the one that allows him to search for Kashtira monsters.
So his options are the Telemans Kashtira or the Fenrir. He goes for the Fenrir, which, I mean, will also just be able to add the Telemans Kashtira. We see him special summon it.
Activating effect here, that's searching for, I believe that is a Kashtira Telement.
Yep. That's a King Sarcophagus. This is a incredibly powerful card.
Yeah, this is going to allow Ash to start sending unwanted cards in his hand ready to the graveyard, and then for any Horus monster in the graveyard, and then free special summons and free like XYZ materials into like Zombie Vampire and allow him to mill even more cards there.
So how many times can he do this? 4 times.
4 times, once per name, I believe.
So he's firing away. That's a Zombie Vampire, I believe.
Yeah, and if you missed that as well, there's a Telement Scream as well, so that's going to allow him to mill an additional 3 cards this turn.
Well, we see the Dimension Shifter get sent to the graveyard. So the Zombie Vampire sends 4, and then he can special summon a zombie monster, I believe.
No, you can special summon any monster sent to either player's graveyard.
By its effect. Incredibly powerful. Special summon one of those monsters of field.
I think he's rubbing salt in the wounds and choosing to take the Dimensional Shifter.
It certainly is a dark monster. Telement Scream, if a monster is normal special summon, you control a Telements monster, a Visa Starfrost, you can send the top 3 cards of your deck to the graveyard.
There you go. Was that a Sulik or a Meta Noise that he's milled there?
Hard to see from that angle.
It's Sulik, which is going to allow him to search for more Telements cards.
Yep, Telements Soliak. Card that was very powerful at the height of Telements. When it's sent to the graveyard, you can add 1 Telements monster from the deck to the hand.
And he goes for a Blood Dragon of the Swamp, overlay into Bahamut Shark with the Rhino Heart. And this is going to bring out everyone's favorite card. Totally awesome. Awesome card.
You can see this is a really cool deck that just has a bit of everything in it. And you can see why he's had to put 4 extra deck monsters into his side deck. He just doesn't have the room to play it in his main.
Yeah, it's indeed. It's just all gas. And what is that?
Dark Charmer.
Dark Charmer.
There's a Shiren discarding.
That's Hell Shadow. If it's sent to the graveyard for a card effect, you get to mill an additional card for each attribute on the field, I believe.
Yep, so Hell Shadow Hollow, if it's sent to graveyard by card effect, you can send cards from the top of your deck to the graveyard equal to the number of different original attributes among the monsters on the field. So you've got Earth, you've got Water, you've got Dark. That's a Destiny Hero Malicious.
He's milled 2 of them, but the potential 3rd in his deck, unless it's in his hand. And there you go. Dimensional Shifter coming back a 2nd time for Ash's bidding.
Dimension Shifter is a level 6 Dark monster, so there is a potential synergy with it and the Destiny Hero Malicious to be able to summon a rank 6 monster.
Exactly.
There is a Beatrice, Lady of the Eternal in his deck.
That's awesome, and I think he's just used Link Summon Sprite Sprint there and sent a Murali to the graveyard, which is the level 2 element there, which is going to prompt the effect to fusion summon into Garura there. Garura and Dimension Shifter.
We do see the Beatrice. Look, that Dimension Shifter was a tactical pick. It wasn't just to pick a random monster. It was a level 6 monster specifically.
Mm-hmm.
I believe when the Garura is sent to the graveyard, it comes with a card draw.
Yep, so he gets to send the... Is that Shiren?
Yep, the Shiren that was returned before to summon the Mud Dragon of the Swamp.
Send that to the graveyard. Draw a card with the Grewer. It can be sent to the graveyard for any reason, and you'll be able to trigger its effect to draw. Great. And is that Kaleido Heart as well in the summoned as well?
Yeah, well, that's a full board of 6 monsters for Ash.
And he's firing the Beatrice here as soon as possible. Sends the Black Goat Laughs.
Wow, that is a new card that we did see earlier in the day. So again, it's graveyard effect. You can banish it and then declare one monster name, and then this turn neither player can activate the effects of monsters on the field with that original name.
So immediately he's able to turn off a key card of Oscar's strategy, either the Fluandere's Eaglin or Rabina.
Right, so pot of prosperity we go. Looks like he's taken a little bit more time to choose what to banish now. Could that allude to him possibly putting the Ultimate Slayers into his deck? So he's got to make sure he doesn't banish the cards that he needs.
I believe it does. Great, and Totally Awesome negates that and steals it as well. Thank you.
Yeah, that also gives Ash an opportunity to be able to play that next turn.
And then Totally Awesome's effect in the graveyard is going to choose itself to add as a water monster back to his hand, but being an extract monster, it goes straight back there.
Oscar's still staring down against the board of 5 monster, a Dark Charmer, a Fenrir. Just wants to take another read of Totally Awesome. So we have word from the judge that they're trying to clarify if Toad negates the activation or if he negates the effect. Oh, I can see a change of heart in Oscar's hand.
Ooh. It's pretty critical, especially if it's able to target down and resolve on like Kashtera Fenrir. But whew, second part of prosperity this turn.
Not how many is he banishing this time though? Does he banish a full 6 to try and dig for a power play, or is he going to go with 3? Looks. There's a Toucan, a Lightning Storm, an M-Pen, Duality, Apex Avian, or an Eaglin?
Yep, that's what he's picked here.
Potentially Dark Ruler no more has merit, so does the Eaglin. The rest, it's a bit harder to make a case for Duality. Was that Duality, was it?
Yeah, I mean, the only other solid pick here would be Lightning Storm, but depends on the rest of hand, whether he can like sort of chew through things like Kashtera Fenrir and things, or if he like values getting rid of that T-Element Scream.
Definitely have to think about this. He goes for the Eaglin, the monster.
He's either got some really great interaction in his hand already, or this is desperate times.
Yep, and then Ash will use the effect of the Black Goat Last to call the Fluandere's an Eaglin that was just added to the hand, so Eaglin will not be able to activate its effect this turn on the field.
Change of heart, though, coming down.
Takes the Collider Heart.
And this prompts a Kashtera T-Element in Ash's hand. It is a quick play effect, so he is able to banish one of the T-Element traps and then special summon Kashtera, and then mill 3 cards, send 3 cards off the top of his deck to the graveyard there.
That's a Sprite Sprint up there, not the Dark Charmer, sorry.
Yeah, I believe the Dark Charmer was used to make that sprint there, and that's how he was able to send Merly to his graveyard last turn.
True, true. See a number of cards sent to the graveyard, one of them being Shiren. Shiren and Mud Dragon of the Swamp.
Fusing back. Making...
Protopian Dragus Tapella?
Yeah, cool. So yeah, Dragus Septalia.
And I believe that's an Advent of Adventure from Oscar's side.
Indeed. And yeah, that's just like picking it up. Too many cards for Oscar to deal with there. So Ash taking game 2 here.
Yep, so Flaunderies definitely would want to go first. That way he's not only not staring down at a full board of monsters, but a full graveyard full of effects that can activate, cards in hand that can also activate. So yeah, I think they want to be in that position where they're the ones summoning and using effects on their opponent's turn. A lot more challenging going second. So
yeah, especially when you're being able to bring in cards like the Harpy's Featherstorm and everything. Like,
and also that CC's plays Trap Trick. That's a pretty cool way to be able to also get out that Harpy's Featherstorm. He's effectively playing 5 copies of that.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Plus the thrusts as well. Thrusts can come in and they'll be able to set the Trap Trick, which will be able to summon out, activate the effect of Harpy's Featherstorm from the deck as well. So there we go.
Whereas, and we were saying before how Ash's deck has a lot. Ash's side deck has a lot of cards designed for going second. There's 23 minutes left on the clock. It is viable for the Volcanic Scattershot to come in if the match goes fairly long. Mm-hmm. What else do you see potentially coming in?
I mean, if he gets desperate, you can bring that Typhon there. It depends how he's really feeling on that one. Again, droplets, maybe the Super Poly, maybe he's going to try and like catch his opponent off guard and go for like a Garura play or something like that.
Well, it looks like Oscar's already sided up. That both players are sided up and they're ready to go.
Ooh, nice and quick. We like it around here.
And both players are currently 4 wins and 1 loss. Even losing, you're still in a solid position to go into the rest of the rounds. You've got 3 more rounds after this in total.
Yeah, that's right. 2 more rounds today and 1 more round of Swiss tomorrow.
Yep. And the winner will be in a definitely commanding position, only needing to win like 1 to 2 of the next 3 rounds. So from the math, I think a lot of X3s will top. About 4 or 5 will miss out. This number could change depending on how many draws happen.
Yeah. It's definitely something you've got to make sure of here. And like playing against all these different decks as well, you've got to be really sharp and really quick, or otherwise you are going to get dragged into like a time war. But here we go, drawing in cards. Game 3, we're about to start.
Oh, I see. Looks like a spell card in his hand. He's going to summon Rabina.
This is a very good start indeed, especially if it goes undisturbed.
Ash doesn't play any points of interaction outside of the 1 Telement Havness, but that doesn't exactly stop your opponent from playing. There's an Eaglin coming down.
Yep, which is just going to be searching the Penguin, Emperor Penguin. Oh no, Apex Avian, here we go.
He might already have the Impen in hand. Ash going to read that Apex Avian.
Tribute both. No, he says, no, you can keep reading. I'm just going to keep playing. And here comes the Fluundere's M-Pen.
Yep, so you'll be able to trigger one of the Fluundere's monsters that just got banished, as well as the M-Pen on the field to add.
Ooh, Oscar now thinking about his chain links here. M-Pen 1, Rabina 2. Rabina heading back to hand there.
And one thing to note, M-Pen's on the field effect as well. That's going to be a bit of an issue for the T-Element strategy, as we've seen earlier today.
Indeed, he's going to have to try and out it by putting his monsters into defense mode there, which means he's not able to attack with them, unfortunately.
We see the Dreaming Town get added.
Here comes Prod of Prosperity.
It's banishing 6.
One.
Now that he's going first, I think it's a good bet that the Ultimate Slayers aren't in his deck currently.
Yeah, he's free to just get rid of anything now.
Let me see. It's an Advent, an Unexplored Winds, Dimension Shifter, Duality, the Swallow's Cowrie, and another Duality. A lot of very powerful picks there. He goes for Duality, doesn't go for the Dimension Shifter.
It's because the Prosperity will end up going to the graveyard.
Oh, that is correct. He has no streak. Right, yeah, that was a easy oversight.
And then Duality there.
That's a map, Swallow's Cowrie.
And
a Toucan?
Yeah, that's Toucan. He goes for the map as well, so that's going to put even more pressure on Ashwin going into his turn. Got to think very carefully about what he chooses to normal summon, if at all.
Yeah, because with the right cards, Oscar will be able to summon another monster such as Rise of the Mega Monarch or the Apex Avian he searched earlier. He's going to reveal, is that the Stree? Is that a Stree? Banishing Toucan, normal summon Stree. Yep. So we've seen this, the Toucan adds itself. The Stree banishes the Prosperity, Toucan summons itself. Eaglin adds itself.
Then tribute some of those two for the Apex Avian there.
So now, M-Pen will stop special summon monsters in attack position. Apex Avian can return itself to stop one spell trap or monster effect. And then there's also that Dreaming Town for additional normal summon.
As well as the additional normal summon he will gain off the map as well, should Ash choose to normal summon.
Yep. See a fair number of spells in Ash's hand. He's going to read the map. So map says, if your opponent normal summons monster immediately after this effect resolves, you can normal summon one Fluundere's monster. And we know he has a few in his hand.
He's got the Eaglin, he's got the Rabina, and if he activates that Apex Avian early on, he is able to summon it out yet again for yet another negate.
So terraforming.
Baiting, adds the
Pearl Rhino.
Activate while he's got his deck in his hand. Is he going to be allowed to search for a T-Element? He is indeed. Oscar choosing very carefully when to do this.
The T-Element's Rhino Hop?
I think that's
So,
Kashtira.
so Kashtira T-Elements.
Yeah.
So 2 more spells in Ash's hand.
That's a...
That's a foolish Burial Goods, is it? It's able to send a spell trap.
Sends a...
Soliak.
Soliak is going to allow him to search.
It's a Shiren.
Indeed. Trying to put his
finding as many ways as possible to put monsters on the field without normal summoning here.
Just 16 minutes on the clock. Sending 2. Is that with Imseti? Yep.
So, yeah. So, Imseti, Glory of Horus there. If it's in his hand, he's able to discard it and another card in his hand to search for a copy of King Sarcophagus and then draw a card. So then that King Sarcophagus he's able to place on the field and bring Imseti, Glory of Horus back to the field.
Imseti also has 3,000 attack points. That's a whole lot of attack points for pushing damage, especially when you want to close out a game. And these summon themselves back with no cost attached to them.
Right. And Ash draws a card to complete the effect of Imseti.
See, Oscar's being very conservative with his Apex Avian here. Oh, so Ash has proactively banished the Black Goat Laughs to core Apex Avian. And Oscar is forced to activate that Apex Avian to negate that. Otherwise, he won't be able to use it later or subsequently if he gets to normal summon that again. So that was a forced out play.
Yeah, here he goes, activating the King Sarcophagus here. It is funny to mention, isn't it, that it's the year 2024 and we're still seeing Telements versus Floowandereeze here on the stream.
It definitely is. It is something that we've probably seen a number of times over the last 2 years. Telements constantly getting new cards added to. I mean, these Horus cards are fairly new. They've been in the last year or just over.
Yeah, at least in the last couple of sets, but they fit in so nicely with what Telements is actually trying to achieve here.
Ash just double, triple checking that M pen, making sure it's got no other hidden effects that aren't commonly seen. Like we've mentioned before, one that doesn't come up that often is that battle phase effect where you banish card from your hand and that opponent's monster is attacking defense is halved, so that Imseti isn't actually able to attack over that M pen.
But Ash declares an attack, then declares the effect of King Sarcophagus.
Yep. So the King Sarcophagus, once per turn it started damage. If a Horus monster battles an opponent's monster, you can send that opponent's monster to the graveyard. So there goes M-Pen.
Doesn't have to be special summon, doesn't have to be anything. It's just attack, send it to the graveyard.
See, this is what we've been talking about, how you want to be on top of all your opponent's effects. Like that part of King Sarcophagus effect might not come up all that often. And Ash was able to use it to just get rid of that M-Pen fairly easily.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Oscar felt that his M-Pen was going to be pretty safe that turn. Maybe he thought that Ash had forgotten about the attack modification effect of M-Pen, but nope. It seems that Ash was one play ahead with the effect of King Sarcophagus.
But Ash has been able to clear that M-Pen without using his normal summon as well.
So yeah, I believe we're in main phase 2 now. He sees the effect of King Sarcophagus again, send Happy to the graveyard, and then Happy special summon itself out.
And I believe that Meta Noise added the Scream. Sorry, not Meta Noise. Yep. There was another Telement Trivicama.
Suliak.
Yeah.
Trivicama. There you go.
That's the one. You can banish it from the graveyard and add one spell or trap that mentions Beast of Starfrost on the deck. Fancy added the Scream.
True. Oh.
Still in the main phase, was able to use the Dreaming Town. He's going to be able to start normal summoning. Yep, so he used the Stree and the Toucan. And now he's going to use the effect of the Dreaming Town as well.
to banish and turn the 2 Horus monsters into face-down defense position.
Yep, and Mpen's also going to be able to search. So it adds the unexplored wins. This is a card we've seen very powerfully, not only this match, but early in the day, which lets you send your opponent's monsters to send your opponent's cards to the graveyard to perform your tribute summons.
It's a fully explored line of play that we've seen today. And then
Now we see an Eglin come out, and that added another Mpen.
And which resolves, so he's able to normal summon a winged beast, and here he comes with Rabina.
And we do know his hand, so we know his hand currently has another Mpen, has an Apex Avian. So he's going to be able to perform another normal summon of either of those. Yep, just checking that Rabina can add a copy of itself.
And there we go with the tribute summon. Spitting down. Thinks about it.
Who's considering Apex Avian?
He's tossing up between the 2.
He goes with the double Mpen. Now he's going to be able to add one of the Flaundere's monsters from the banishment to his hand, as well as search. I believe that's an Eglin and an Advent of Adventure. We are now on the 10-minute mark as well.
So that plus 500 life points could mean all the difference here for Oscar.
Yep, that Advent of Adventure being able to increase 500. We did mention earlier that Ash did have a Volcanic Scattershot in his side deck, so we'll see later if this comes up. Looks like Oscar is completely done with his normal summoning.
Okay, so must mean he's only running the 1 copy of Dreaming Town and just relying mainly on the Magnificent Map to allow him to get an additional normal summon on Ash's turn.
Banishing
one of the Telements traps there.
the Celiac.
Yep, which is going to trigger the Telement Cash Terror to mill 3 cards, and then the Scream as well, so for a total of 6.
Ooh. I believe that's a Rhino Heart that's getting sent.
I see another Scream as well, and is that another Horus monster on top?
Looks like an Imseti. Super Polymerization. A Raid Slot.
Merely as well. Ooh.
So when Soliak is banished, you can add 1 Telements monster from his deck to his hand, but first we'll resolve.
So Rhino comes out.
Discarding a Shiren. Is that Merlin and Imseti?
And that should be making a Mud Dragon here. There you go.
And then Polar Rhino's effective activate, allowing him to destroy a card on the field.
Very nice indeed. Where do you go to from here? Still have another M-Pen to deal with.
And it's also main phase 2 as well.
Are we still on Oscar's main phase 2 here?
Yep, there we go. We see the Bahamut. Yeah, because he attacked earlier with the Imseti into the first M-Pen. We've had 2 more M-Pens come up since then.
It's totally awesome.
That's a Toad in attack position.
A tactical Toad in attack position.
So I believe that Toad will not be able to activate its effect while Empen is on the field because Toad is a special summon monster. And it is currently in attack position.
Here comes Kaleido Heart.
But Kaleido Heart will summon and get rid of the other Empen. So now the Toad will be able to use its effect. Now it is looking a little challenging for Oscar. He is staring down against, again, 6 monsters on the side of Ash's field. And Ash's 2-cent monsters aren't small either, with instead having 3,000 attack and 2,000 defense.
Yes, and I believe Happy as well has 2,400 attack and 1,600 defense. So, yeah, must be pretty happy with that field.
But we do, look, there is under 6 minutes on the clock, so he'll need to be able to push. Like, it's his main phase 2. He will need to pick up the pace a bit if he wants to be able to go back to his turn and enter the battle phase at some point.
That's a magnificent map here. Is this where we're going to see him activate the sprint? Can make sprint with the SP Little Knight.
He's considering it. There's the Bahamut Shark and the SP.
Thinking about his plays. Keeps touching his cards. But nope. Decides to push on with that.
Did we see the Ultimate Slayer? Is that an Ultimate Slayer drawn? That certainly is a spell.
Certainly is indeed. So, yeah, I think it is an Ultimate Slayer in Oscar's hand there that can deal with...
So we know there's a few birds. There's the Advent. There is an Unexplored Winds. And he's going to start with the Unexplored Winds. Very good place to start.
Early pressure on already, and yeah, this has already prompted the 2 elements Kashtera from Ash. Banishing a Scream. Get the mills. 1.
That's a T-element.
2.
Is that a Malicious?
That's malicious, and I think it's a Forbidden Droplet. But that is all that he needs if he did want to get rid of that. Get rid of the winds there, because he has sent...
Yeah, he needs to return.
Okay. Is he able to fusion summon?
He summons a Stree.
Stream? Oh, okay.
He's going to be able to use the effect of... Oh, he's going to SP. He's on the effect of Strees. He's going to use the effect of SP to banish them both.
Very good play indeed. There you go. Good play.
Yeah, so Stree will resolve banishing the Empen that's in the graveyard, and Toucan will add itself. Toucan will then normal summon. 3 minutes down to the wire. I'm fairly positive he has that Advent of Adventure in his hand, right?
Hey, no, he's passed. Oh
Passed.
no, oh no.
Oh.
Oh, I'm milling 3 cards now. I think that's for the Scream that might be sitting in that glary spot there.
Yep. So now we'll see a Tribute Summon.
Attributing the...
Empen.
Yep, the planet and the Stree for the Empen.
Yep. Now he's going to be able to... Well, if he didn't have an Advent before, he's definitely going to have it now, but he's going to add the field spell, so that would strongly suggest he already has the Advent.
Yeah, I think he's really just like trying to play his cards as much as he can, making that plus 500 life points count for everything in this match.
He's going to summon Rabina. Rabina will activate its effect to add another level 4 or lower. He's going to use additional normal summon Eaglin. Eaglin will be able to search 1 more monster.
Mm-hmm.
Perform a Tribute Summon. Tribute summons a Kaleido. You tribute by sending the Kaleido Heart to summon another Empen.
Yep, there we go.
Yep, he's going to add. And as we said, if he didn't have Advent before, he most certainly going to have it now. He's going to tribute someone into an Apex Avian. So now we see a lot of cards being exchanged on either side. There we go. We see the advent of Adventure.
Plus 500 life points and possibly the game-winning play here.
Yep, so you banish one Winged Beast monster from your hand or face-up field and add one Floowandereeze monster or field spell, and then you gain 500 life point. Yep. Entering the battle phase, he will attack with M-Pen into the Tearlaman's Kashtira. He's going to use the effect to be able to banish card from his hand to halve the attack of Tearlaman's Kashtira. That puts some damage on the field.
Yeah, it puts an even bigger deficit in their life points there for Ash. And I believe he had to do that as well because there was the stream that resolved earlier, so that M-Pen would be minus 500 attack force.
Apex Avian will attack into the defense position, Bahamut Shark, fairly inconsequential attack. M-Pen will attack into the Happy, which will only has 1600 defense, so that will be destroyed. Oscar in his main phase 2 will activate the Magnificent Map. Set 1 and pass his turn. His opponent draws, that is time on the clock.
Time on the clock there, waiting for the judge to call it there. Ash does have the ability to finish the phase.
So time is called into draw phase, and that is a win for Oscar, the Floowandereeze player. We've seen Floowandereeze go undefeated in this tournament today, or on stream at least.
On stream at least, but Oscar, even with his one loss, is pushing ahead into this tournament. 5 wins, 1 loss after 6 rounds there, and only 2 rounds left of gameplay today.
Well done. Post-match interview, and just like previous round, we took up the entire match duration. So if we are able to get someone else, well, maybe we can also just do a feature match, a deck profile with Oscar if you'd like.
Yeah, certainly. If he's willing to talk about his deck, we can definitely have a bit of a cordial with him. Otherwise,
as we noticed that his deck had it was very different to the one we saw earlier. So we can do a deck profile and a post-match interview at the same time with him. All right, cool. We will be back very shortly.
So it definitely came down to a bird on a wire last round, but here we are speaking with the winner of last round, round 6 of the Oceanic Championship here, Oscar with Fluunderies. Oscar, how do you feel about that last round, buddy?
Felt like I was, in tier format or something, but yeah, I was lucky to see Shifter game 1.
Yeah.
And then game 2 was looking a bit rough. I realised I didn't have an extra bird, so I just scooped it up. And then game 3, I knew he didn't have Super Poly because he would have started with it. So I just ended with the 2 M pens because he has to out both, obviously. And then I had 2 advents in the hand, so I knew I was winning in time. So
yeah, definitely. We saw. I know me and the Yahweh in the commentary box there, we were watching you with that Advent of Adventure in hand, watching the minutes click down, and we're just like, that's it. That's what's going to get you there. Is that half the reason why you picked Fluunderies? Just because it does have those natural win buttons for the time?
A little bit. I think it's still the best shifter deck in the room. All day, I've obviously had my issues bricking, but like, most of the games that you shifted, you're winning anyway, and thankfully I've seen it quite a lot today.
Yeah.
But I also think a lot of people haven't versed Flu in quite some time, and a lot of people have to read MPen, and they don't know what he does, so it's actually very beneficial. And then again, yeah, you've got win in time cards as well, so.
Certainly. How about cards like Swallow's Kari? I noticed you were playing an entire playset of that. Has that been pretty clutch? Your own special tech there?
Yeah, absolutely. It's literally Advent at home. So it's just another way that I can play around hand traps. We're still in a hand trap format. I've seen and heard that a lot of people are actually on board breakers today. So I'm a bit wary of that, but I think it was definitely the correct choice. I'm playing 2 Stree as well, which works with Kari. So it's just making the deck more consistent because, again, it does brick.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. Well, you were able to play 3 games of Yu-Gi-Oh! There, especially against a very I find Telemann very scary indeed as a deck.
Yeah, definitely.
Sometimes it can mill nothing, and sometimes it can mill absolutely everything. So, did you feel a bit worried about any point of the game?
Oh no, I knew that they were going to mill everything. I have a couple of friends at locals, and they play tier all the time, and they just mill the absolute nuts. So I know what I'm coming against. And I was a bit wary, especially looking at my hand game 2. I was like, yeah, it's not happening. But yeah, it was a fun duel.
Yeah, it was definitely something really nice to watch back and forth. As we saw some of the comments of the stream as well, some people felt like it was going back to 2022 and that sort of format. Is that sort of how it was for you?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, except for Barrier Statue, bring him back.
Oh,
right now.
No. You can stay at home, mate. You can go back to Canberra with that attitude. Thank you. All right, how did you as Canberra player, by the way? Do you want to give any shout-outs? Keep in mind you are live on stream.
Absolutely. Thank you for all my friends and family watching. Thank you to my beautiful girlfriend for always supporting me and coming across the pond with me. And hopefully I can keep winning.
Yeah, excellent. Well, good luck to you, Oscar, and good luck for the rest of the tournament, mate. It's been great having you on.
Thanks, guys.
No, thank you. Let's intro this one.
All right, welcome back, everyone. This is the second last round of the day, round 7. We are going into the later stages of the day. I do believe it. You can see in the room the energy's a bit lower than it was at the start of the day, and like we've been talking, the fatigue factor's starting to kick in. How's your day been?
Oh, it's been beautiful company, beautiful day, beautiful tournament. It's been absolutely cracker, to be honest. What about yourself?
Doing all right. Doing the crowd another favor. We've got Tenpai versus Yubel, so 2 decks that we've both seen already in the tournament. But yeah, no, this Tenpai deck looks a bit more like the Tenpai decks that we've seen. That Tenpai deck that we see top other events. So you got a couple of cash hero cards. You've got more hand disruption than you do like the trap cards that we saw earlier.
Exactly, and then we are versing against a deck that, in theory, should have a very good matchup against Tenpai, and that is Yubel. Like cards like Nightmare Pain and Nightmare Throne there, like create absolute havoc for the battle phase there. So Tenpai player has to be a little bit smart about how they're going to play through those interactions.
Yep, I definitely think that we will see some player expression come through this game. So yeah, when the judge is ready, we can start the game. All right, looks like the players are looking for some die to roll.
Excellent stuff. We've got Mark here from Auckland here, and versing against him, he is versing Alex from Melbourne as well, so another across-the-ditch matchup.
Yeah, look, we've got a bit of territorial battles going on. All right, I'm obviously from Sydney, you're from New Zealand, so let's see who can take it out.
Oh, anyway, let's get on with the match and decide. Mark's waiting to shake the dice. I believe he can. There you go. What has he got?
Oh. Honestly, I think regardless of whoever wins, the Tenpai will be going second. That's a very
good point, actually.
So that was, I guess, one of the it was a formality, but I think it was largely not super relevant to decide of who goes first. Oh, Alex went first, actually, did he?
Well, maybe Mark knows what he's on, and he made him to go first, hoping it'd put him off.
Well, let's see. Well, we haven't seen anyone draw a card from the deck yet, so... Yeah, so it does look like Mark is going first.
Okay, that's good. Really wanted to go through, set up all the spells, all his effects, as well as like all of his Unchained cards as well.
Ooh.
So I believe that it's the new fusion monster, Spirit of Yubel.
Sorry, Phantom of Yubel. So
Phantom of Yubel.
Shuffled 2. It was Spirit of Yubel and another card. Yeah, so it can't be used as fusion material, it can't be destroyed by battle, and you take no battle damage. And when your opponent activates a monster effect, you contribute this card, and the activated effect becomes your opponent destroys one Yubel monster in their hand, deck, or field. So it immediately creates a point of interaction, but he sets one card and he immediately passes to his opponent, who activates Wraith off, has the Fenrir.
Yep, that's Cat Sheriff Fenrir activating his effect.
Gets met with an infinite impermanence.
That's good. Otherwise, like, depending where Mark activates that Phantom Yubel effect, like Kashtira Fenrir may still be able to banish it off the field.
Yeah, that's a Hydra being summoned. Mark does play the same sort of 12 interactive cards that we've seen in other decks of the Ash Blossom, the Draw and Lockbird, Effect Veil, and Infinite Impermanence, so he could potentially have a few more points of interaction in his hand. Alex summons a Hydra and he's going to use his effect, but he has to read the Phantom of Yubel.
Just to make sure he knows what's going on here. Because if he goes to the battle phase without knowing exactly, that Phantom Yubel can, like, maybe not in the battle phase, but at least summon, like, the regular Yubel from the deck, in which case, yeah, no battle damage cannot be destroyed by that battle. In which case, a lot of the Tenpai cards are going to be, like, fairly useless.
Yeah, for sure, but once he gets to, if he chooses the field spell to add, does he resolve the effect?
Indeed.
He just passes the turn.
Yeah, go on, do your worst. He probably knows that Mark can't actually deal any actual damage unless he has that Nightmare Pain card. And if he goes to the battle phase, then like everything should be able to affect. But he does start his turn by activating the Nightmare Throne. And this is a very good spot for Mark now.
Yep, so when it's activated, he can take a Fiend with 0/0 and add it to his hand or destroy it. And once per turn, if a face-up Yubel monster you control leaves the field, by card effect, you can add to your hand one Yubel monster from your deck, graveyard, or banishment whose original level is 1 higher or lower, and you can special summon it. So often lets you special summon the Yubel Terra Incarnate. This Effect Veiler on... Using the Effect Veiler on the Phantom of Yubel.
What, during Mark's turn? Oh, yes,
Yeah,
it's Mark's turn, isn't it?
Yeah. So that is the Spirit of Yubel. And when Spirit of Yubel is destroyed, you can special summon one Yubel that is banished or in the deck, hand deck or graveyard.
And that is met with an Ash Blossom that indeed covers all the effects of Spirit of Yubel there.
You can see both sides had an Ash Blossom and an Effect Veiler in their opening hands. We'll see a lot of these throughout the weekend.
Fenrir will now activate its effect, banishing the Phantom of Yubel though.
Yep, and now Nightmare Throne's other effect, so because a Yubel monster left the field, he's able to add 1 higher or 1 lower.
And then choose to special summon it, I believe, if he wishes.
Yep. Ignoring and summoning conditions.
I believe Phantom Yubel is a level 9 and Spirit of Yubel being a level 10. This is all kosher.
Yep, it's almost as if it was purposely made for that synergy.
Searches for the Nightmare Pain, activates the Nightmare Pain destroying the Spirit of Yubel and able to search for a card that mentions Yubel.
Except Nightmare Pain itself.
And except for Nightmare Throne, because it mentions Yubel monsters, not Yubel itself.
And when you control a Yubel monster, your opponent's monsters that can attack must attack Yubel monsters, as well as your opponent takes any battle damage you would have from battles involving Yubel monsters. So that's sort of how the deck functions.
Yeah, as we can see, that Spirit of Yubel, even though it's destroyed off the Nightmare Pain, he was able to summon just a regular Yubel from the deck.
Absolutely. It's a very old card, and like we've been talking about, a modern spin on old cards is really cool to have.
So Yubel attacks into the Fenrir, and because of Nightmare Pain, that means the damage is going straight to Alex instead.
Yep, so that's 20, should be a bit more from that, right? So increasing its attack by 100 for every attribute on the field,
So,
Earth,
yeah.
Fire, and Dark.
So, yeah, so plus 300. So 2,700 damage.
Yep. And also Yubel, when Yubel gets attacked, it also deals damage to your opponent equal to the opponent attacking monster's attack. So that would deal damage twice with Nightmare Pain when Yubel gets attacked.
He's activating the quick effect here of a Gruesome Grave Skirmer, destroy the Yubel. Yubel special summons out Terra Incarnate.
So Terra Incarnate, like Yubel, cannot be destroyed by battle, and you take no battle damage. And if it's targeted for attack like Yubel, it deals damage to your opponent equal to its attack. And then once during the end phase, you destroy all other monsters on the field.
Okay, so looks like it's moved to main phase 2 now, because see the Link Summon of Yama.
Yep, looks like he's now trying to tap into the Unchained portion of his deck.
Unchained Soul, Lord of Yama.
And Special Summon adds an Unchained spell, Unchained monster, sorry, from the deck graveyard to the hand.
He's now activating Gruesome Grave Skirmer's effect to special summon a Fiend with 0 attack or defense.
Like the Spirit of Yubel.
Alex thinking about where this is going to go from here. And down comes the Nibiru. There's indeed 5 summons for Mark.
This could be reasonably bothersome for Mark.
He will be activating Shivara's as a quick effect, though, to destroy Spirit of Yubel.
Yep, so Yubel... Yep, so it's all attributed. Nibiru summons, the token is summoned, considering the position of the Yubel.
Asking what's in the graveyard there, what's happening, any triggers?
Yep, something that's usually not done it's not done all the time because the token doesn't stay, but people will oftentimes check the stats of that token in the event of cards like Change of Heart where you can take control of it, or just if you need to know if you can attack over it.
Indeed, and if this is the last line of defense for Mark here, like he's going to be very interested indeed in like the stats of that token. Mark here activating some chain links now, because he does going to get the effect of Nightmare Throne as well as the effect yet again of the Spirit of Yubel to special summon, I believe.
Yep, so Shivara will also activate. So if it's sent to the graveyard, you can set one Unchained spell or trap.
Great stuff, and there is Yubel yet again, all their glory on the field.
So,
no, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I was going to say, so the set one was the Abominable Chamber of the Unchained. So its effect, you can special summon one Unchained monster from your hand or graveyard. And if this set card is destroyed by a card effect, you can special summon one Unchained monster from your deck.
And for those of you playing at home, wondering about the stats of that Nibiru token, or Primal Being token as it is 8,100 attack and 4,900 defense.
Yep, so in the event of cards like Change of Heart, this is extremely irrelevant, having 8,100 attack.
Yeah, that's huge damage. If Alex isn't able to clear that token off the field, it could mean game over next turn.
And we can see that Alex actually plays one copy of Triple Tactics Talent, which has that effect to be able to take control of an opponent's monster. It could reasonably come up in game states like this.
Exactly. If he's able to force that effect to Phantom the Yubel, then that's all it takes to meet the requirements for Triple Tactic Talents for Alex there.
Got to double check that effect, make sure you understand how it interacts with your cards. Well, he has a Sangan Summoning. So now his Fire Dragon monsters are unaffected by activated effects.
I believe with how this is ruled, though, that the Phantom of Yubel is still able to activate and resolve in this situation because of Phantom Yubel changing the effect and not affecting the monster. It's one of those sort of quirky rulings, but I'm sure the judge will point me in the wrong direction if I am absolutely wrong on that one there.
Looks like Alex is also trying to understand how everything works. Like you said, it is a very peculiar ruling where you're modifying an effect as opposed to just negating or something like along the lines of that.
Yeah, instead of affecting the monster, you're affecting the effect itself. So Chandra goes in for the attack. And is able to resolve and summon Fadra. Oh, no, it's a Pydra to add Sangan Summoning to hand.
Sorry, is that the Kaiman, sorry, was it?
Yeah, Sangan Kaiman.
Yeah. He's got a lot of options available to him. He's got a wide array of level 7 synchros. Taking a look, he does play the Samurai Destroyer in his extra deck card that's used to defeat Yubel and similar monsters who can't be destroyed by a battle. Oh, he's taking a read of it right now.
Taking a read of his extra deck there. And what's that?
He just goes straight into the battle phase, I believe.
Yeah, Pydra's attacking into the Phantom of Yubel as well.
And he's going to use the effect of Chandra, which activates in the damage step. Using the Phantom of you. Oh, was he using the effect of Synchro? Or?
Oh, he's already resolved the Pydra to add the spell to his hand, so I think it's the effect to Synchro Summon that he is changing to Destroy.
Yep. Okay. So, good clarification. It happens when there are multiple points of effects. Yep, we see the regular Yubel coming out.
He does have the opportunity to use Chandra's effect now to activate Synchro Summon.
Is that the Samurai Destroyer?
Yes, it's indeed looking like the Samurai Destroyer there. I don't think he'd willingly attack into a Yubel. And then Alex is having to pick up the Nightmare Pain because that does force Alex to attack only the Yubel monsters, so that token is sitting pretty safe at the moment.
It looks like they're clarifying some effects there. So let's take a look at Samurai Destroyer. If this card battles an opponent's monster, your opponent cannot activate cards or effects until the end of the damage step. Also, that opponent's monster has its effect negated during the battle phase only.
Okay.
And if this face-up card in its owner's control leaves the field because of an opponent's card effect, you can target one machine monster in your graveyard and special summon it. It's generally used for the first effect, where you're able to attack into a Yubel monster and the Yubel monster's effects negated, and also other cards and effects cannot be activated.
Yeah, that's right, which means I believe Nightmare Pain does activate to deal with the damage as well, so that will also protect Alex's life points here too. I think they are just getting clarification on what's happening with this attack declaration here. Sterling work from the judges, and I think, yes,
So, yep, so we've received confirmation from the judges that the effect of Nightmare Pain is a continuous effect, so it is not stopped by Samurai Destroyer.
So that means even though like Samurai Destroyer does have to attack the Yubel, Samurai Destroyer's like high attack points are still going to get reflected back at Alex, and I think Alex just decided that that was enough to point him to game 3. Game 2, sorry.
All right. So let's look at their side deck. So what do you think? What are good strategy cards against Tenpai? We've seen like Nibiru is not too good. You're going second, right? Nibiru is not the best. Or actually, like Yubel has. Yeah, Yubel's definitely going second. So Nibiru not. Wait, no, Yubel's going first because they just won that one. So they'll be forced to go first again, likely. Skill drain, could see that coming in.
Yeah, I don't think Nibiru, because I don't think that really sort of does enough early enough. Because if they're able to get to a point where they're summoning 5 monsters, more than likely they've got the Sangan summoning, which will protect all their monsters from Nibiru's effect. I can see DD Crows coming in, because there are a lot of effects of
Tempai monsters that special summon from the graveyard and interact with the graveyard there, so that's definitely something.
Yep, like Fardra, Bident Dragon, they both are cards that involve monsters in the graveyard, so it's definitely... On the side of Tenpai, though, I do note that's really cool. He has a Kokomiru Drago. That's a really cool card for if you are forced to go first. But I'm not sure if Alex wants to take this path here, and he could potentially, he has a Heat Wave as well.
Heat Waves as well. There is the Kyakumiru Dragon, which he can summon from the deck using Hieratic Seal of Heavenly Spheres. And yeah, I love Kyakumiru Drago. It's one of those cards that pops up every so often, especially it prevents your opponent from special summoning like light and dark monsters. And
yeah. Additionally, you can summon it off a Hieratic Seal of Heavenly Spheres in a pinch if you need to be able to. Like, you can tribute this Heavenly Spheres to return a card to the hand, and then you summon out a Kokomiru Drago, something like that, to be able to stop your opponent from playing. And you Bell not really being able to attack over monsters unless they're tapping into the Unchained part of their deck.
Yo, so we've got Tenpai electing to go first in this game too, and what a cracking start it is. He's started with a Dimensional Shifter and a Terraforming activating Planet Wraithsoth.
To be able to add Fenrir.
So he might not be committing too many dragons to the field this turn, but it doesn't matter when you're under Dimensional Shifter. But Dimensional Shifter being a card that some Yubel players do elect to play, if Mark's hand is good enough, it may not do anything here.
Yep, so we can see that what Tenpai want to do going first is just to be able to hold off the game long enough for them to get a turn and attack for a lot of damage. He's got some Hydra this time. Adds a Sangan Summoning.
Looks like he's going straight to activate that field spell, Sangan Summoning there. Searching for a Chandra, then he has to discard a card from his hand.
Oh, he discards that other Fenrir conveniently, which he added. He's going to special summon Chandra, and now he's going to end on Hieratic Seal of Heavenly Spheres, like we said before. Yep. It's a point of interaction. It can summon the Drago if he sided it in, which I think if he's calling first, it's extremely likely. Otherwise, he could just summon another Hydra.
Yeah, that's all good. So Mark going in with not too much interaction from him turn one, but maybe he doesn't need this. So a full grip of 6 cards in his hand, ready to take down this field.
Is that a Dark Beckoning Beast?
It is indeed a Dark Beckoning Beast.
Skip. It'll allow him to add the Spirit Gates to his hand. And then the Spirit Gates can add another copy of the Dark Beckoning Beast.
That's nice. And if any point this game drags on, it can also take some of the continuous spells from the graveyard, like Nightmare Pain and things, if it gets to that point and Mark has a level 10 monster on the field.
Alex having to read the 2 cards to make sure he has full understanding of what the strategy is going forward.
Yeah, was there a Dark Beckoning Beast on this field at some point as well? Good.
Right, so so he will activate the Spirit Gates to add another Dark Beckoning Beast, the first one which was banished by the Fenrir.
So, as far as card economy goes, Mark's sort of back to the start. He doesn't have his normal summon, but let's see what he can do here.
I'm going to return 2 monsters, which I'd imagine is to summon the Phantom of Yubel.
Judge just confirming for us that the materials are indeed correct.
Yeah. The terraforming, so he's going to be able to access his Nightmare Throne. Very powerful field spell.
Yep, D-Shifter is still in full effect here. Dimension Shifter.
activates the Nightmare Throne, gets met with the Cosmic Cyclone immediately at the cost of 1,000 life to banish that.
I think it's 1,000 life points well spent, in all honesty.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's one set, another set.
Any with one card in hand, we know exactly what that is.
He's going to end his turn, and in response to that, Alex will use the effect of Heavenly Sphere tributing itself to return a card, a face-up card. Mark will respond with Phantom of Yubel. Yep.
Cool. Gets to destroy a monster in his deck there, which will indeed trigger off to summon a Yubel to the field. So Spirit of Yubel is destroyed.
Yep, and as we know, when Spirit of Yubel is destroyed, you can special summon Yubel that is banished in your hand, deck, or graveyard.
And it didn't matter if Alex was going to special summon the Kyaku Mary Dragon there, because I believe he would have been Chainlink 1 there.
Exactly, so Hydra resolved, adding Kaiman to hand.
And not the worst state of affairs here for Mark, but Alex definitely has a lot of gas to be able to just punish Mark in the battle phase there.
However, he will have to be aware of the 2 cards that are set.
Ah, true, Yubel.
Yep, Yubel has to tribute a monster during the end phase. Right. Going into
Game 3.
Alex's turn, Mark knows that Alex has the Kaiman in hand. He's got no way to respond to the... He's got no way to stop any damage coming to him. As we know, the Tenpai deck, they can put out a lot of damage really quickly.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Pritchard got a little to Mark there, and yeah, just that Yubel, like, having to still pay its maintenance cost in the end phase, sort of made him get to a point where he's just like, nah, stick it, we're going to just go to game 3. That way you can have full control and know what's going to happen.
But now we have to do the dance again. Is he going to make me go first or second dance? And Mark, similarly, do I make my opponent go first? Do I make them go second? You know, if I choose second, Tenpai, you know, he might have cards that are going excited for going second. So it is a little of a pickle that he's in.
Bit of a pickle indeed, but I think it's very safe to say that Mark just wants to go first, set up as much interruptions as possible, get that Phantom of Yubel on the field, as well as like all his Unchained cards there.
He also has a skill drain as well in his side deck, 3 skill drain.
That is also very tempting to see.
Yep, on Alex's side, I think it's reasonable for him to assume that he will be going second. So we're likely to see the Lightning Storms come in, Cosmic Cyclones steal even the Change of Heart.
Yeah, Dimensional Shift is definitely staying in as well. I think he sort of put enough pressure on Mark that game that he's just like, oh yeah, that'll do.
Right, so players have shuffled up.
Cut there. So we're going to see what's happening. Yubel going first. Mark is going to take the lead in game 3 here.
Well, and as you said, Alex will just right off the bat activate the Dimension Shifter.
Oh, well, called it. Mark having a little giggle to himself. It's kind of nice when your opponent sees Dimensional Shifter all 3 games go.
You can see that Alex, however, doesn't play the Doolittle Chimera, which is a card that Tenpai players use to be able to put 8,000 damage on the board while under their own Dimension Shifter. So it'll be interesting to see how the first couple of turns play, but we see the standard line of Dark Beckoning Beast into Gates.
Into normal summon Samsara Lotus and immediately firing that effect off. Met with Ash Blossom. Nope. So Spirit of Yubel searching. It's got to search the Nightmare Pain. So Mark has to play this turn very carefully. He's got to get to a point where like he puts enough interaction on the board, but without banishing like too many of his cards here.
Absolutely. So he can add to his hand or set that spell or trap. He's going to activate the Nightmare Pain. So he uses the Nightmare Pain to destroy that other Dark Beckoning Beast in his hand and adds a Yubel card. Leaves. That the Grave Squirmer?
Yeah, I think that's Gruesome Grave Squirmer that he's added to his hand. Now, if he has a Fiend monster on the field, I believe it's quick effect to special summon it, then he can destroy one card that mentions Yubel on the field. And then if it's in the graveyard, which is where he wants it to be, he can banish it from the graveyard to special summon back a Fiend with 0 attack and defense.
Yeah, looks like he's going to fusion summon, or contact fusion summon that Phantom of Yubel. Card we've seen be a very powerful way to interact with your opponent's cards and access your own engine.
Yeah, the Yubel deck was so close to being like a powerful force in the meta, and like players hoping with the release of Phantom Yubel that that's the one card that it needs just to kick it over the top there.
And I think it has been a good pick. We see a lot of players playing this deck this weekend, and on top of that, you have a lot of them doing quite well. We've got Mark on the X1 bracket. We have a couple of others on the top tables as well, from what I can hear from people.
And also being a GX favourite deck as well, like straight out of the anime. Everyone loves those kind of decks here.
Right, now he's got to read the Nightmare Pain again, making sure he doesn't lose to its effect, like that misstep that happened earlier.
Yeah, hate for that to happen. But we'll see, 6 off the top. It's met with, that is an Ash Blossom. Good.
That's fine. I think that's a very reasonable trade. You're trading one card for one card. It's not like sure, the Pot of Prosperity was accessing like 6 cards for you to see, but ultimately it wasn't something that was going to net you positive overall advantage. So it is one power card for one of their power cards. It depends on how the rest of your hand shapes up.
Yeah, I think it's always correct to Ash Blossom of Prosperity, especially in a state like this, because like it's like Prosperity does only add you one card to your hand, but you have the option of one of 6 cards, so you can pick anything to fix. But here we go, triple tactical talents.
That one triple tactical talent in his list, it makes it to the hand. He's going to be able to choose one of its effects. He either draws 2, he's going to use the effect to take control of the Phantom of Yubel. That way there is no monster interaction.
And choosing here to special summon the Gruesome Grave Squirmer. It is a quick effect to special summon itself.
Yep, so if you control a Fiend monster, you can special summon this card, and then you can destroy one Yubel or one monster that mentions it in your monster zone.
Ah, very good. So what this is going to do is when Gruesome Grave Squirmer resolves, it's going to destroy the Okay, he's choosing not to destroy the Phantom Yubel and just let him take it. All right, maybe just wanted a body there just to protect himself.
So we have been told that Phantom of Yubel does not actually mention specifically Yubel. It mentions a Yubel monster.
Tricky stuff. It's the same with that Nightmare Throne that we mentioned earlier.
Yep, but now he's free reign to summon Hydra, Chandra. He'll enter the battle phase. He'll attack with the Chandra and use its effect to be able to special summon a Tenpai from the deck.
It's not looking good for Mark. He's got nothing left in his hand. This could be hit.
That's 1600 plus the 1700, and then he'll be able to activate the effects of the 10-pie monsters.
Mark should be able to live through this, though. Remember, he is under Pot of Prosperity, so any damage done to Mark this turn is halved.
That got Ash Blossomed, right? Yep, so the damage should not be halved because it was Ash Blossomed.
Alright, we see him Synchro Summoning now into Bident Dragon. Nothing in the graveyard for him to special summon back. But it does allow him to push for a lot of damage. Then Pydra here, activating effect to Synchro Summon with the Bident Dragon into Transcendent, and the Handshake is offered. So looking like a very swift win, game 3 for Alex.
Yeah, it looks like... No, Alex did learn from game 1, and he learned to read all of his mask cards. Sometimes you have to read it 2 or 3 times. You just got to read it quickly so that you don't infringe on potential slow play. But yeah, you got to read the cards, make sure you know what to do, adjust your strategy accordingly. So it is okay to make mistakes in a tournament. What happens is you need to learn from them, right?
Exactly. Being able to think on your feet and adapt to most situations separates like good duelists from the great duelists. And that's what we're here today, to find out the greatest duelist in the room going to the World Championship here.
Yep, so Mark's still going into the last round of the day with a 5-win, 2-loss record. Still a fantastic one. He's still in the contention of topping. He's got 2 rounds. If he wins both of them, he's definitely in. If he wins one, loses one, he's on the cusp. So he's still in contention of topping. I think we'll bring Alex over for a post-match interview, and then right after that, we have a very spicy interview, I've been told.
Indeed, indeed. So we're going to have another special deck profile coming at you, red hot, or should I say cold blue. Anyway, catch you very soon for Alex on the stream.
All right, welcome back, guys. We are here with the winner of the round 7 feature match. Who do we have here, and where are you from?
I'm from Melbourne, but actually I come from China to study in Melbourne.
Oh, yeah. And how do you feel about this tournament? Are you confident going in?
Yes, I like this tournament. It's very comfortable, and I feel a little bit nervous.
Oh, yeah. It's normal. Is this the biggest tournament you've played in terms of like the prizes?
I played bigger tournaments before, but it's my first time to join the Oceania WCQ.
Okay, yeah. And how do you feel about that match and how it went?
In game 1, I totally misplayed I misplayed too much, and it was a shame. But I think I'm got lucky in game 2 and game 3. I get start hand with Dimension Barrier, Dimension Shifter. Sorry. And I win.
Yeah, and I noticed game 2 and 3, you read the Nightmare Pain a little bit more. You're just double checking, making sure you understand every effect.
Yeah. To be honest, I don't understand the UBL's effect very clearly, so I need to check it again.
It's not a deck that you play a lot against at locals?
Never played before.
Is there any other decks in the tournament that you're scared of playing against?
Sorry?
Is there any other deck that you don't want to play against in this tournament?
I don't want to play mirror match.
Okay, yeah, no, that's definitely fair.
Yeah.
And what are your thoughts? There's 2 more rounds in the tournament. You're in a pretty comfortable position. How are you feeling?
How am I feeling? Just normal. Just to try my best.
Yeah.
And try to OTK them.
And are you having a lot of fun?
Yes,
definitely.
Definitely.
That's good to hear. If there was any advice you could give to new or returning players, people that haven't played for a long time, what would you tell them to be able to perform better and do well?
Actually, you need to find good friends. He's good at Yu-Gi-Oh. Play with him and asking him some questions.
Yeah.
And practice more. And the most important point is choose a good deck.
Okay.
Choose always bigger than the hard work. Yeah.
Okay, and who are the people you play with? Are they here today?
Yes, he come today.
Yeah, how's he doing in the tournament as well?
I think he's fine. He X1 or X2. I don't know.
Yeah, it's pretty good. All right, cool. Thank you so much. Congratulations again, and good luck in the last 2 rounds of the tournament. Thank you.
bit of special content for you at home when I am not muted on the stream here. But welcome back indeed, and we're going to be highlighting another special duelist that we've been seeing out there in the tables today. He's the Ryan Johnson from Palms North, old Big Johnson himself. Yes, the rising tide. The man has been making a splash out there, playing a very unique deck. Ryan, you want to tell us about your deck there, buddy? Umi control. Umi, the old Waterfield spell?
Correct, yes.
Great. If you'd like to just go through your deck and just let us know what it's about.
Cool. So I'll start off with my monsters. So I run 3 Electric Jellyfish.
Electric Jellyfish.
He is a search, is his first effect, and while Umi is on the field, he has a negate for spell and monster, and every time he does that, he gains 600 attack and defense.
That's insane.
And that's once per turn.
Cool. So this is definitely another example of one of those specialty decks where you really need to read every interaction here. But let's keep pressing through there. Ryan, show us what you got.
So the boss monster is Kurishin, Ocean Lord Kurishin. He is a Gozen, more or less. So when Umi's on the field, you can only control 1 non-water type monster. He also has a secondary effect while Umi's not on the field, where he can search a Kurishin spell or trap, or a Umi spell, or a Sea Self.
Good. Glad you got that. Is that an effect have you mostly just been using the first effect, not really that second effect here?
Well, if you can go off the Electric Jellyfish, so first effect he sends an Umi for cost, and then he can special summon from hand. So if you've got him in hand, you can get him out with the 2, and then you search a trap card, which then returns the Umi from graveyard to field during turn.
Nice. Right, what do you got next for us?
So I play 1 of Maiden of Aqua, a very old card. It becomes Umi while it's on the field.
That's a big reason why I can see you play her.
Yes. The next card I have here is a card called Doom Kraken. So while you have Umi on the field, he can... It's a unique effect, but he I have to have 1 monster on my field, they have to have 1 monster on their field. I select 1 of mine, I select 1 of theirs. The Doom Kraken specials, my monster returns and their monster destroys. He also has a secondary effect where he can negate a attack.
Oh, nice. That's pretty handy in a 10-ply meta here.
Next, I play 1 Warrior of Atlantis. You can pitch this to the graveyard and then get a Legendary Ocean from deck to hand.
I know what those cards do. They're almost as old as me.
Next, I play 1 Gamma Seal, just Ava Kaiju. He can also be searched off one of the traps.
That's pretty handy, being able to search Kaiju.
I also play 1 Mega Fortress Whale. He has an effect in the main phase where you can activate it, and then all of your water monsters can attack directly that turn.
Nice, nice.
Also, he has a quick effect in your opponent's battle phase where you can pop 1 card.
That's pretty cool.
I play 3 Fenrir. Because of Kurishin, I can control 1 non-water monster, so he'd be my 1 non.
Better make it a good one, especially one as powerful as Fenrir there.
I play 3 Ash for my hand traps.
Awesome Joy Spring.
And that is the rest of my monsters.
No other hand traps? You haven't felt like you needed anything more?
I play Imperm as a trap.
Okay.
And I've taken them out to make room for the Fenrir.
Okay, that's good.
Then I'll get into my spells.
I feel these were very important for the deck here, especially all the field spells.
Yeah. So the main thing that it revolves around is the Legendary Ocean.
Rising Tide indeed, every time you play it?
Yes. This becomes Umi while on the field or graveyard.
Nice. And it also has a effect, if I remember correctly, to reduce the level of the monsters in your hand?
Yes, and that's how you can, if you get that to the field, then you can normal summon out the boss monster, the Kurishin.
So normally a level 5, it becomes a level 4?
Yep, and as soon as he hits the field, the effect becomes active, and it is a game mechanic, so they can't really respond to it.
Yeah, it's essentially almost like a Rivalry of Warlords or a Gozen match, something to that effect, isn't it?
Yes.
Cool.
I play 1 Sea Stealth. This is also an Umi while on the field and in the graveyard. It's got a good effect where non-water monsters cannot Sorry. Your opponent cannot target water monsters you control with non-water type monster effects.
That's very important, keeping your jellyfish alive.
Yep, and the third effect on it is during battle phase, you can special summon one from hand or graveyard till the end of the battle phase. So you can easily pop him back out with it.
That's very cool.
I play 3 Fish Sonar. This is the search engine in it. You can search for 1 level 7 or lower monster from your deck that mentions Umi. If you play a normal monster and have Umi on the field, you can also special summon a normal water monster to the field.
That's pretty cool.
1 Foolish Burial. That is to send the Ice Barrier to the graveyard in turn to get a monster.
Nice. The ice barrier, the trap card.
Yes, yeah. Banish to send a level 5 or higher water monster to the graveyard, and then get a water monster from the graveyard.
Oh, cool.
I play 1 Call By, obvious reasons, and 3 Pots, because you don't really rely on an extra deck in this deck.
So you want to make everything as consistent as possible, flip those 6 cards, and hopefully get that winning pearl.
I play 1 Harpy Feather Duster. I am a Harpy player by nature, so this is an important card for me, and it's a great card.
Sure is indeed. Iconic almost, eh?
Yes.
It's been harking back right to the early days of Duel Monsters.
And that's the end of the spells. I then get the traps. So this is probably the main trap in the deck. It's the Sea South Attack. It's got 3 effects on it. When activated, you can retrieve a Umi from graveyard to the field zone. And then once per turn, you can banish 1 water monster you control until the end phase. This turn, face-up spell cards I control cannot be destroyed. And the third effect, which is a great effect, at the start of the damage step, if a water monster whose original level is 5 or higher battles an opponent's monster, destroy that opponent's monster. So it acts as a card effect to destroy.
That's nice. Then Infinite Impermanences next, is it?
Yes. So I run 3 Imperms for negates. And then I play 2 Kurishin Dark Reefs. This card here, you can send a Umi from field to graveyard for cost, and then you can special summon 2 water monsters from my graveyard that mention Umi into defense position. And with that combo, you normally go into Kurishin and then the Maiden of Aqua, which is Umi on the field, to just instantly activate that effect.
Cool. All right, so I think we're going to have to start finishing up here.
Yep, 2 cards left, sorry, which is the Ice Barriers, which I went into earlier.
Nice, nice. So unfortunately, we don't have time to see the rest of your extra deck there, but congratulations on getting so far with, again, a very interesting deck.
Thank you very much, Kiza.
No worries. Pleasure to have you on.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We are now in round 8 of the 2024 Oceanic Champion, the last round of Swiss for today. We will have one tomorrow morning. We've made it to the last round of the day.
Whew, boy, it's been a great journey, and yeah, I hope you and everyone at home has enjoyed the ride. We're going to be bringing you tomorrow the last round of Swiss, which is round 9 tomorrow morning, before cutting to that all-important top 64.
Yep, and as we've said before, in top 64, you've got to win 5 straight to represent Australia, New Zealand at the World Championships, and 6 for the title of Oceanic Champion 2024. I know this is a bit later than what we would have liked to, but we finally have the deck breakdown for the tournament. Take it away.
Take it away. Well, we've got 271 players here today. Yeah. Great turnout for the Oceanic region, to be honest. But to no surprise, the top deck of the day out there in the room is Snake Eye. Snake Eye variants specifically, there's at least 80 of them out there, making for almost 30% of the meta out there being Snake Eye variants. And that's built up of like 30 pure Snake Eye decks, there's 24 Cash Terror Snake Eye, 23 Fire King Snake Eye, then everything in between, including like Infernoid, there's a Makanko in there, there's a Volcanic even.
All right, but what's more important now is the round 8 feature match. We have on one side, we have Aluntum on Melodious? No.
Oh.
And we have on the other side Nicholas Lamberton on Ubel. So that will be a cool match.
Indeed, it
All
will
right,
be.
when the judges are ready, we can proceed.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff.
So Nicholas is a player from Sydney. Aluntum is from Canberra, which is just south of, it is like in New South Wales, 3 hours south of Sydney. So they've come a fair bit of a way to play. They're both 7 wins, 1 losses, both outstanding records, definitely in contention of top cut, win or lose.
Yep. So it's a really exciting time for these guys as well, because they do have, running the numbers there, they do have a chance if they lose this round and the next round tomorrow to still make that top 64, but obviously you want to play as hard and as well as possible as well to get that better seed and cement your spot in that top cut.
Yep, and it might do well for your mental if you are not like hoping, you're not there, but like, oh, am I one of a few players who miss out on top cut? So you definitely want to have a solid record going into after that last round.
So Phantom Ubel has already been special summoned there, and we see the normal summon of Samsara D Lotus.
Card we've seen several times today.
Tributing for effect. Alumtum looks at his hand and says, no, that's okay with me. And special summons out Spirit of Ubel there for Nicholas.
Yep. Here we see the Ubel deck in full swing, having all of its plays uninterrupted. We've taken a look at his deck list. He also plays the suite of interactive cards we've seen all day with the Ash Blossom, the Ghost Ogre, 3 Effect Veilers, 2 Ghost Mourners, and 3 Infinite Impermanents. So if he's able to supplement his field with those cards, he will be in a very powerful spot right now. He currently has the Nightmare Pain, I believe. He's going to destroy that regular Ubel.
Yeah. So we didn't get to see too much of this play in the last match because the opponent of the Ubel player opened Dimensional Shifter all 3 games, which does really put a hamper on how Ubel is able to build their field and build their combos there. But we see Nicholas is being able to go fully for everything there. So Spirit of Ubel being destroyed is special summoning Ubel.
There's a Terra Incarnate on the field, so you've got 3 different Ubel monsters right now. Yep. Lintum just clarifying card effects. Very good, to see people making sure they know exactly what's happening.
Mm-hmm. True. So go now for Unchained Soul, Lord of Yama.
Yep, a play we've seen several times today.
Just fits so well with the Ubel cards.
Yep, I believe he's going to add the Shavara. Again, we've seen this several times today.
Reveals Gruesome Grave Squirmer, special summons.
And destroys the Yama.
No, I don't.
Oh, no, that's a link summon.
Yeah, you don't have to actually destroy. You can special summon, but it's an optional one. But he's going to link off into another Soul of Yama.
Now you'll banish the Great Swarmer.
Special summoning back Spirit of Yubel.
From the Handle Graveyard, definitely.
And Shivara, target Spirit of Yubel, destroy it. Spirit of Yubel can indeed activate again.
Yeah, it's great to see, like, in this match, the Yubel is able to fully display the actual depths of what it can do when it's not interrupted. Like, I don't think at any other point today we've seen, like, a whole 5 monsters on a Yubel side of the field.
Yep. No Nibiru, no Dimensional Shifter. He's allowed to go hammer and tongs on this field.
Yep, and when Shivara sent to the graveyard, he can set one Unchained spell or trap from his deck. I can see that he plays both Escape and Abominable.
As he's chosen to set the Escape.
Which targets an Unchained monster. You control and one other card on the field and destroy both.
He's going to end his turn with the next Sea Summon, I believe. Yubel and Spirit of Yubel make the new XYZ here. This thing is powerful as anything.
It's a rank 10 monster.
Does have the effect to negate a card effect on the field, and then it has the option to detach yet another material and then destroy a card on the field. The name is absolutely eluding me at that point.
Yeah, but we do know its effect. It's like when your opponent activates a card or effect, you can detach one material to negate the activation and destroy, and then so detach the material, destroy one card on the field. So really good for rank decks that can summon multiple level 10 monsters.
Indeed. And because it's optional to detach that second material, if you leave it attached, you are able to activate its secret effect. If it's battles while it has a material, you get to destroy something on the field as well. So that's a really cool thing.
Probably why its name is eluding you. Varudras, the final bringer of the end times.
And how appropriate that we're seeing in the last round of Swiss today is bringing the end of times for today's proceedings.
Yep. So Melodious is starting off their plays. They've got the standard line where they are able to put out scales. Some of the new cards, you've got Couplet, the Melodious Songstress. It's added to the hand except by drawing for your normal draw. You can reveal it and special summon level 4 lower Melodious from your hand or graveyard. And if a Melodious Fusion monster special summon to your field while it's in the face-up, this is face-up in the extra, you can place it in the scale. We can see here a Pot of Prosperity for 3. We can see an Effect Veil, a triple tactics talent, which he goes for. And I believe that was an Ash Blossom.
Mm-hmm. He's already got a couple of different scales there. Good. His opponent says, oh, do I have to cut the deck? But no. Pot of Prosperity just places them on the bottom of your deck in any order, so there's been no need to randomize the deck here.
It's always good to be vigilant in these circumstances, especially if you're just waiting on your opponent to play cards anyway. I believe that's the first movement solo, is it?
Yep, and that is met with Ash Blossom with the swiftness there. And I believe that is the fusion spell there. So with Couplet in the Pendulum Zone, it looks like he switched that earlier in the turn. And now this is where things get going, because I believe he's going to fusion summon for Baka, which is one of the new cards from Legacy of Destruction here.
Yep. So it requires 2 Melodious monsters. If you control this fusion summon card, the activated effects of your Melodious fusion monsters cannot be negated. You can only activate each of the following effects on this turn. So when it's special summon, you can special summon Melodious from your deck. And if this card's sent to graveyard, you can target one Melodious monster in your graveyard and special summon in defense position. Do note that one of the older Melodious cards, Aria the Melodious Diva, is often played. It has an effect where if it's special summon and it's on the field, Melodious monsters you control cannot be targeted by card effects or destroyed by battle. And it's incredibly, annoying effect for the opponent, as those are very common ways of removing monsters.
Indeed. It was always a very good card. It just never had, Melodious never had a really consistent way to be able to put it on the field, and this is where Barker comes in now, being able to take it straight from the deck, special summon it straight to the field then, and set up that protection effect almost immediately.
Fortunately, it was met with the Ghost Mourner this time. So like we said, if the U-Bell player was able to make this board as well as protect himself with some interaction from the hand, he's in a very good position. So we do want to clarify that this Varudris is a quick effect to be able to detach itself when your opponent activates a card effect. So you can negate the activation, then you can detach another material to destroy a card.
So I believe he used the first effect to negate it, and then he was able, as part of the resolution of the effect, detach a second material and destroy the couplet in the scale there, and which is prompting the concession from Luntum there, moving to game 2.
Yeah, that was a very swift game. We saw how Nicholas was able to expertly play out his turn. Very fast pace there. That took just under 10 minutes. And now we have Melodious, who likely will be on the play. Taking a look at his side deck. So cards that he'd want going first. He has 2-dimensional barriers, which he could call Fusion. It's not like the strongest play, but it is able to stop that Phantom of U-Bell from coming out. Other than that, there's triple Tactics Thrust in the event that he gets interrupted. It's called by the grave. That's also quite nice. And I do notice the Book of Eclipse, which you can use both defensively and as a way to clear off the opponent's board. So that's something I could potentially see coming in.
Yeah, definitely. Like the Book of Eclipse being able to dodge hand traps, placing the monsters face down, and even though the monsters are still on the field, they're still able to be used as fusion materials. U-Bell, though, looking at Nicholas's deck here, I mean, there's the Droll, which is a very good card in this match. The Melodious deck does do a lot of searching. Nibiru as well, if they can't set up sort of any interaction. And then the Melodious is also all light monsters, and he's got a number of bestial monsters there ready to go.
Yeah, so it looks like he has a variety of interruptions that he can play into. He can put into his deck. They've already decided they're pretty confident in this matchup. They both have. You could assume that they've had sufficient practice against each other's decks, which leads to their quick siding plans.
Indeed, Luntum leaning back, ready to go. Nicholas here doing the last-minute shuffles.
Like, the winner of this match is most certainly locked in for top cut.
Yeah, you're going to have to feel very good going home tonight knowing that pressure is off you.
Yep. And then the person who is unfortunate will sadly have to win that last round to solidify their place in the top cut.
Yeah.
So I did see a Ghost Mourner in Nicholas's hand.
Starting with the play there. He's got a spell in that spot, but it is the Ostinato.
Ostinato.
It's almost like a branded fusion. It allows him to use monsters in his deck as fusion materials to summon out. So you can go straight for the Barker and start with the plays.
Yeah, that was always the issue with fusion and ritual decks back in the day. Like, you would have to have the specific spell, the specific monsters, and whatever you want to summon. And it was very difficult because you would lose a lot of resources doing that. But nowadays, you've got cards like Ostinato, branded fusion that let you use cards in the deck so that you don't lose a lot of resources to summon these monsters.
Yes, and we see that it was indeed Ghost Mourner in Nicholas's hand, trying to turn off the Barker, and again. So Herald of Orange Light discarding the couplet, I believe, to negate the Ghost Mourner, which means the Barker is going to resolve. And
Herald of Orange Light is a very powerful card. We saw it a couple years ago being played in the Telements deck, and now it's being used in the Melodious deck, given that it is a deck full of fairy monsters that you can so easily discard and recur them.
Yeah, exactly, because I believe it is one of the Melodious... Melodious monsters there. The Shapina, I believe, doesn't allow you to just recycle Melodious monsters from the graveyard. It can recycle any light monsters, so it sort of helps lessen the burden of the cost of Herald of Orange Light. You see Couplet in the scale. Couplet is going to be searching for the fusion spell.
Yeah, definitely Shapina is a level 7. Once per turn, you can target one Light Fairy monster in your graveyard and add it to your hand. So you could add back that Herald, or you can add back any other Melodious monster you want to advance your place or set up for your next turn. It's a very flexible card. Linton considering what he wants to do.
Fusion some of those away. I believe is that the Bloom Diva? Now, we haven't seen this card yet. Flowering Etoile, the Melodious Magnificat. Now, this card is a new card from Legacy of Destruction for the deck, and it does some amazing things there.
So the first effect, as a quick effect, you can banish any number of Melodious monsters you control. Then you can return up to that many face-up cards your opponent controls to the hand. So that doesn't target, very powerful. And you can only use that effect once per turn. And also, if this face-up fusion summon card in its owner's control leaves the field because of an opponent's card, you can special summon one Melodious monster from the deck or from your deck or extra deck, except Flowering Etoile.
London here just continuing his fusion some plays, and this is exactly where he wants to be. He's got the Magnificat there to return cards on Nicholas' side of the field back to his hand, non-targeting. He's also got the other Melodious fusions there, which allows him to quick effect banish 3 cards from either Nicholas's or his own graveyard there.
That is one of the original Melodious monsters that was released ages ago. Shuberta, right?
Shuberta, that's correct. And even though it's only once while this card is face up on the field, when you combine that with Magnificat there to banish the monsters and return them back, suddenly that Shuberta is able to use its effect again.
Exactly, and sometimes just once is all you need. So we can see the Dark Beckoning Beast into the Spirit Gate play that we've seen several times today. Activation of the Spirit Gates.
London there thinking about firing that Magnificat, and yes, he does.
Yep.
So banishes the Magnificat, and is that Shuberta? Not Shuberta. It's the Shapina. So they all sound very similar to me. That's probably why I didn't do well on music at school.
Yeah, they look relatively similar in the card art as well. Oh, we see a triple Tactics Talent. Throughout this whole day, we've seen how powerful this card is, how it's able to each of its effect.
Yeah, it's great. This does prompt the Shuberta to activate, and that's going to looking like it is going to be banishing the Ghost Mourner from Nicholas's graveyard.
Before it's passed over. Shuberta does have 2400 attack, but it gains 200 for each card that was just banished.
So shuffling 2 cards from his hand back into the deck, and Phantom of Yubel is going to summon.
So because Shuberta's effect can only be used once while it's face up on the field, changing control of it keeps that lock on its effect, so Nicholas won't be able to use that effect.
That's right there, but he activates the Nightmare Throne though. It's going to be good. He's going to think about how he's going to progress the rest of his plays, knowing that he's protected somewhat from the Phantom of Yubel.
Yep, a Luntum. Oh,
Yeah, I almost feel that was a premature activation on Aluntum's play, like using his fusion monster so quickly.
yeah, Aluntum was able to. He allowed that to go through.
Yeah.
Here we see the Spirit of Yubel.
Yep. Add to hand, and then he gets to destroy it as part of the effect.
Luntum having a read of it.
Yeah. New cards, everyone.
Something we've noted a lot of today. But again, even on the top tables, you want to be absolutely sure of all your opponent's card effects.
Yeah, you want to be able to interact as best as possible with your opponent's cards, so completely understanding what they do is paramount.
Yep, here we see the regular Yubel.
Special summoned off the destruction of the Spirit of Yubel there. Going for a link summon here into Muckracker.
Believe that summons a Fiend from the graveyard.
Yeah. If you're wondering what's happening here, SHUEISHA going to the graveyard has triggered the fusion spell for Melodies in the graveyard there, allowing him to shuffle it into his deck and then draw a card. So nothing lost as far as resources, just only field presence.
Yeah, so Muckracker can't be used as a link material on the turn it's link summon. If a monster you would control would be destroyed by battle or card effect, you contribute one Fiend monster instead. Very powerful given this deck is all Fiends. And then you can target one Fiend monster in the graveyard, discard one card, and if you do, special summon it, but you can't special summon for the rest of the turn except Fiend monsters. I believe Nicholas is predominantly summoning Fiend monsters in his deck anyway, so restriction does not particularly bother him too much.
Yeah, I feel he's pretty safe on that one, but Spirit of Yubel, special summoned, and searches for the Nightmare Pain, and then Nicholas is able to go through this line and search his deck even more.
Prompting Aluntum to have a think about it as well.
Passes over a third reading of that Phantom Yubel.
Yep.
There we go.
Using the effect of Nightmare Pain.
That's right.
Again, he'll add the Gruesome Graves Squirmer.
Yep. So activating the Nightmare Throne now. And there's at the resolution of that Nightmare Pain, because it's going to allow him to add a Yubel monster with a level higher or lower than the one that was destroyed, and either destroy it or special summon it.
Ignoring summoning conditions, of course.
Yeah. Only way you're getting summon out those old Yubel monsters. The Spirit of Yubel, not once per turn. If it's destroyed, special summon back Yubel. You can keep doing that as much as possible. And there's the
Terra Incarnate.
Terra Incarnate. Special summoned off the Nightmare Thrones effect.
Yep.
2 Fiends, level 10, level 11. Unchained Soul of Yama.
And we're back. This line of playing we see several times before. He'll be using it to add the Shavara to hand.
Choosing to Ash Blossom the Yama effect.
But Nicholas does have the Phantom of Yubel as an option. Looks like he chooses to use it.
Cool. Resolution, Ash will be destroying a Yubel monster in his deck. Hey, Spirit of Yubel, and guess what? Spirit of Yubel will get to trigger again.
Yep, so there we go. We see the Shavara getting added to hand.
And on a new chain, Spirit of Yubel.
summoning back the U-Bell.
Yep. Normal
Just-
U-Bell hits the field.
0 attack, but is a monster body that you can use to potentially link summon. Yep, Gruesome Gravesworm are coming out.
Is he choosing to destroy something? Doesn't look like it.
Unchained Yama does point down left and down right, so he'll have to use it to if he wants to continue to link summoning further.
Yep, so Yama being a link 2 plus the Gruesome Grave Squirmer is going to bring out Unchained Soul of Anguish. This is the red dog, the link 3 there.
Yep, so you can target one face-up monster your opponent controls immediately after a resolve. You can link summon one Dark Link monster, except another copy of itself, by using the opponent's monster and this card you control. And if this card on the field is destroyed by battle card effect, you can target one Fiend monster in your graveyard and add it to your hand. Has 2,400 attack, so 400 more than the Unchained Soul Lord of Yama.
Yeah, and while Rage on your opponent's turn, you can use their monsters to special summon. Anguish has the same effect, but it's on your turn. You can use your opponent's monsters to link summon.
Yep, so just doing some damage now. We have just over 20 minutes on the clock, so we're over halfway through this round.
Seeing some great interaction here in this match. It's been good.
I'd say that U-Bell has been in a very comfortable position both Game 1 and Game 2, but Oluntum could potentially swing back.
Yeah, if Nicholas isn't able to deal enough damage to reduce his life points to 0, remember that Oluntum does have that Magnificat coming back as well as the Shuberta, so that's going to get him more resources for next turn.
Absolutely.
Is he summoning another Phantom of U-Bell this turn? Hasn't he already summoned that one? Huh, there you go. Not once per turn to summon them. Them. Just got to be sure.
You can just only use each of the effects of Phantom of U-Bell once per turn.
Okay.
And is that Soul of Rage?
Yep, so Soul of Rage. Now this is the link 2 that can use monsters on your opponent, special summon monsters more specifically on your opponent's side of the field to link summon as a quick effect. So another piece of interaction there.
Yep, so as you said, Etoile comes back. Sorry, Magnifica. Wait, no, the Flowering Etoile, that's the one.
Yeah, the Melodious Magnificat.
Yeah, that's... Yep, he activates Concerto, is it?
So that is the fusion spell, which he shuffled back into his deck.
Handfeel or Pendulum Zones.
Yep, which the new pendulum scales for the Melodious deck are absolutely fantastic because you can use them as fusion material from your pendulum zones, and then you're able to, in chain, once the fusion summon comes out, activate their effects to place them back in the scales there.
And that looks like Barker resolved this time around. Yep, so we did see the Arya get summoned, but Arya is not staying very long.
No, we're going straight into...
The Underworld Goddess?
Underworld Goddess. That way he's able to clear the Phantom U-Bell off the field without actually using any...
monster effects.
Yeah.
Underworld Goddess of the Closed World. I believe it's a Link 5 monster.
Yeah.
So you need you need at least 4 monsters, and using one of your opponent's monsters as material to link summon this card. And if it's link summon, you can negate the effects of all face-up monsters your opponent currently controls. also has 3,000 attack points.
She's huge. Yeah, we're resolving all the effects here in chain. So I believe Soul of Rage activated its effect to link summon here, as well as all the graveyard effects as well for the Melodious player when a fusion monster goes to the graveyard. And Yama as well.
A lot of effects simultaneously activating right now. We do have that Spirit of Yubel on the field.
Which, when all this has been and gone, the Spirit of Yubel is going to search yet another card. I believe that was another Nightmare Pain.
Never bad to have a second copy in case the first copy is removed. I believe that was a couplet.
Oh, and I think Aria's come back from the graveyard as well. That's the one that protects, as long as it's special summoned, it protects from targeting as well as being destroyed by battle.
Just over 15 minutes left to go in the last round of Swiss for today. Both players on a crisp 8,000 life points.
And Nicholas is already up a game, so he should be feeling pretty good, putting the pressure on Alontum here.
That's Sonata. Sonata, when special summon, does give all fairy type monsters you control 500 attack and defense. Though the monsters, evidently do not stay on the field for very long.
No, you're able to recycle one of those Melodious monsters quite a bit, and it's soft once per turn, which means once per turn per copy on the field. You're going to be able to fusion summon there.
Triple Tactics Talon's been activated, but responded to with Grey Squirmer.
Very nice. This is one of the plays that we saw Mark trying to do earlier, but he was unable to because of the wording on Phantom of Yubel. Of course, when all is said and done, the Nightmare Throne's now going to trigger, and there comes Terra Incarnate down.
Terra Incarnate during the end phase destroys all other monsters, which could potentially be relevant.
And that Spirit of Yubel effect, it will special summon just a regular bell from deck to the field.
A lot of plays being done on both sides. What we like to see, both decks being able to show off what they are capable of doing. Link summoning using the Squirmer plus the Underworld Goddess to make SP.
Little Knight. Little Knight does have the opportunity to activate its effect to banish a card on the field, but it would mean that Alonton is not able to attack directly this turn.
It's confirming when Yubel Terra Incarnate's effect to destroy all other monsters on the field is.
I think he was targeting the Yubel there, which is met with the Shavara from hand. What's his face down? He went furiously through the extra deck there.
Definitely a lot of thinking. We are going down to the wire.
Okay, SP Little Knight's effect was changed, so the Yubel's going to be banished for the turn, but only temporarily instead of the permanent one that he was hoping for.
Yep, the Shavar not being able to destroy it accordingly. So, and because it wasn't able to destroy it, isn't able to special summon itself.
Or search for a spell trap instead.
I believe we just saw a pendulum summon. So we did see the refrain, and refrain is in the extra monster zone couplet.
Huge turn. Heaps of monsters on the field for Aluntum here. He's only has to get through the Terra Incarnate now, and he should be sitting happy to take game 2, but let's see where this goes. Activating the effect of his Pendulum Scale, which will be able to send one from his deck to the graveyard to gain attack there. Here we go. Declaring direct attacks here. Well, got to get through the Muckraker first.
Wait, that was a Typhon that was summoned, was it?
Typhon,
yeah, Typhon having 2,900 attack.
That's indeed a lot of damage, and hopefully enough that he can attack directly with everything. And
he can't, because as you pointed out earlier, SP Little Knight's effect was
of course. I even mentioned it.
Clear oversight by Aluntum, but Nicholas was able to catch that.
And Nicholas here starting his turn, summoning a Phantom of Yubel here by shuffling back resources from his graveyard, reloading his deck, and also putting a sort of monster negation on the field here.
His Phantom, the Phantom Yubel comes back. He's got Nightmare Pain, Nightmare Throne, but he is staring down a field of 6 monsters.
And I believe one of them is the Magnificat still, so if at any point he goes to attack...
And one is an SP Little Knight.
This is true. So even if he activates the Phantom Yubel to change it, he can Aluntum here can chain the SP Little Knight to get rid of the other monster off the field. And the hand is extended. I'm a little confused about what happened there, but it appears that Nicholas might have taken this match 2-0. All right, so we just had confirmation of what happened there. It appears that Nicholas pushed a battle phase with just the Yubel and the Phantom of Yubel on the field there, and because of Nightmare Pain, it's going to do enough damage there to just end the game.
Yeah, and because no monster effects activated, there was no point where Aluntum could have activated his SP Little Knight as a form of interaction. So, very well played by Nicholas. I believe this is the first Yubel play that's won on stream, is it? Is that correct? Or the one earlier?
No, so yeah, this is definitely the first Yubel player to went on stream, and Nicholas is going to progress to, well, we call it a day, to be honest, because he's going to be going home happy tonight with 7 wins, 1 loss.
7 wins, 1 loss.
And that's going to put him in prime position for round 9 and the final round of Swiss tomorrow morning there.
Definitely. So he's essentially locked in. Aluntum will have to play out his last match, hopefully win. If he loses, he still has a shot at making top cut, especially given that Nicholas, his tiebreaker, is in such a strong position. If Nicholas wins and Aluntum loses, that's going to do well for his tiebreakers, and so that he could potentially still make top cut. But I hope both players play really well tomorrow, and whatever happens, happens.
Yeah, it'd be good to see some of the people that were featured today back on stream, to know for the players at home that their journey in this tournament is still continuing.
Yeah, And so we will have a post-match interview with Nicholas just shortly before we wrap up day 1 of 2024 Oceanic. So stay tuned for just a little bit longer. We'll be back very shortly.
This is all the good stuff.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We are here with the winner of the Round 8 feature match. Who are you with, and where are you from?
Okay, so I'm Nick. I'm from Sydney. I was on UBL Unchained.
What was your decision? How did you decide on playing UBL going into this tournament?
Okay, so just a couple of reasons. One, first of all, you just got that new monster, Phantom of UBL. You just read it a few times, and it's like, okay, this cannot be a real card. It's just like so much for you. Mm-hmm. And I think it's like I think most people have just like are more trained against like Snake Eyes and Tenpai. They may not be entirely aware of how the deck operates. So I was thinking might be able to take advantage of that, and that's definitely helped me out throughout the day.
Yep. So how many of your opponents do you reckon got caught by surprise and I guess played a little bit like not optimally because they weren't sure how to interact with your deck properly?
Okay, I think like the big one is like Nightmare Pain.
Yeah.
Because not sure what it does, but basically like if it wants to attack, it has to attack UBL or UBL monster rather, and okay, that's not what happens. They have to like pressure very big monsters into UBL. It can't be destroyed by damage because of Nightmare Pain. They take the damage instead. I wasn't able to get a win just because my opponent tried attacking to an empty board. I just special summon Spirit of UBL, and then they had to pressure all the monsters, and
Very, very good strategy. How are you feeling going into tomorrow, being in the 7-1 position? You're effectively locked in for the top cut. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling like incredible, yeah.
Yeah, and is there any match you're sort of afraid or you're not wanting to play against? Especially in top cut.
Oh, well, I don't know. There's just nothing other that's super concerning. I guess it's probably the worst being with some of the other new archives that got a lot of new support in terminal range, like a Ritual Beast or Ice Barrier there, and they can be very crazy if you're not adequately prepared or don't interact in the right time. So yeah.
Do you think you're adequately prepared for those decks?
Sort of.
All right, no, but you are in a very comfortable position. Next round for you effectively doesn't matter too much. Do you think you'll give it your all to see the best you can do, or do you think you'll hold back to stop people from seeing what your deck's capable of?
I'm just gonna give it my all.
No, we like
Yeah.
that. We like that, definitely. And if you were to give some words of advice to like new or returning players, what would you tell them?
Well, I suppose like you, I wouldn't say try and rush to like learn like everything, because the game is like, you know, incredibly complicated, and that can sometimes like scare new people into like getting into the game. But you know, you might want to like take it slow, or like maybe try like an older format first.
Yep.
Yeah, before like figuring out all the additional mechanics, and eventually you'll get the hang of it.
All right, cool. Anything else you want to say to the audience?
Not particularly, no.
No, all right. Congratulations again, and we wish you luck in the next round and in the top cut.
All right, thanks.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, what an amazing day one of the Oceanic Championship we have had. We've had 8 rounds of Swiss today, have players back here for one more round tomorrow before cutting to that all-important top 64 spot.
And I wonder what the players are feeling, especially the players who are on the X3 or on the X2. Like they might be a bit nervous going to bed tonight, also getting up tomorrow, hoping for the best. We've had a lot of great competition, top table, plenty of Snake Eye. So the people who wanted to watch Snake Eye, plenty of it tomorrow, I promise you that. And there was 80 of them, like a third of the field was Snake Eye, so that's unavoidable. We did see a couple of Ubel decks today, so that was great. We saw a good variety of decks today, all doing relatively well. A number of the people we featured are still doing relatively well.
Yeah, and especially some of the deck highlights we brought to you as well. Bit of variety to your viewing pleasures. So yeah, catch us here, same Yugi time, same Yugi channel, tomorrow, 10 a.m. That's where we're going to be beginning with round 9 of the Oceanic Championship Qualifier.
Yep, we'll see you there. Thank you for tuning in today.
Ka kite anō.